Dongfang Bai was truly dumbfounded. The three hyenas that intended to gnaw the corpse of the giant beast suddenly discovered that they were the prey under its sharp tusks. They couldn't help but shudder slightly under Lei Qinghu's radiating eyes. Are you serious? Dongfang Bai stuttered. Lei Qinghu smiled sullenly, his eyes full of disdain and pity. He sighed. You talk about survival of the fittest all the time, and when you are faced with dozens of specific hominoids, you are not reluctant to ravage and take away their lives. But when things get serious, you all have cold feet. What kind of immortal cultivators are you exactly? You are just useless garbage under the disguise of immortal cultivators who dwell in the boring ecstasy of showing your magnificence by bullying the weak. Those words are exactly what I want to say to the Council of Elders. I am responsible for all of them, and none of them is a joke. Although I confronted the Covenant Alliance in the Black Wind sector for 100 years, I never agreed to launch the strategic counterattack in the first place. However, the Council of Elders had already issued the call of a general mobilization. I had no choice but to carry out the order of the Council of Elders dutifully. After our army pushed forward to the line of Xianxia, unstoppably, recovering 18 sectors in a row, I reported to the Council of Elders again and requested to change from strategic attack to strategic defense immediately. We should not launch a new round of attacks until we run the 18 sectors carefully for at least 50 years. However, the greedy, short-sighted guys in the Council of Elders and the base of the expedition army threw my kind advice aside again. They pushed forward recklessly like wild dogs that had smelled meat, until when dozens of sectors are swallowed today, making the pressure on defense and logistics higher than ever. You know what fear is now, and you want to stop while you still can? Let me tell you, it's too late. The Covenant Alliance will absolutely not stand by and watch the Imperium revives the recovered territory. In the past 10 years, our army has conquered so many habitable planets and resource planets, but we never found any sign of the main force of the Covenant Alliance, which is the greatest hidden problem. I guarantee with the head on my neck that before long, perhaps when the noble lords in the court of the Imperium are struggling against each other while negotiating how the fruits of victory should be divided, the main force of the Covenant Alliance will certainly march out from the least expected coordinates and launch the counterattack of the greatest scale so far. If our army cannot resist the counterattack, not only will we lose all the recovered worlds, we will even completely lose the strategical initiative of the war. Our heartland will be exposed to the edge of the Covenant Alliance at the mercy of our enemy. It is barely possible for us to get out of the peril. You people who sit in the offices daydreaming before the crystal processors are truly hilariously ignorant. The best defense is attack. Before, I did not support launching such an immature counterattack, but now that the counterattack has been carried out for such a long time, objection won't help anything anymore. Instead of distributing the precious forces to the dozens of sectors that have just been recovered and are seriously short of resources, I would rather concentrate all the soldiers and continue pushing forward to the heartland of the Covenant Alliance. In order to completely break through the Covenant Alliance's last defense line and force the enemy's main force into a decisive battle, the scale of the expedition army must be expanded by at least 20%. 20%. The three investigators, including Dongfang Bai, were completely dumbfounded. Looking at each other in bewilderment, they did not know what to say for a long time. I know that there are difficulties, but no war comes easily, Lei Qinghu said casually. I have carefully studied all the economic policies and regulations of awards and punishments that are implemented in the general mobilization. It occurs to me that you have neither explained the great significance of the war and the dangerous situation the Imperium is faced with to the people, nor completely trigger the people's resolution to sacrifice everything for the civilization of mankind. In my eyes, there are still great potentials to be dug out in the rear. I am writing an article named Strategies of the Next Phase, in which I have described a concentration camp system. It is supposed to be used on the people of the newly recovered space zones who have been seriously brainwashed by the Covenant Alliance. But at such a critical moment, it wouldn't hurt to set up certain concentration camps in the worlds that are deeply polluted by the ideas of the cultivators, with riots happening all the time. I believe that it will significantly increase the work efficiency of the hominoids and their patriotism. At the very least, it will greatly lower their consumption, save more resources, and ensure the supply in the front line. All in all, the war has reached the most critical moment. The Imperium and the Covenant Alliance are like two bulls who stick each other with their horns. Both of them are panting and exhausted. All that matters is who collapses first. Everything will be doomed when one of them shows the slightest sign of collapse. Therefore, from now on, we must be prepared to fight for another 5 to 10 years and sacrifice at least 50 billion people. If you want to win, the Council of Elders must consider my strategies carefully. Dongfang Bai swallowed hard and slightly stepped back, as if a ferocious tiger surrounded by ghostly fire would rip apart the barrier of the space and tore his throat directly. The Council of Elders will never agree to such a crazy plan. The head of the special agents swallowed hard, his voice shivering like a flickering candle. Besides, the local nobles and warlords are already complaining and resisting openly and secretly at the current intensity of resource supply. How can we further intensify the general mobilization? Lei Qinghu smiled. With a, "I knew you cannot achieve it" look on his face, he changed the topic and said, "If you can't, just prepare for a strategic retreat." Dongfang Bai was utterly confused. What? The dozens of newly recovered sectors are destined to be lost. Lei Qinghu explained patiently, not to Dongfang Bai, but to the many elders behind him, especially the 20 or so sectors that have been conquered in the recent 3 years. They are the thorny, poisonous baits that the Covenant Alliance has tossed out. If the Council of Elders cannot send more soldiers to the expedition army, I suggest we abandon the 20 sectors voluntarily and retreat the army back to the Xianxia line to both concentrate the troops and reduce the logistical pressure. Perhaps there will still be a chance to resist the Covenant Alliance's last counterattack. Of course, even if we choose the relatively conservative strategy and really retreat to the Xianxia line, the expedition army must not be reduced or disbanded. It must retain its current scale and further concentrate on the chain of command. That is the only way to find an opportunity for a strategic, decisive battle with the main force of the Covenant Alliance. It is even less possible. Dongfang Bai blurted out, "The enemy has run off after a crushing defeat, and yet you ask our army to back off without fighting and abandon more than 20 worlds voluntarily. That is really, yes, it's truly impossible. The ravenous nobles have long craned their necks ready to divide the delicious and succulent trophies. Who is willing to give away the fat meat that they have already swallowed?" Lei Qinghu shook his head and sighed. Cowardice is not the reason for failure, nor is greediness. But if you are both cowardly and greedy, or if you are greedy when you should be cowardly and cowardly when you should be greedy, there is no way that you can survive. This is all that I want to say. Do what you see as fit. Lei Qinghu closed his eyes slowly, deep in thought. Marquis Liaohai. Dongfang Bai was overwhelmed for a moment. After a long daze, he said, "I'm afraid you are exaggerating, aren't you? While alluring the enemy to push forward recklessly has always been a trick in the military, who is ever crazy enough to pay the price of dozens of sectors to do so? We are talking about dozens of habitable planets and hundreds of resource planets. The population, mother loads, and all kinds of resources are inestimable. Such tremendous resources would be absorbed by the Imperium if there is an error in their strategy. By then, the Covenant Alliance will really be doomed for failure. Even the craziest gambler would not take such a wild gamble, would they? This is almost a gamble on the fate of the country. More than 10 years ago, when the Imperium launched the strategic counterattack, the Covenant Alliance was clearly at an advantage. Why would they resort to such an insane gamble? Therefore, the base and the Council of Elders have considered if the enemy was alluring us to push forward. But the possibility is little to none. Oh! Lei Qinghu opened his eyes abruptly again and said, one word after another. A gamble on the country's face? Well said. It is true that, if the Covenant Alliance is as strong as it appears, and it keeps its advantages over the Imperium, there will be no reason for any gamble. But what if the Covenant Alliance is not as strong as it appears? What if the enemy is on the verge of collapse after everything has been wasted in the Millennium War? What if the Covenant Alliance is destined to collapse if they fight the Imperium in the battlefield for decades instead of playing the trick to allure us to push forward? In such a case, is it possible that the enemy would wager everything in a wild gamble? Tell me. Shocked, Dongfang Bai was rendered speechless. Compared to the system of the Imperium, the greatest advantage of the Covenant Alliance's system is that the desires and the free will of the citizens are contained to the largest extent through the genetic brainwashing. Lei Qinghu said casually, in such a way, the strength of all the citizens is highly concentrated almost without any internal conflicts. The friction within the society is close to none, unlike the Imperium where internal competitions happen all the time. But such an abnormal system also has a natural-born deficiency. Without free will, there will be no creativity and innovation. Without feelings and desires, nobody will think to push civilization forward. The whole world is lifeless, and everybody is just a fully wound machine in their place. The only factor that pushes the Covenant Alliance to evolve is the Pangu relics that they have been excavating. They upgrade themselves by the technologies and the magical equipment that their god grants them. 1,000 years ago, with the advanced technologies from the Pangu relics and the zero-friction social system, the Covenant Alliance took the Imperium unprepared and secured a strategic advantage over the Imperium. However, wars are the fastest means of communication between civilizations. After 1,000 years of war, the Imperium boasts technologies close to the Covenant Alliance through various channels. In the meantime, the fatal weaknesses of the Covenant Alliance, namely the lack of creativity and motivation and the lifelessness, have been more and more exposed. Besides, for the past 1,000 years, the Imperium has been occupying the most prosperous area at the center of the cosmos, with a comprehensive national power higher than the Covenant Alliance's. Despite the brutal failures in the front line, it can always refill new soldiers and resources incessantly. The Covenant Alliance, on the other hand, cannot afford such a war of attrition. The war of the Covenant Alliance against the Imperium is a typical war where a small country fights a big one. It is already a miracle of miracles that they persisted for 1,000 years. Now that they are done with their clever tricks, and they know they only have several decades left, is it strange at all that they decide to play an insane gamble? The more Lei Qinghu said, the more absurd Dongfang Bai found it to be. He couldn't help but interrupt him. Marquis Liaohai, your theory about the gamble of the country's fate is just your speculation, right? Do you have the slightest proof? Not at all. Lei Qinghu pointed at his head and admitted frankly, it is just my guess based on my intuitions. Dongfang Bai was amused. Your guess? Intuitions. War is an art of speculations. Any commander can be victorious when they have all the information both on their own side and on their enemy's side, but only the most experienced, sensitive, and excellent commander is capable of predicting the enemy's capabilities and strategies when the enemy is in the dark because of the lack of intelligence. Lei Qinghu said casually, my intense intuitions are stabbing my brain brutally every second like iron needles, telling me that the main force of the Covenant Alliance is coveting us from the darkness in space. As long as we are sluggish for one moment, they will lunge out and cut our throats. It is a sense of danger that cannot be described in any words. Someone who has never fought in a battlefield for real can never understand it. Dongfang Bai gnashed his teeth again. You? Eyeing Dongfang Bai up and down for a long time, Lei Qinghu suddenly put on a mysterious smile. However, after observing the stupid look on your face, I'm starting to believe that the incident of the Blood Oath Alliance was not your scheme. Then, it is even worse now. If it was not certain malicious guys in the Council of Elders who organized the incident of the Blood Oath Alliance, it could only have been done by the Covenant Alliance. The spies of the Covenant Alliance have infiltrated the base of the Expedition Army and the Council of Elders to an unimaginably deep level, considering that they could both plan the assassination of the Blood Oath Alliance and manipulate you like fools. What? Dongfang Bai's face was as pale as a paper. Are you suggesting that the Covenant Alliance is behind the Blood Oath Alliance? Could it be anybody else? Lei Qinghu sighed and said, in such a critical moment, who will benefit most from the escalation of the conflicts between the frontline and the fear? Think about the question clearly. if your greediness blinds your wisdom, and you are truly determined to do things that will hurt your friends and delight your foe, I assure you that the main force of the Covenant Alliance will certainly march to your front in the next second of your celebration. Hee hee. Dongfang Bai narrowed his eyes, full of suspicion. I'm starting to regret that I left the astounding Thunder Fleet and returned to the capital with you under the illusion that I could convince the Council of Elders. Looking at the face of the head of the special agents, Lei Qinghu sighed. I have realized that I made a horrible mistake, one that countless generals in the front line have made since ancient times. They greatly overestimated the wisdom of the noble lords in the court behind them and underestimated their insatiable ravenousness. People can only see the things they want to see and believe the things they want to hear. A lot of people in the Council of Elders hate my guts. They cannot sleep in peace as long as I am alive. I'm afraid that they have been hoping that I can retire or even unfortunately perish for a long time, haven't they? For those elders, even if they are faced with a piece of intelligence regarding the incident of the Blood Oath Alliance that is brimming with loopholes, they will simply turn a blind eye to them and believe it unconditionally. With everything coming to this point, there is nothing we need to talk about now. I will never make any public statements. I cannot provide any convenience to help you control the astounding Thunder Fleet either. My future depends on the ruling of the Council of Elders. Unless you are about to drag me out for a secret execution, you don't need to come to waste my time again. Indifferently, Lei Qinghu held his arms and made a posture of farewell. The three investigators looked at each other for a long time, all flinching. After a long hesitation, Dongfang Bai gnashed his teeth. Marquis Liaohai, if you insist on not making a public statement, and you are unwilling to persuade the radicals in the astounding Thunder Fleet to leave the front line and receive investigations in the rear, it is very possible that certain extremely unpleasant and violent conflicts will burst out. Wouldn't that give an opportunity for the Covenant Alliance, which might cast the Imperium into eternal doom, like you said just now? Is that what you want to see? By then, will you be as peaceful as right now? Lei Qinghu stared at Dongfang Bai without blinking, the intensity in his eyes growing level by level. Eventually, they were glittering like the light of the double main guns of a super-heavy warship immediately before a bombardment. His voice that was as tough as iron and as indifferent as ice shot out clearly like the bullets of an anti-material sniper rifle. I will do my best to protect my homeland, the Imperium of true human beings. Even if all the soldiers of the Imperium have sacrificed and I am the only one left, I will still charge at the enemy's starships without any hesitation. However, isn't survival of the fittest the belief of the immortal cultivators and the self-explanatory truth of the Imperium of true human beings? If my warriors and I can't rescue the decayed, corrupted country after doing everything we can, and the army of the Alliance of the Holy Covenant sweeps across the entire Sea of Stars, it will mean that we chose a wrong path, and that the people and system of the Alliance of the Holy Covenant are more advanced than those of the Imperium. The Covenant Alliance, as well as the Pangu clan hidden behind the Covenant Alliance, is a superior species that is more excellent than the humans of the Imperium and more entitled to the prosperous resources at the center of the cosmos, with which they will create a new generation of Pangu civilization that is more brilliant than the civilization of mankind. In that case, I will have nothing to say. What can I do except to admit my failure and pay the greatest homage to my opponent? Bursting into fury like a clown? In the infinite universal battlefield that is haunted by eternal wars, admitting failure after losing a gamble is perhaps the last decency of a civilization. Failures are as normal as victories for any general. I am already braced for any outcome. Faced with the honest eyes of Lei Qinghu, the three investigators were all uneasy. The filth and insignificance in their hearts seemed to have been illuminated by the brilliance emanated by Lei Qinghu, which was even more dazzling than the star. Their attitude was entirely different from when they just entered, and they had been truly awed by Lei Qinghu. "Gee, got it," Dongfang Bai said in a panic. "This meeting is now concluded. We will report everything that Marquis Liaohai said just now to the Council of Elders exactly as it is for discussion. In any case, I absolutely trust Marquis Liaohai's loyalty myself, and I will handle the incident of the Blood Oath Alliance cautiously. Please take a rest here for a couple of days. We will be off for now." The three investigators bowed at Lei Qinghu deeply again and backed off until they left the clean and quiet prison room. Lei Qinghu did not bother to waste any time on them when they closed the door of the room again. He simply switched the crystal processor to the precious document. Crossing his hands, he was deep in thought, as if he did not care about the investigation just now at all but about to continue his article that was interrupted just now. However, after he turned on the light beam, he was silent and still like a dry tree for 10 minutes without recording a single word into the crystal processor. After 10 minutes of silence, deep gasps suddenly echoed in the dead air. The old general's eyebrows, wrinkles, lips, and throat shivered at the same time. 2 drops of dirty tears, along the deep, interconnected trenches, slipped through his face that had been roughened by the wind and storm. Lei Qinghu, the god of war, covered his chest and moaned with the feeblest voice, "Imperium!" Billions of stars away, in the deep-sea palace, the secret base of the reformists, Liao and the mental devil were discussing the legendary god of war too. While you were maintaining the crystal suits, teaching the boy Li Jialing, and studying the treasures from the Imperial Transcendence Sector with the Queen in the past days, I snuck into the spiritual nexus and collected the files on Lei Qinghu. TSK, TSK, TSK. It is truly shocking, the mental devil remarked in amazement. This man is certainly not a lenient folk that he struck us to be when we first heard of him. Yes, he is selfless, fair, and loyal to the country. Those parts are real. But his methods are extremely ruthless and brutal too. I like it. Let's take for example his grand entrance more than 100 years ago, when the Black Wind Fleet escaped with the remaining soldiers of the 5 worlds after the collapse of the battle line. The Queen only told us that Lei Qinghu eventually resisted the attacks of the Covenant Alliance, defended the second defense line behind the Black Wind sector steadily, and constructed an iron wall, making the greatest contribution by stalling the Covenant Alliance for 100 years. But she did not tell you how Lei Qinghu made it, did she? Let me tell you, the moment Lei Qinghu arrived at the front line, he announced that quite a few habitable planets and resource planets in the battle area were under military control. The assets of all the hominoids, and most of the true human beings were all forced to be purchased with military notes. They were essentially appropriated. Those who showed the slightest disobedience would be sent to the Glory Camp, which was a concentration camp invented by him that was said to be even more cruel and dark than the slave mines. Only in such a way was he able to collect tremendous resources in the shortest amount of time and prevent the panic and riots on a few planets. How could anybody have rioted when they were all under military control? So ruthless. Liao was greatly alarmed. He knew that hominoids did not equal slaves in the Imperium of true human beings. Many hominoids were free folks and enjoyed the property rights. After all, from a long-term perspective, the productivity of a pure slavery system was not very high. Today, even the slave mines in the Imperium had to stimulate and motivate the miners with the slaughter stream platforms or the energy pills. Therefore, no matter how the hominoids were oppressed and exploited, most of the hominoids were theoretically free, and their private properties were protected by law. In addition, Lei Qinghu was even bold enough to confiscate the properties of a lot of immortal cultivators and even throw them to concentration camps. The man was truly crazy and tough. Furthermore, the mental devil went on. General Lei Qinghu also enlisted a large batch of true human beings and hominoids into his army purely as consumable cannon fodder. That was how he earned the precious moment of rest, which allowed him to regroup the collapsed troops, rebuild the defense line, and get enough mobile forces. On the other hand, he also propagated that everybody, from the soldiers to the civilians, must die for their country. He distributed bonsai bombs and the battle excitants to all the people in the battle area, while he instilled the idea of dying together with the enemy for the service of the emperor and the country into them. Liao asked, "What is the bonsai bomb exactly?" The mental devil replied, "They were lousily made crystal bombs. Almost all people in the battle area under his command had one." Lei Qinghu demanded that, upon the arrival of the army of the Covenant Alliance, those people should inject excitants to their necks to receive momentary strengthening and stimulation, before they shout bonsai and die together with the enemy using the crystal bombs. At the very least, They should kill themselves with those crystal bombs to preserve their dignity as citizens of the Imperium. Of course, his decision was not entirely unjustifiable. After all, once the planet was occupied and the people were captured by the Covenant Alliance, they would be sent to the so-called temples for brainwashing. They would be deprived of their feelings and self-awareness, transforming them into machines of flesh and blood that knew nothing except for carrying out orders dutifully. The strength of the Covenant Alliance would be further built up. However, from the perspective of the cultivators, what Lei Qinghu did was certainly too cruel. All in all, Lei Qinghu was the first one to carry out the wasteland strategy, and he carried it out most completely. Whenever he retreated from a planet, he would not leave a single mine or warehouse to the Covenant Alliance. As for the industrial facilities, they had been blown to the ground since a long time ago. About the people, he would organize them to evacuate with the fleet through iron approaches to maintain the available strength as much as possible, but for the people that could not be evacuated, he never cared about their lives either. He even publicly encouraged them to die so that the burden of the Imperium would be reduced and they would not end up as the enemy's cannon fodder. Lei Qinghu's ruthless, if not insane tactics were quite controversial even within the Imperium. The nobles whose properties were confiscated by him against the law and who were forced to go to the front line as cannon fodder, as well as the interest groups that were involved in the issue, initiated crazy attacks on him later. However, after a series of impeccable victories, even those enraged guys had to admit that what Lei Qinghu did completely fitted the practice of the immortal cultivators, and that if he hadn't done it, the army of the Covenant Alliance would have likely marched into the heartland of the Imperium in their high morale, in which case everything would have been screwed. Anyway, if there is ever a real textbook immortal cultivator, that will certainly be Lei Qinghu. He seems to have regarded everybody including himself as a chess piece and a weapon to defend the Imperium. I find a man with such a distinctive character very likable. But are you sure that you are going to rescue such a stubborn, hardcore immortal cultivator as a cultivator? Liao thought carefully for a long time. In fact, he had vaguely guessed it even without the introduction of the mental devil. How could a man who had been appointed as an admiral of the Imperium's army and accoladed as Marquis Liaohai be a good guy? However, I think that our primary concern right now is not whether the reformists can seize the supreme power of the Imperium. While considering, Liao said carefully, the subtle situation within the Imperium is only one side, and the Covenant Alliance is the other side that is equally important. Those guys of the Covenant Alliance are only puppets but not dead. Would they really do nothing after losing dozens of sectors and simply watch the Imperium digest the fruits of victory and complete the internal reorganization? When we were still in the Federation, we had already discussed the issue with the deputy commander of the Black Wind Fleet. From the perspective of an observer, Di Feiwen also thought that the glorious triumph of the Imperium's counterattack came too easily and uncannily. Also, after dozens of sectors are swallowed, the problems of uneven distribution and indigestion are bound to happen. That will be an opportunity that the Covenant Alliance can take advantage of. So, although I don't know why the Covenant Alliance decided to play a crazy gamble with dozens of sectors as the wager as if it had gone mad, I believe that the Covenant Alliance must have a scheme. Let's turn around and look at the Imperium right now. It is exactly like what Li Linghai said. All kinds of conflicts are more intense than ever in the last years of the dynasty. Conflicts between the smaller nobles and the four Kurfürst families. Conflicts between the newly rising warlords at the peripheral space zones and the traditional magnates at the central space zones. Conflicts between true human beings and hominoids. Conflicts between the low-level immortal cultivators and the high-level immortal cultivators. And conflicts between the expedition army and the Council of Elders. Even Li Linghai, who wants to eliminate all the conflicts with the dead bodies of the four Kurfürst families, may have deeper ambitions that she has not revealed yet, and it may bring about greater conflicts. Who knows? If the Covenant Alliance takes the opportunity when all the conflicts in the Imperium break out at the same time, what will happen? After a long silence, the mental devil said, if the Covenant Alliance really plans to seize the precious moment when all the conflicts break out at the same time, they will have to know the things that are happening in the Imperium clearly. It's not unlikely. Do you still remember Tang Qianhe, the puppet of the Covenant Alliance we encountered in the Kunlun relic? more than 100 years ago. Liao said, Tang Qianhe was a spy from the Covenant Alliance, but she was able to simulate the feelings of a normal person vividly and even infiltrate into Su Changfa's exploration team without being discovered by anyone. Su Changfa also told us later that the Covenant Alliance's technologies in the simulation of emotions were much better than the Ring 2 test of the Imperium that was used to resist the infiltration of the Covenant Alliance. There is no telling how many spies have been sent into the Imperium. Many of the spies are the so-called silencers. They will not reveal their identities unless it is absolutely necessary. Let's take Tang Qianhe for example. She only ripped apart her disguise and revealed her true intention after discovering a living member of the Pangu clan. Think about it. What if we hadn't discovered a living member of the Pangu clan? Would it have been possible that Tang Qianhe followed Su Changfa and Ko Ruhua into the Federation? The Imperium and the Covenant Alliance have been fighting for 10,000 years. Countless spies of the Covenant Alliance are lurking within the Imperium and sending intelligence back to the Covenant Alliance incessantly. It is perfectly normal. But on the other hand, it is not so easy for the spies of the Imperium to lurk in the Covenant Alliance. Pretending to be someone whose feelings and free will are completely erased is too difficult. The mental devil said, Now that you mentioned it, I remember Tang Qianhe too. That woman was crazy enough to turn herself into pure energy in order to awaken the member of the Pangu clan. That was truly horrible. If a spy of the Covenant Alliance could be found in a tiny exploration squad, it is possible that more spies are hidden in the critical departments of the Imperium. They are truly likely to grasp and even manipulate the escalation and outbreak of certain conflicts of the Imperium in secret. Therefore, Liao said, the Millennium Equilibrium is not so easy to be broken. The glorious triumph of the Imperium's counterattack is not as glorious as it appears. Even if the army of the Imperium is truly invincible in the front line, their rear is even more dangerous and vulnerable right now. One moment of carelessness, and the Covenant Alliance will launch a counterattack. It is not entirely unlikely that the Imperium that is mired in civil war will totally collapse. In the event of the Imperium's total collapse, there will be two consequences. Firstly, all the people living in the hundreds of worlds of the Imperium, be they immortal cultivators or ordinary people, will be involved in infinite warfare. Their lives will be 100 times more miserable than right now. They will be either brainwashed into puppets of flesh and blood or blown into smithereens together with their homeland. Although I hate to admit it, the Imperium of true human beings has indeed maintained unity and general peace in the populated worlds at the center of the cosmos. It is better to be a dog in a peaceful world than to be a human in the time of war. I can't imagine what kind of oceans of blood will be raised once the Imperium collapses abruptly. Secondly, after the Imperium collapses and the Covenant Alliance absorbs most of its strength, it will definitely expand into a behemoth that will swallow the entire universe. The Star Glory Federation will be faced with the pressure of the giant beast alone. The Black Wind Fleet still maintains the lowest level of communication with the homeland of the Imperium. The existence of the Federation cannot be kept a secret for very long. In 100 to 200 years at most, after finishing the absorption and combination of the Imperium, the Covenant Alliance will certainly lay its evil hands on the Federation. What can the Federation do in 200 years? Build a giant starship and run away like the Star Ocean Republic in the past? If the Imperium and the Federation both collapse, and the Covenant Alliance develop and awaken large members of the Pangu clan, will there be any hope for mankind? Will they be completely abandoned by the Pangu clan like tools that have fulfilled their purposes? Therefore, from the perspectives of the billions of ordinary people at the center of the cosmos, the national interests of the Star Glory Federation, and the civilization of mankind as a whole, it is best to maintain the stability of the Imperium, make it a fireball between the Federation and the Covenant Alliance, and keep the two as evenly matched parties. In the entire Imperium, if anyone can resist the Covenant Alliance's fatal attacks, it will be God of War Lei Chenghu. Besides, although the 4 Kurfürst families have arrested Lei Chenghu, they will not necessarily kill him. The two parties may reach a deal, and Lei Chenghu may break out of the siege in other ways. The bottom line is we cannot influence him at all. If we rescue Lei Chenghu in cooperation with Li Linghai and place him on the side of the reformists, We will be able to observe and influence him from a close distance. In the most extreme scenario, there will even be a chance to kill him. He is an experienced expert in the divinity transformation stage, but he is the commander of a fleet after all who must be more focused on the arts of commanding. There is no reason why he can be a better fighter than we are, can he? Fair enough. Your head is getting clearer now. The mental devil pondered for a moment before it suddenly shrieked, "Watch out!" Focusing his attention, Liao returned to reality. When he was discussing whether or not General Lei Qinghu should be rescued with the mental devil in his head with 5% of his computational ability, the other 95% of his computational ability was controlling his body and the newly strengthened mystic skeleton battlesuit for the last real-life test. It was in a super-enormous cubic cage more than 1,000 meters in diameter, which was the most advanced test field in the deep-sea palace with random gravity. The most solid defense rune arrays were deployed in every direction. A lot of the defense rune arrays carried intensive electric arcs that would unleash flames with a temperature of thousands of degrees. If some of them were unfortunately blown to the edge of the cage, they would likely suffer a second damage. In an environment of random gravity, they might be in the state of weightlessness in 1 second but caught in 30 times the standard gravity with 100 times the standard air pressure in the next second, which made the challenges in the test field particularly dangerous. When the mental devil shouted, "Watch out!" the blade made of special meteorites that looked like the teeth of a shark was only 2 centimeters away from the feeblest active component at the neck of the mystic skeleton battlesuit, while vibrating more than 5,000 times per second. Not just that, 3 flying swords were darting at Liao's head, breastplate, and abdomen as quickly as lightning with more than 4 times the speed of sound. The flying swords were so fast that the glittering attack rune arrays on their bodies left rainbow-like shadows behind them. Not far away, more than 50 crystal cannons were bombarding Liao crazily, and 100 vibration sabers and chainswords were coveting him too, blocking every one of Liao's escape. Everything around him was transformed into complicated data streams and sent into Liao's brain. They were analyzed by him clearly within a moment with more than 50 possible subsequent changes. The 100 best members of the assault team in the deep-sea fleet, under the scanning of Liao's soul, were nothing more than 100 targets that moved relatively faster and roared relatively loudly. Pooh! Tremendous black fog spurted out of the gap of the mystic skeleton battlesuit. Liao's body became unpredictable again. The unstoppable vibration saber was only 1 last centimeter away from his neck, but it was stopped by his spiritual shield and could not break through the defense at all. On the other hand, Liao simply snatched the wrist of the saber's owner, broke it apart, and took the saber away from him. Then, he threw the saber backward at where the soldiers were densest. Hardly was it thrown to the air above those soldiers when the saber that had been filled with his explosive spiritual energy exploded brutally. The shrieking pieces were melted into high-heat metal fluids and splashed like a storm, greatly disrupting the siege of the soldiers. Shwa! 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 Taking the opportunity of the gap, Liao released 4 black crystals the size of the palm. They flew agilely around Liao and immediately stretched out into 4 rhombus shields under the boost of his spiritual energy. As they hovered rapidly, they blocked the stormy barrage, and none of the cannons could leave any mark on the surfaces of the shields at all. The special crystal material that was mysterious and unknown was one of the treasures that Li Linghai found in the Imperial Transcendence sector. The Queen of the Imperium did not go back on her words. Perhaps it was because she was desperately in need of Liao's loyalty to the reformists in such an urgent situation. She indeed brought out a lot of secret treasures from the mausoleum of the Supreme Emperor as a gesture of friendliness. Of course, Liao did not take away her treasures for nothing. It was a win-win situation for both of them. Li Linghai had discovered the mausoleum of the Supreme Emperor more than 100 years ago and received abundant treasures and heritages from it. But Li Linghai was not a refiner herself. She did not know the first thing about the usage of many of the different types of ancient magical equipment or the effects and refining methods of the heavenly materials and earthly treasures. The mausoleum of the Supreme Emperor was too important a secret for the ambitious Li Linghai to share with anybody else. Even such a great master as Jin Tianzong did not know that a large batch of treasures in her hands was from the mausoleum of the Supreme Emperor. So, It had been Li Linghai's greatest headache as to how to deal with the treasures. Should the message be leaked, and the four Kurfürst families learned that she held the secrets about the mausoleum of the Supreme Emperor, she would truly be doomed for good. Li Yao, however, had already learned the secret through the mouth of Li Linghai. He was a top-tier master of refining himself. Most importantly of all, he had half a key that could completely open the mausoleum of the Supreme Emperor. Naturally, it was not a problem at all for Li Linghai to share the secret with him. So, the two of them had been cooperating in the past few days. Li Linghai would present the 3D images of the treasures of the Supreme Emperor for Li Yao to identify and study, and Li Yao would work on the materials that he was confident about to strengthen the crystal suits or build all kinds of magical equipment. Part of the materials would be given to Li Yao as a reward. The 4 black crystals that looked like both glass and metal, with extremely high tenacity, extension, and resistance, were exactly some of Li Yao's rewards. Of course, when Li Linghai just brought them out, they were not dancing crazily and erratically like right now. Instead, they were meticulously preserved in a metal box that was carved with the emblem of the Star Ocean Imperium and locked in a very delicate way. Li Linghai was unable to open the metal box, and she feared that she would break the items inside if she were to smash it. In the end, it was Li Yao who took the advantage. The 4 black crystals boasted a very eccentric feature of energy absorption. Under the saturated attacks of the soldiers, they stretched out further and further, until they almost overlapped and protected the mystic skeleton battlesuit inside like a half-translucent black ball. When there was finally a moment of gap after the ammunition and spiritual energy of the enemy's crystal cannons and storm bolters ran out, Li Yao roared and boosted the black ball to smash at the enemy. The 4 shields of black crystals exploded and darted at the crowd like 4 most ferocious black dragons, leaving black streaks of brilliance behind. Countless soldiers immediately exclaimed in shock. The streaks of black brilliance seemed to have grown eyes and cut the spiritual energy transmission tubes, the most vulnerable parts of their crystal suits, precisely. As a result, abundant violent spiritual energy spurted out of their crystal processor, both disrupting the eyesight of their comrades and resulting in the plummet of the performance parameters of their crystal suits, which were now nothing more than heavy coffins. Eventually, when the gravity was significantly improved next time, they fell like hails and hit the ground heavily. The 100 soldiers were teaming up against Li Yao alone, and yet almost 30 of them had been blown to the ground by him in the blink of an eye. They could do nothing except to watch the craziness of Vulture in midair while they were pressed down dozens of times the standard gravity. This is truly gratifying. Li Yao grinned, feeling that every pore on his body had been expanded to the maximum, making him more comfortable than ever. I am absolutely certain that the mysterious world fragment Li Linghai and my pop explored 100 years ago was certainly the legendary Imperial Transcendence Sector. Otherwise, there is no way that she can get so many rarely seen heavenly materials and earthly treasures and components. After the significant enhancement of those treasures, together with the power system that I have carefully built with Master Jin Tianzong's hybrid design, the mystic skeleton battlesuit at this moment is almost 100 times stronger than the prototype at the beginning. It is as good as any of the ultimate crystal suits of the Imperium of true human beings. That is not counting. He. Licking his lips, Li Yao looked at the remaining soldiers who were intimidated and let out malicious laughter. It was exactly the moment when the gravity of the real-life test field switched from 30 times the standard gravity to 0 gravity. All the soldiers were rigid for a moment due to the sudden change of gravity. Right when they felt that their heads were dizzy, dazzling light burst out of the mystic skeleton battlesuit and almost enshrouded the entire test field. The 4 cosmos rings that were embedded to the 2 sides of the spine of the crystal suit spurted out abundant metal components, which were connected through the electromagnetic field tightly. They turned out to be wings. Wings that were as magnificent as the eagles and as glamorous as the butterflies. It was not the monotonous black or red in the past, but with 4 extra swirl-shaped patterns, 2 large and 2 small, that looked like demonic eyes. It was exactly the result of the perfect upgrade on the Mystic Skeleton Battlesuit's aerodynamic kits with the secret treasures of the Supreme Emperor. Not only had the initialization process from stillness to the sonic speed been reduced by 20%, but the combat ability at the super high speed was also greatly increased too. With the changes of the 4 swirl-shaped patterns, the effect of the mental attacks could be greatly enhanced, allowing Liao to release massive, large-scale techniques of mental attack to deter the enemy. Most importantly of all, after the complete transformation, the brand-new Mystic Skeleton battlesuit had completely got rid of the shape of the Blood Wing in the past, so nobody would be able to recognize it from the slaughter stream. It was no longer accurate to describe the Mystic Skeleton battlesuit that had been fully upgraded with the name of Bloodwing. So, Liao renamed it as Majestic Wing. Shua. The moment the Majestic Wing unfolded to the maximum, Liao's mental power also spread out to the entire test field through the 4 swirl-shaped patterns on the wings. The dozens of soldiers who had received the toughest training and who had a mind as unyielding as iron felt that their brains were being bashed by a hammer weighing 10,000 tons. It also felt like a dragon was entangling their bodies while letting out thunderous roars next to their ears. From the crystal processors that had been connected to the sensors inside every crystal suit wirelessly outside of the test field, it could be clearly seen that the brainwaves of all the soldiers were highly disordered. All their physical parameters were moving up and down beyond their control. They had been completely intimidated by Liao. Liao took the opportunity to flap the Majestic Wing, surpassing 5 times the speed of sound immediately. Under the incredible 5 times the speed of sound, he was still able to control his every movement accurately and almost appeared before the dozens of dumbfounded soldiers at the same time. When he walked through the narrow, long pathway, hearing the explosions and screams rising like tides, and entered the observation room next to the real-life test field, shadowless Duan Rue's heart was palpitating again and again. He felt he was back to 120 years ago, when he lurked in a dark, stinky gutter for 3 days and 3 nights to assassinate a colonel of the Imperium. Duan Rue was among the best assassins in the 10 or so sectors at the edge of the 3rd quadrant of the Imperium of true human beings. His amazing abilities of assassination and survival could be seen from the fact that he had retreated from more than 300 assassination operations safely and lived more than 140 years in one piece. It was quite rare for an assassin to live for more than 100 years, particularly so when one pissed off the 4 major groups of assassins in the 3rd quadrant of the Imperium and was given the Black Death Order. But during the 20 years that he was hunted, he even assassinated the leaders of 2 groups of assassins and forced them to reach a truce with him on his own. Shadowless Duan Rue was the only person to have made such an appalling achievement among the assassins in the 3rd quadrant in the past 100 years. Shadowless Duan Rue definitely should be proud of himself. Therefore, when he was recruited by Queen Li Linghai with a high reward, he thought that he was the best assassin under the Queen's command, and he received the funding from Li Linghai for many years, practicing his unique arts with incessant heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Finally, the Queen asked him to surface and carry out a mission, when his invisible sword had been feeling thirsty for a very long time. However, after he came to the Deep Sea Palace, the Queen's most confidential base, where he was faced with the brutal men whose notoriety spread out to the entire Imperium, he was soaked in cold sweat and realized that he was just one of the most common experts under the Queen's command. Di Xinghue, an expert of mental warfare known as Soul Swallower, who removed the Blood Moon sect, their family's nemesis for generations, by himself. Mao Feng, a space hunter who traveled the Sea of Stars and made a living by hunting alien species. Zhao Tianda, a super body fundamentalist who could allegedly tear apart a starship barehandedly and who boasted infinite strength and multiple terrifying techniques. All of them were the tough men whose fame and capabilities were as good as his. Just like shadowless Duan Rue, they had vanished from their respective circles a long time ago. Everybody thought that they were dead. However, they had actually arrived at this place at the same time. Also, their strength was even better than before after being nurtured by the inexhaustible resources that were provided by Li Linghai. The brutality beaming out of their eyes was even more dazzling than before. The notorious experts who had never seen each other before but had heard each other's names too many times looked at each other with complicated feelings. On one hand, they were shocked at the immeasurability of Queen Li Linghai's force, which had recruited so many desperados nationwide without alerting anyone. In the meantime, they were more or less excited, knowing that the Queen had secretly recruited so many tough experts and gathered them here for something great. With complicated feelings, everybody walked into the observation room. The magnificent man standing at the observation room, who was as daunting as a starship and as aggressive as a crystal bomb, however, gave all of them a great surprise. It's Bloody Butcher Wang Ko. Shadowless Duan Rui's pupils constricted to the minimum. The muscles all over his body constricted beyond his control, and he made the highest defensive posture subconsciously. The 20 or so fearless desperados next to him held their breath too, with subtle reactions happening to their muscles and joints. They were all scarily brutal men, but Bloody Butcher Wang Tu was not on the same level as them. Their difference was almost like the gap between a killer whale and a tiger shark. Bloody Butcher Wang Ko was a gladiator at the beginning. Martial arts were highly appreciated in the Imperium of true human beings. When there were frictions between sectors, it was also a common practice to settle the disagreement by a game in the arena. Many sectors that were powerful enough would carefully raise their own experts in martial arts to win the games in the arenas. But some of the less powerful sectors, due to the lack of advanced techniques, knew that the gladiators of their enemies were too strong and their own warriors would be committing suicide in a fight with them. Therefore, they would hire strong warriors from the outside world at a high price and ask them to fight as the champions of their sectors. That was the origin of rogue gladiators as a profession. They were the professionals who wandered among different worlds and fought for the employers in the major arenas. It was not hard to imagine that, without absolute confidence in their own strength, nobody would be bold enough to take part in such a dangerous profession. Once they lost a game, even if they were not beaten to death by their opponent, their employer, who would lose great interests, might vent their fury on them. Bloody Butcher Wang Ko, on the other hand, was among the best rogue gladiators. He once even accomplished a spectacular 50-game winning streak, where he killed the opponents in 49 games. The only time he did not kill his opponent on the spot was because his opponent kneeled and begged for mercy. Then, out of kindness, he only blew up the opponent's bones and internal organs but left the brain intact, giving the guy an opportunity to transfer the soul into an artificial body. However, that was how he earned the nickname of Bloody Butcher. He was a man who considered fighting his belief. He was also a man who considered the rules of an arena inviolable laws. Now that it had been decided that the disagreement between two parties would be settled through a game, once the winner was revealed, the loser should admit failure promptly without regretting. It was a shame that people had changed. Wang Ko's rules were perhaps abided by 300 to 500 years ago, but at a time when manners mattered no more, few forces were not playing dirty tricks in the darkness. It was Wang Ko's 50th game, where he encountered the strongest and most respectful opponent of his life. Another rogue gladiator with remarkable achievements. For those who were as capable of fighting as Wang Ko, the only reason they did not settle down but continue living a vagrant, thrilling life could be their passion for fighting. Wang Ko and his opponent both admired each other. The best way for the gladiators to show respect for each other was to kill their opponent with their best effort. Eventually, Wang Ko offered an immaculate death to his opponent and won the match. However, the force that his opponent represented suddenly went back on their agreement and did not admit the ruling in the arena. Instead, they wanted to settle the problem with Starships. Later, Wang Ko let the particular force know what the wrath of a gladiator was. He was henceforth known as Bloody Butcher. Shadowless Duan Rue knew Bloody Butcher Wang Ko so well because he once received a mission to assassinate the guy. It was after Wang Ko burst into fury, broke into the nest of the force that violated the rules of the arena, and went on a killing spree. The man also blew up 3 of his enemies' mines and was almost determined to kill everybody who was in his way. 97 assassins took the job to assassinate Wang Ko. Shadowless Duan Rue was the most patient one with the clearest head. Patiently, he watched Wang Ko kill the 96 killers one after another before he made the most judicious judgment with his clear head. He could not kill Wang Ko. He would rather break the rules of the assassins and leave his group, living a refugee's life from the moment on, than to try and kill the guy because the former promised a greater likelihood of survival. It was exactly how dreadful Bloody Butcher Wang Ko was. But right now, Shadowless Duan Rue and the 30 brutal bandits were all greatly shocked. It was impossible. What was even more terrifying, appalling, and unbelievable than the existence of Bloody Butcher in this place was that he was shaking. Bloody Butcher Wang Ko was shaking. Bloody Butcher Wang Ko, who had secured 50 triumphs in the arena in a row and brutalized the opponents using the cruelest methods in 79 games, who challenged a powerful force on his own until his enemies were all shuddering in panic, and who had taken care of almost 100 assassins casually. The super bandit that intimidated Duan Rue, Di Xinghuan, Mao Feng, and Zhao Tian, making them unable to move forward, was really shaking. Although he was still unleashing a shocking aura from his body, he was merely emboldening himself. Wang Ko's hair, Wang Ko's fingers, Wang Ko's legs, in everyone's perception, every hair on his body was shaking hard, as if he had been frozen to the bones. What can possibly scare Bloody Butcher Wang Ko into this? Shadowless Duan Rue and the other brutal men all swallowed hard. Their eyes surpassed Bloody Butcher Wang Ko and glanced at the test field with random gravity on their opposite side. The test field was empty, but the aftermath of spiritual energy was still raging like a tsunami. A fierce battle was just over. Broken, seriously twisted crystal suits were lying all over the ground. Blood and screams were erupting out of them now and then. The 100 elite soldiers inside seemed to have just been crumbled by a horde of primeval beasts heavily. Are you serious? This is supposed to be only a test. Shadowless Duan Rue and other bandits felt that their blood was freezing. What was tested inside just now? A super-strengthened alien beast? Shua! The door between the test field and the observation room was opened. A man that seemed rather young and plain walked in. Shadowless Duan Rue blinked his eyes and looked around, only to discover that other people were as confused as him and did not seem to know the young man. He couldn't have been a famous expert outside, right? But in the next second, the scene that made almost everybody's jaw hit the ground took place. Bloody Butcher Wang Ko rushed forward in a hurry and bowed to the young man deeply, before he said respectfully, "Senior Li, you've been troubled." Shadowless Duan Rue was completely overwhelmed. His brain seemed to have been hit by a super high-speed crystal train. The whole world was swirling and changing before him. It was Wang Ko. It was Bloody Butcher Wang Ko, a brutal man whom the 30 or so desperados did not dare to approach even though he was just standing casually. Why was he so humble and reverential to the plain-looking young man? Duan Rue heard gasps from his sides and his back. Even he had forgotten what breathing was for a moment. Before they realized what was going on, Bloody Butcher Wang Ko did something that was even more astonishing. The precise killing machine hurried to a corner of the room, picked up a large towel, and delivered it to Senior Li with both hands. When Senior Li took it over matter-of-factly, Wang Ko grasped 2 cans of high-energy nutrition drugs, prepared to cater to his needs. Duan Rue's brain went blank, and he completely lost the ability to think. Before he prepared to assassinate Wang Ko, he had watched one of the guy's training videos. It was in the harsh environment almost close to -100 degrees, where Wang Ko resisted a ferocious beast named Ice Rock Grizzly barehandedly and nakedly. 3 seconds. 3 seconds was all it took for Wang Ko to strangle the neck of the Ice Rock Grizzly that was more than half a meter in diameter with his hands. He even ripped off the beast's head as well as the backbone that was as tough as iron. It was exactly because of the video that Duan Rue made up his mind to end on bad terms with his assassin group instead of going against Wang Ko. But right now, the hands that could tear an Ice Rock Grizzly apart were shivering slightly and holding 2 cans of high-energy nutrition drugs. Ready to serve them at any moment? Duan Rue found it hard to believe his eyes. But his heart was beating faster and faster beyond his control. Even the muscles all over his body were quivering. He felt the sting of a needle on his back too. Blinking, Duan Rue felt the deepest fear rising in his heart. He suddenly realized that the vibe that intimidated them from moving forward when they stepped into the observation room was not from Wang Ko. Wang Ko was already as scared as this. How could he hope to intimidate everyone? Since the very beginning, it had always been the vibe from the plain-looking young man that terrified the 30 desperados and made them unable to move forward. The young man was not even trying to scare anyone with his spiritual energy. The aftermath of a fierce battle alone was enough to stick so many experts, bandits, and lunatics to exactly where they were. Where exactly did the queen find such a terrifying monster? Despite knowing that the guy was on his side, Duanrue still felt uneasy, like the natural fear of a small predator for a giant primeval beast. Who is he exactly? Liao was still dwelling in the gratifying battle just now. He did not really care how the heroes that Li Linghai had recruited from many places viewed him. Getting to the bottom of it, the real elites of the Imperium of true human beings were still mostly gathered in the major families and sections. Those people who wandered off the main forces without powerful support couldn't have been too strong at all. After wiping his sweating body casually and drinking up the 2 cans of high-energy drugs in Wang Ko's hands, Liao finally glanced at Wang Ko and said, "Are you Bloody Butcher Wang Ko?" "Yes, I am." Wang Ko did not even dare to breathe loudly. He bashed his chest with his fist hard, performing the highest etiquette of the gladiators to Liao. "However, in front of Senior Li's unparalleled might, I do not deserve to be called Bloody Butcher at all. Her Grace asked me to come here to—" Liao smiled. Instead of waiting for Wang Ko to finish, he suddenly extended his hands and pressed Wang Ko's shoulders. Then, his hands slithered downward from Wang Ko's shoulders like wandering vipers. From his chest and his abdomen to his thighs, every place was touched by Liao. Duanrue and the other desperados, who were just back to themselves, were even more shocked. They could all tell that Wang Ko was not captured by the guy willingly. But the guy was simply too fast, and his uncanny, overwhelming spiritual energy suppressed Wang Ko's instinctual defense. He caught Wang Ko as if he caught a fish from a water tank. The movements of the hands were like the suppression of 2 overwhelming mountains. Any of them would have been caught by this immeasurable Senior Li and rubbed and kneaded however the guy wanted. It was not until then that everybody began to realize why the murderous and fearless Bloody Butcher Wang Ko was so respectful toward Senior Li. "You are rather strong, young man." After he was done touching Wang Ko, Liao patted his shoulders and smiled. "Don't be nervous. I mean you no harm. Her Grace asked you to come to me so that I can help adjust and strengthen your crystal suits. Naturally, I need to figure out your body conditions and your battle features in order for me to bring out your maximal combat ability, right?" Bloody Butcher Wang Ko's face was as pale as paper. Even when Liao touched his abdomen and his most critical body part, he could not summon any strength to counterattack at all. Even his voice began to shake as he replied, "Yes, of course. Thank you for your trouble, Senior. Whatever you need me to do, Senior Li, just say the word." "Very good. You can help me take a look at those guys." Liao hinted at Duanrue and the other desperados. "Her Grace asked me to help you adjust and modify your crystal suits. But my time is very limited. Those who are not above average experts do not need to waste my time. You should know most of those people, right? See if any of them are unqualified and make sure they do not hinder me." "Yes. I'll check them immediately." Bloody Butcher Wang Ko quickly turned around and began to observe the newcomers. It was not until a long time later that he turned around again and said, "Senior Li, those people that Her Grace has selected carefully are indeed famous experts at the borderland of the Imperium. They shouldn't be nuisances for Senior Li on the battlefield." "That's good." Liao smiled and walked into the test field again with his hands behind his back. "It's already cleaned up. Come with me and let's begin the next half of the game." Liao walked into the test field first. Bloody Butcher Wang Ko followed him closely. Shadowless Duanrue and other desperados, not having the courage to say anything, simply walked forward in their shadows prudently. Right when they couldn't hold back their curiosity anymore, they heard the voice of Bloody Butcher Wang Ko that had been compressed into a thread with the technique of private talk. "You people better cheer yourselves up. I vouched for you before Senior Li just now. It is your fortune to receive tutelage from Senior Li. You'd better see that Senior Li is satisfied and do not piss off the old monster, or I will kill you and flay you." Pausing for a moment, Bloody Butcher Wang Ko knew that everybody was still confused. He continued explaining in a low voice, "This old monster is named Vulture Liao, an expert in the divinity transformation stage that Her Grace has recruited from somewhere. Also, he is a hybrid-type expert talented in both fighting and refining. He is now Her Grace's personal bodyguard and magical equipment consultant. Her Grace's safety and the magical equipment she uses are all his responsibilities. Do you have any idea what that means? Personal bodyguard and magical equipment consultant. Duan Rue and the other desperados were all shocked. Of course, they knew what it meant. In terms of position and rank, personal bodyguard and magical equipment consultant were barely worth mentioning. But the two jobs were both critical posts that were often involved in the most central secrets. Only the closest, most trusted subordinates were qualified for such jobs. When those people were sent out, they would often become powerful officials. Vulture Liao was an unfamiliar name. They had never heard such a divinity transformation stage expert in the Imperium before. However, if he was a mysterious expert that Her Grace raised for decades for the great cause, it would be rather understandable. You did not see the old monster's craziness just now. When you see it later, you will know that every word I said is true. Bloody Butcher Wang Ko continued his lecture. Besides, the old monster's expertise in refining is also extraordinary. The fact that Her Grace has given us the opportunity to have our crystal suits modified and strengthened by Vulture Liao in person is evident enough of the importance she attaches to us. You better seize it well and do not cause any trouble. If someone pisses off the old monster and he storms off without strengthening the crystal suits for us, I'll certainly mince them into pieces and make sure that they will eat their meat in person. Duan Rue and other desperados were all greatly disturbed. While they were at a loss, a smiling voice suddenly joined the conversation. Ha 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 ha. Don't listen to Wang Ko's nonsense. In fact, I am a very casual, low-key, and charismatic man. As long as you give me a chance for me to enjoy myself, I'll certainly help you adjust your crystal suit well. It was exactly the voice of Vulture Liao. All the desperados were flabbergasted. They did not expect the old monster's expertise to be so terrifyingly high that he could intercept and monitor the private talk of such an expert like Bloody Butcher Wang Ko. It must be noted that Wang Ko was moving while he was talking, and he obviously changed the frequency of his sound wave almost 10 times during the private talk. But still, the old monster caught all of it. As if hit by a bolt of lightning, Bloody Butcher Wang Ko was blushing so hard that his face was almost exploding. He was completely stunned. Don't be so formal. As I said, I am very casual, approachable, and charismatic. You can talk about anything you want. Just consider that I am not here. With his hands behind his back, Liao walked forward slowly and spoke to the 30 desperados at the same time while smiling. On the other hand, although I do not object to being called an old monster, you'd better call me that behind my back when you discuss me. All right, this is the test field with random gravity. Come on and relax. Perform all your skills. Let me see if you are qualified to wear the crystal suits that I modify and strong enough to fight by the side of Vulture Liao. The arrival of Bloody Butcher Wang Ko, Shadowless Duan Rue, and the other desperados suggested that Queen Li Linghai's forces were surfacing, and the operation to rescue General Lei Qinghu was about to begin. In the secret room, Li Linghai and 4 of her most important subordinates were having the last meeting about the battle. Dongfang Sheng, the highest commander of the deep-sea fleet, was the leader of the secret armed forces of the reformists. Jin Yuyan, the director of the Business Alliance of 10,000 Sectors, was the man of wealth among the reformists. He was responsible for the operation of the tremendous secret capital. Yu Wushuang, leader of the Tribunal of Extraterrestrial Devils, was the head of intelligence for the reformists, who needed to both infiltrate the 4 Kurfürst families and get the confidential information and prevent the enemy from sneaking into the reformists. Naturally, until the reformists were completely exposed, it was the most critical post of all. Besides the 3 of them, Liao took part in the meeting too. Although it was more or less a surprise, Liao had completely proved himself with his shocking performance in the Deep Sea Palace in the past days. Dongfang Sheng, Jin Yuyan, and Yu Wushuang did not have any objection either. All of them acknowledged that he was qualified to be on par with them. Li Linghai, Dongfang Sheng, and Liao had all arrived in person, while Yu Wushuang and Jin Yuan still remained to be 3D projections from a long distance away. After the 5 of them were all present, Li Linghai smiled at Liao first and said, "Last time I asked Wang Ko, Duan Rui, and the rest of them to go to you, partly to strengthen their crystal suits and partly to help you adapt to the new crystal suit and magical equipment as your training partners. How have they been behaving?" "Not bad," Liao said. "The boys are very smart and hard-working in their training. They follow my instructions dutifully too. We get along quite well." "That's good." Li Linghai nodded her head and said, "Wang Ko, Duan Rui, and the rest of them are not from the regular army, but are rogue warriors traveling in different worlds. Despite their remarkable skills, they can be quite disobedient and insubordinate. I was in quite a dilemma about the arrangement of those people. If they were allocated to General Dongfang, I'm afraid nobody would have been happy. Now that you are getting along with them well, that's the best. If they can learn obedience through training, those scoundrels might prove surprisingly helpful when critical moments come." Li Linghai smiled while she talked. Then, she coughed and changed the topic, her face gradually turning cold. "Now, let's focus on the battle mission to rescue General Lei Qinghu. I don't think I need to exaggerate on the importance of the mission, do I? In the past 10 days, the 4 Kurfürst families initialized crazy purging in the entire Imperium, especially within the expedition army, with the investigation of the Blood Oath Alliance as an excuse. Countless loyal patriots have been secretly arrested by them. A lot of our sympathizers are panicking and can barely protect themselves. They do not have the courage to provide any support to us anymore. There is no telling how many secrets our fellow cultivators who have been captured have spat out under the enemy's interrogation. Many confidential information about the reformists may have been learned by the enemy. Even General Lei Qinghu's astounding Thunder Fleet has been visited by the people from the Special Investigation Committee. It is said that the fleets of the 4 Kurfürst families are being mobilized stealthily near the 3rd battle area. They seem to be planning to completely settle the most elite force of the Imperium that wanders from the 4 Kurfürst families while General Lei Qinghu is under arrest and the astounding Thunder Fleet does not have a leader. This is a critical moment. Our cause and the entire Imperium are in peril. We cannot wait anymore but have to wager all our forces to assault the Godly Might prison and rescue General Lei Qinghu. Shua. As Li Linghai talked, a 3D space map appeared before the 5 of them, which, after being enlarged, turned out to be a dim stellar system, and the focus was the 6th planet of the galaxy. It was a frigid, white planet covered in ice and snow. This is the Mystic Ice Sector, where the Godly Might prison is located. It is a half-barren world almost without any resources. The star of the world is in the last years of its life, and the energy it radiates out is very feeble. The only habitable planet with an atmosphere, on the other hand, is too far away from the star. As a result, the temperature of the entire planet is too low to maintain a natural ecological sphere. Ever since the age of the Star Ocean Republic, an enormous prison has been dug out and expanded below the equator of the planet. Because there are barely any natural resources that are usable on the surface and below the ground of the planet, and the spiritual energy in space is extremely thin and feeble, which will mean a time cost of twice as much as usual even if somebody runs to the space and launches a space jump. It is the best spot to imprison the felons. From the Star Ocean Republic to the Imperium of true human beings, the Godly Might prison has been increased and improved for more than 1,500 years. It is now a super prison of the highest level in the entire Imperium with the most thorough defense. The craziest lunatics, the most dangerous criminals, the most violent zealots, and countless people who opposed the 4 Kurfürst families are kept in prison here. Right, ever since the Imperium's counterattack began, we have captured a lot of captives from the Covenant Alliance. Those of higher levels are imprisoned in the Godly Might prison too. Li Linghai pointed at the 3D light beam quickly, showing the complicated alert and defense system of the Godly Might prison to everyone. Looking at the densely distributed crystal cannons and the aggressive fleets wandering on the near-planet orbit, Liao frowned hard. Since so many felons are locked here, the Godly Might prison certainly has a lot of alarm measures. Li Linghai pointed at the dense spots on the light beam and said, "If we are going to assault the Godly Might prison, the first thing we will be faced with is the Godly Might fleet. Although it is a near-planet defense fleet that does not have the ability to cross sectors, it is made of the elites of the four Kurfürst families, and its combat ability in the near-planet orbit and within the atmosphere is not to be underestimated. It will definitely be a hard bone to bite. Also, the entire planet that the godly might prison is at, especially the equator, has been established with too many automatic crystal cannons and underground fortresses almost without any gap. There are also the mystic ice puppets that are made of special, cold-proof materials and designed for battles in the snow environment. Getting inside the godly might prison, the magnetic array with powerful attraction forces is naturally the standard defense approach. We all know that Wuying Land's Manjusaka, the city in the sky, boasted the same system, but it lost effect after the energy supply center was blown up. The magnetic system in the godly might prison, in comparison, has 3 energy centers and a backup energy base powered by geothermal energy. It won't matter even if 3 of the 4 energy centers are blown up. Furthermore, the godly might prison has a special scanning system. The entire prison is filled with cameras that send out invisible rays every second to scan all the prisoners and the jailers. By analyzing their frequency of breath, body sizes, and walking postures, their identities will be confirmed, and their physical parameters will be under close watch. With so many state-of-the-art defense systems, the godly might prison is a place where even water cannot leak out. Nobody has ever successfully escaped in the past 500 years. Li Linghai paused for a moment and waited for other people's input. It is indeed impenetrable. Dongfang Sheng, commander of the deep-sea fleet, frowned. With all our available forces, we may be able to conquer the place. But there will definitely be heavy casualties, and the battle probably cannot be ended soon. If the 4 Kurfürst families mobilize elite forces from the front line, everything will be screwed. Besides, Jin Yuyan, director of the Business Alliance of 10,000 Sectors, said cautiously, should the unexpected attack become a protracted battle, the prison can transfer or even kill General Lei Qinghu at any moment. In that case, our wild gamble will be meaningless. Li Linghai smiled confidently and looked at Yu Wushuang in expectation. Yu Wushuang, leader of the Tribunal of Extraterrestrial Devils, known as Moon Devil, still hid most of her face in the hood that had a silver lining. She said casually, "There is no need to worry about that. Our infiltration of the godly might prison is far deeper than your imagination. Right now, a deputy advisor of the godly might fleet, the captains of quite a few main force warships, and a deputy warden of the godly might prison are inclined to the reformists." What? It was the first time that Jin Yuyan and Dongfang Sheng had heard the message. The two of them looked at each other in shock and disbelief. Is it a coincidence? Liao thought for a moment and listened calmly. Any rebels since the ancient times who wanted to change the world had to control the food warehouses, the arsenals, and the prisons, right? Yu Wushuang said calmly. So many oppositions of the 4 Kurfürst families are locked in the godly might prison. There are also countless experts who can never distinguish themselves under the current order. Aren't they the natural best help for the reformists? Therefore, we have started the secret infiltration of the godly might prison since a very long time ago. The difficulty of the infiltration is much lower than expected. The fleets and guards of the godly might prison are the elites of the 4 Kurfürst families. Theoretically speaking, they should be loyal to their families. However, no matter how they brag about themselves, the nature of their job will always be jailer that calls for no respect. They never have a chance to rise. It is especially so in the recent decade when the Imperium's counterattack has achieved tremendous victories. The descendants of the 4 Kurfürst families who are slightly related to the expedition army have all earned abundant military credits with the least efforts, rising to power unstoppably. Their future in either their families or the other fields of the Imperium is nothing but promising. Then, how can the guys who are stationed in the godly might prison and who have to face the snow and the prisoners every day without the least military credits not feel jealous when their peers are leaving them behind in the competitions within the families? Liao thought for a moment and realized that it did make sense. Considering the selfishness of the immortal cultivators and the cruel competitions within the 4 Kurfürst families, When the jailers watched their peers fighting battles and claiming military credits in the front line before advancing into higher levels with the trophies while they could do nothing except to discipline a bunch of prisoners in a land of bitterness and coldness, it was inevitable that they would think they were prisoners too, just in a different way. No wonder the guards of the Godly Might prison were angry. Wu Shuang's work is very effective. Of course, we have to pay a high price for it too. Li Linghai smiled. Thankfully, after we control the Council of Elders, there will be abundant vacancies that promise copious returns. They will be enough to meet the appetite of a deputy warden and a deputy advisor of the fleet. Those people who have joined the reformists have passed multiple tests. Their loyalty is certainly not a problem. I am not risking the future of all the reformists. Please rest assured about that. After hearing that, Dong Fangshang and Jin Yuyen finally took a long breath in comfort. So, Your Grace has long prepared for the emergency, Jin Yuyen said. No wonder Your Grace was as calm as before when the news came over that General Lei Chenghu was secretly locked in the Godly Might prison. This is not exactly a careful plan in advance. I can only say that the Imperium of true human beings is not destined to perish yet, and it is fate's arrangement that we will revive the Imperium. Her eyes glowing, Li Linghai said, I've been preparing since a long time ago to attack the Godly Might prison when the time is ripe to free the prisoners inside. Many of the prisoners were indispensable persons in the enormous bureaucratic system of the Imperium before they failed the political competitions with the four Kurfürst families and ended up as prisoners because of slanders and setups. They will be an important help for us to keep the normal functions of the Imperium after we control the Council of Elders. In order to keep it a secret, the four Kurfürst families escorted General Lei Chenghu to the Godly Might prison. They thought that nobody knew it, but it was exactly what I wanted. Dongfang Shang said solemnly. If a deputy advisor of the Godly Might fleet and the captains of a few main force warships have a battlefield uprising, and a deputy warden cooperates with us from inside, it will indeed be possible that we conquer the Godly Might prison unstoppably before the four Kurfürst families realize what is going on. It is not a possibility but a must. The future of the Imperium depends on the battle. General Dongfang, the burden on your shoulder is very heavy, Li Linghai demanded vehemently. Pausing for a moment, she calmed down slightly and said in a softer voice, However, I have absolute faith in the Deep Sea Fleet and General Dongfang, and I believe that this battle will be a triumph. The only problem right now is General Lei Chenghu's safety. Our ultimate purpose is not to conquer the Godly Might prison but to rescue General Lei Chenghu. The Deep Sea Fleet is a rapid strike force that has been developed in darkness after all. Although it is made of 1 in 10,000 elites, it is incomparable to the super fleets of the four Kurfürst families in terms of scale. Even if we have the cooperation of the spies, there will be heavy losses after the conquest of the Godly Might prison. It will be impossible to stall the enemy for long. In any case, we have to attract the Astounding Thunder Fleet and other troops in the front line who are dissatisfied with the four Kurfürst families to join the reformist side. To achieve that, General Lei Chenghu must be alive and take our side. Without General Lei Chenghu's unparalleled prestige, it will be barely possible for us to win the support of the troops in the front line in a short time. This is exactly the biggest problem of the battle. Indeed, Dongfang Shang hesitated for a moment and said, Even though we are an unexpected, unstoppable troop, it will still take some time to break into the Godly Might prison from the outside. The Godly Might prison will be able to deal with General Lei Chenghu unhurriedly in the meantime. In my opinion, although the optimal choice for the four Kurfürst families right now is to keep General Lei Chenghu under arrest and slowly control the Astounding Thunder Fleet through him, so that the situation will not escalate suddenly. They will certainly not hesitate to execute General Lei Chenghu secretly to end the trouble once, and for all if there is a possibility that General Lei Chenghu might escape or be rescued. That is very true, General Dongfang. Once the Godly Might prison confirms that they cannot resist our attack, they will certainly kill General Lei Chenghu in secret. Then our hope will be gone. Li Linghai narrowed her eyes and said, So, before our army launches the assault, someone must infiltrate the Godly Might prison first for a single mission, which is to find and protect General Lei Chenghu from any harm until the Deep Sea Fleet completely occupies the Godly Might prison. Well, Di Feiwen and Jin Yuan looked at each other and thought for a long time. It will be rather difficult. It is not just difficult. It is barely possible. Slightly frowning, Li Linghai said, So, a special expert with an unparalleled combat ability, who is adept at stealth, disguise, infiltration, sabotage, and preferably the knowledge of all kinds of traps, rune arrays, and magical equipment, must be sent for the mission. While talking, Li Linghai looked at Li Yao with an expression that was full of expectation. It was not until then that Dongfang Shang and Jin Yuan realized why Li Linghai let Li Yao take part in a secret meeting of such a high level. Li Yao had reached a deal with Li Linghai a long time ago to help her with an extremely dangerous mission. Li Linghai made an empty promise that he would be an elder of the Imperium in return. But Li Yao was certainly not convinced. After much bickering, 10 intact treasures from the Supreme Emperor were traded for Li Yao's highly risky mission. All the treasures had been scrutinized by Li Yao one by one. They were now resting inside Li Yao's cosmos ring steadily. Now that he was already paid, it was time to do his job. Li Yao coughed and walked forward, with determination beaming out of his eyes. Yu Wushuang is supposed to be the best candidate for the mission. There was not any regret that a lot of treasures of the Supreme Emperor had been given away on Li Linghai's face at all. She looked at Li Yao in approval and smiled. However, the situation in the capital is erratic and treacherous and requires the supervision of Wushuang. So, I have to ask Vulture Li Yao, my personal bodyguard, to take action. Is there any objection to the candidate? Of course, Yu Wushuang, Dongfang Shang, and Jin Yuan had no objection. After all, there were not many experts in the divinity transformation stage on the reformist side. Besides, not every one of them was suitable to sneak into a wretched hell such as the Godly Might prison. For those who had advanced into the divinity transformation stage, they were mostly the important leaders of major forces such as Dongfang Shang and Jin Yuan. All of them were big shots that planned and influenced the general picture. Only a few of the experts in the divinity transformation stage preferred to fight in the front line as a special force without any self-respect like Li Yao. So, he was naturally the best choice in the current situation. Fellow cultivator Li, Dongfang Shang spoke with admiration. The mission to sneak into the Godly Might prison is very dangerous. It concerns not only the cause of the reformists but also the future of the Imperium in the next 10,000 years. We must thank you for your trouble. It's not a big deal. Ever since my spiritual root was awakened, I have sworn to my heart that I will live and die for the true path of immortality. Li Yao declared resolutely, We, the immortal cultivators, are the sabers of mankind, the flames that pursue the momentary brilliance. For the future of the Imperium of true human beings, I will never hesitate to fight. Li Linghai, Well, bodyguard Li, that's about enough. Li Yao, Every man has responsibility for their country. In such a dirty and dark world, it is exactly the best moment for the hot-blooded men to change reality and renew the Imperium. The future of the Imperium of true human beings must be defended by us. Please rest assured, even if my bones are broken, my soul falls apart, and my every cell is obliterated, I will still protect General Lei and the Imperium with the last bit of my remaining soul. This is the oath of me, a most determined immortal cultivator. If I cannot achieve it, I would rather be haunted by the devil in my heart without relief forever. Dongfang Shang, Jin Yuan, and Yu Wushuang were all greatly touched. Fellow cultivator Li Linghai, That's really enough, bodyguard Li. We are all aware of your loyalty to the Imperium. You are a real, pure, and time-tested immortal cultivator. Your devotion to the Imperium and the true path of immortality can already be seen by the fact that you were willing to hide in the darkness for so many years for our great cause. We all appreciate your integrity. Please say no more. Li Yao. Okay. Li Linghai looked around and asked, Is there any question? Li Yao jumped out again. Yes. Li Linghai furrowed her eyebrows hard. What is it? Li Yao blinked his eyes quickly. If I may ask, Your Grace, do we have the detailed structure of the Godly Might prison, particularly the part regarding the ventilation tubes? Li Linghai nodded her head. Of course, in the beginning, we compromised the deputy warden exactly for the purpose of the detailed map of the godly might prison. Everything including the ventilation tubes is included. Fantastic! Liao was quite delighted. I wonder, how are the ventilation tubes of the godly might prison constructed? Are there any special traps, rune arrays, defense systems? Li Linghai thought for a moment and replied, there are no special traps and defense systems. They are just the most typical structure. Also, to provide fresh air for the hundreds of thousands of prisoners and jailers below the ground, the ventilation tubes of the godly might prison are exceptionally broad. They are more than 2 meters in diameter. One can even ride a horse in it. Really? Liao found it hard to believe his ears. Ventilation tubes more than 2 meters in diameter, without any hindrance or special defense system. Are they not worried that the enemy might sneak in through the tubes? Or that the prisoners will crawl out through the tubes to escape? Of course they are, but any trap or defense system might go wrong. So, the prison adopts the silliest approach. Li Linghai said, the godly might prison has arranged for abundant jailers to be stationed in the broad ventilation tubes. There is one after every dozen meters, making sure that every jailer can be seen by at least 2 companions at the same time. There is also a set of special random passwords. Every jailer has to report their latest password to their superior every minute, and they have to report more than 1,000 different passwords every day. Furthermore, the passwords are shuffled every day. There is no pattern in them at all. Bodyguard Li, why do you look so awful all of a sudden? Nothing. Liao narrowed his eyes and said, one word after another with a hideous face. I am just somewhat puzzled. In the present days when the technologies are so advanced and the modern defense measures are too many to be counted, the super prison that ranks top in the entire Imperium is still defending the ventilation tube through such a primitive approach. Why don't they install some state-of-the-art, dazzling defensive devices, such as automatic defense arrays, which are so immaculate and impenetrable that no person will be required to watch over the ventilation tubes? Exactly. Everybody knows that the defense system of the ventilation tubes of the godly might prison is stupid, but it is a result of the Imperium's accumulated problems. Li Linghai said, the 4 Kurfürst families have so many members that they need to settle. Naturally, they have seized every opportunity to expand the government bureaus so that they can stuff their close relatives into the departments. The godly might prison has a high position in the prison system of the Imperium, with a large budget from the Council of Elders every year. The budget was exactly for the purpose of settling the idle men of the 4 Kurfürst families. After those people are recruited, what can they do except for guarding the ventilation tubes? Well, after a long days, Liao sighed and said, I did not know that the Imperium had been corrupted to such an extent. As a loyal and devoted patriot, I feel that my heart is broken. Then, if even the ventilation tubes are teeming with jailers, how exactly am I going to sneak into the godly might prison and locate General Lei Qinghu? This is your operation plan. Li Linghai pointed on the 3D light beam and operated quickly. Very soon, the structures of a carrier and a hibernation cabin were retrieved. She explained, because the Special Investigation Committee delivered General Lei to the godly might prison in secret and does not want to show any anomaly, the godly might prison has been receiving and releasing prisoners as usual recently. 3 days later, a carrier that is fully loaded with frozen prisoners will arrive at the godly might prison. The deputy captain of this carrier joined us a long time ago. Your mission is to approach the carrier when the carrier has just jumped to the Mystic Ice sector, but has not reached the near-planet orbit of the godly might prison yet. Then you will sneak into the vehicle from here. Li Linghai pointed at a complicated structure in the rear of the carrier. Liao observed carefully and said, this is the spurt of the exhaust flames on the carrier. The temperature there can be very high. Even if I wear a crystal suit, it will be barely possible for me to sustain 1 minute. Also, if I break it from the outside, the damage will certainly be reflected on the mainframe crystal processor of the Starship. It is true under normal circumstances. However, this deputy captain who belongs to the reformists will sabotage the power unit that this spurt belongs to in advance, making the crystal processor lose its senses over it for now and dropping the temperature in the tube to below 1,000 degrees. There shouldn't be a problem then. Li Linghai went on. All the prisoners on the carrier have detailed data recorded. However, we will arrange a prisoner that is closest to you in terms of body size and appearance. His blood and even bone marrow will also be prepared, which should be enough to handle all the examinations. After you sneak into the carrier, our deputy captain will meet you and replace the real prisoner with you. Then you will enter the freezing hibernation cabin as a prisoner. The difficult part here is that you have to reduce your breath, heartbeat, and even brainwaves to the minimum, like you are really hibernating while your body shows the features of being deeply frozen. However, you cannot really be hibernating, and your soul must be kept at the most active state in order to deal with all the emergencies. To achieve that, we will give you a special freezing drug, which will make your skin, flesh, and internal organs appear to be frozen. But you will still need to have a very precise control over your body. Pondering for a moment, Liao nodded his head and said, "No problem. I should be able to do that." "Excellent. After you pretend to be a frozen prisoner, you will be sent into the Godly Might prison, where you will naturally receive thorough examinations. The first examination will happen while you are still in hibernation. There shouldn't be a problem when our guys cover you in secret. The second examination will be an interrogation carried out by 3 jailers after you are unfrozen and woken up. The mission is set to 3 days later because it will be the time when our deputy warden is on duty. He will be fully in charge of the entire jailer system for 2 hours, and as long as his orders are not too outrageous, they will all be carried out dutifully. When you are cross-interrogated by 3 jailers, our deputy warden will find an excuse to get 2 of them away, before he moves the surveillance cameras that are everywhere in the interrogation room. You have to kill the only jailer during the 8 seconds when the surveillance cameras are away, put on his uniform, and let him wear your prison uniform and your identification band. In the end, you will need to blow up his entire head with a storm bolter. In the meantime, you will wear the skin membrane that we have prepared in advance and change the appearance of your muscles, pretending to be exactly like the jailer. It won't matter even if you are not exactly the same due to the limited time, because you can fake some devastating wounds on your face and your body and cover yourself in blood. As a result, it will seem that a bloodthirsty, disobedient prisoner launched an assault when there was only 1 jailer in the interrogation room, only to be killed by the jailer's counterattack. The whole thing will naturally look quite uncanny. Thankfully, we do not need to hide for long. Under the command of our deputy warden, you will be sent to the medical room. It's right here. Li Linghai retrieved the internal map of the Godly Might prison and enlarged the 3D image that was as sophisticated as a maze. Liao looked at the ventilation tubes that were as thick as arteries with great affection before he focused his eyes on where Li Linghai was pointing at. Our deputy warden will meet you in the medical room in person to ask about the highly rare assault case. Then, he will cover you to leave the medical room in secret. Li Linghai continued, "Then, in the surveillance system of the Godly Might prison, the prisoner that you pretend to be should still be inquired by the deputy warden in the medical room. Within the clearances of the deputy warden, he can earn 28 minutes and 30 seconds for you. The medical room is here, and the secret cells where General Lei Qinghu is suspected to be locked in are here. The 2 areas are 3.5 kilometers away in a straight line. It seems not very long, but the critical things are the complicated pathways as well as the surveillance cameras and sentry posts in them. There are also the invisible rays that fill the entire space. Those rays are highly sensitive. So much as one of your hair cuts the rays, the scanning system will be activated, notifying all the sentry posts nearby of your existence. Once it is discovered that your body figure and your posture are not in the database, and you are a jailer who is not supposed to be here, alarms of the highest level will be raised and sent to the warden's office and the control center. There will be nothing the deputy warden can do about it." Looking at the zigzagging, complicated up-and-down shortest route, Liao said, "So, in 28 minutes, I have to dodge 188 jailers, avoid the sight of 2,544 surveillance cameras, and blink past the invisible rays with my body movement skills, before I arrive at the area where General Lei Qinghu is locked." "Exactly." Li Linghai nodded her head. "Of course, there are our men among the jailers too, who will do their best to safeguard you. So, it is not as difficult as it appears. According to my precise calculation, for experts like you or Yu Wushuang, the odds of success will be very high. Frowning, Liao asked, "How high is very high?" "At least above 50%. Li Linghai smiled, with crazy flames burning inside her eyes again. "That's about 100%, right?" Liao sniffed and said, "If I can indeed arrive at the special area, then what? How do I know which cell General Lei Qinghu is locked in? If everything goes well, the moment you reach the secret area will be the moment when we leap out of the void and attack the Godly Might prison furiously under the guidance of our spies in the Godly Might prison." Li Linghai said, "By then, the Godly Might prison will certainly be a great mess. The enemy will definitely transfer or execute General Lei Qinghu at the earliest time. Whether he is to be transferred or executed, the order will be carried out by the people with the highest combat ability. So, you will find General Lei Qinghu by following those people. After the meeting is over, I will send the data and the battle videos of the best warriors in the Godly Might prison to you for your reference. The Godly Might prison is not extravagant enough to use battle-type experts in the divinity transformation stage as jailers. Therefore, it won't be a problem for you to get the situation under control and rescue General Lei Qinghu quickly. There is no telling if the enemy has impounded General Lei Qinghu's cosmos rings. So, we will prepare a crystal suit and all kinds of magical equipment for General Lei. General Lei is a seasoned expert himself. As long as he is equipped with the top-tier crystal suit and makes up his mind to kill, it won't be a problem for him to protect himself. The crucial thing is to talk General Lei into cooperating with us and joining the cause of the reformists so that he can really defend the Imperium. But I'm very confident in your ability of persuasion. I believe that you will certainly not disappoint me, right? Please rest assured, Your Grace." Liao held his chest high and said, full of dignity, "I will certainly do my best to convince General Lei so that General Lei will fight for the Imperium together with all of us. Long live the Imperium. Long live the true path of immortality. Long live His Majesty." "That is really enough, Bodyguard Li," Li Linghai said. "All the maps of the Godly Might prison, as well as the locations and ranges of all the sentry posts, surveillance cameras, and invisible rays, will be sent to your crystal processor immediately. The infiltration mission this time is highly difficult and requires 100% precision. So, I think you should seize every second and go back to start mock training right now." "Understood." Liao rose quickly. "I will go back and start training immediately." However, Li Linghai frowned hard. "Any problem? I did not expect the mission this time to be so arduous. The secret weapon that I've been refining seems to be in need of full upgrading," Liao said solemnly. "But the heavenly materials and earthly treasures allocated to me last time have been used up. I fear that the secret weapon cannot be wedded to the perfect form." "Got it." Li Linghai took a deep breath. "Whatever materials you need, just take them. As long as you can accomplish the mission of sneaking into the Godly Might prison and protecting General Lei, you can have whatever you want." "Thank you, Your Grace." Liao was ecstatic. "I promise you, Your Grace, that the secret weapon will be a great surprise for everyone." 3 hours later, Liao returned to the number 1 maintenance workshop of the Deep-Sea Palace. Since a week ago, the maintenance workshop that was the largest and with the most advanced facilities for the maintenance of the Colossi had entered an unprecedented alert state. Not only were all the irrelevant personnel blocked hundreds of meters away, but the refiners who had been working in the place were also mobilized to other workshops. Also, a strict order was given in the deep-sea fleet that whoever approached the maintenance workshop would be executed immediately. All that was because of the Colossus that was lying at the center of the maintenance workshop quietly. It was the Tartarian skeleton, which had been torn apart and utterly deformed. The Tartarian skeleton had already revealed itself in the slaughter stream that covered the entire Imperium. Everybody knew that it was the ultimate weapon of the cultivators. To show the Colossus publicly in the capital of the Imperium, it must be modified beyond anyone's recognition. As it happened, Liao had received many rare heavenly materials and earthly treasures from Li Linghai that originated from the mausoleum of the Supreme Emperor. It was not his style to keep treasures for collection. Naturally, he stuffed all of them into the Tartarian skeleton. For safety reasons, Liao only used Li Jialing as his assistant in the entire process. The heavy and clumsy work was mostly shouldered by the engineering spiritual puppets in the shape of spiders. After Liao advanced into the divinity transformation stage, his computational ability was tougher than ever. With the assistance of the supercrystal processors, it was not a big problem for him at all to control 100 spider-shaped puppets to perform the most delicate work on the Colossus at the same time. Other than that, he had discussed with Master Jin Tianzong on the power system design of the Tartarian skeleton, trying to apply the hybrid model of energy transmission and power output to the Colossus. In the first place, Master Jin Tianzong was one of the best specialists in power units in the Imperium of true human beings. He was unparalleled in terms of theories, and he stagnated for a while only because of the accident that crippled his hands. Now, Liao had treated his hands with secret techniques and offered him a liquid metal formula that could produce strengthened gloves. Not just his career but also his life had been saved. Naturally, Master Jin Tianzong gave all the help he could provide and came up with a lot of innovative ideas for Liao on the upgrade of the power units. The brand new Tartarian skeleton had been made by the joint work of the two masters of refining in the divinity transformation stage. It was a fancy, tycoon-like colossus, the predominant black and red that was filled with mysteriousness and invincibility, had been modified into a dazzlingly light gold camouflage by Liao. Such camouflage was made from a material taken from the mausoleum of the Supreme Emperor named Star Silicon, which boasted of very high performance to resist spiritual and magnetic interferences. Also, the mirror effect could reflect the radiations and mystic rays very effectively. More than 80% of the mystic ray attacks could be reflected without the spiritual shield. The only problem was that it looked too luxury, high-key, and swanky. As it happened, Liao had also produced tremendous highly rising, unbelievably eye-catching components that had been attached to the plate armor of the Tartarian skeleton densely. There was even a tall hat or a fin on the head that was also in the dazzling gold color, as if he were worried that people might not notice him from dozens of kilometers away. Couldn't be helped. The Tartarian skeleton in the past had too distinctive a style. If it were not modified to be even more idiosyncratic and unforgettable, the marks of the past would not be completely erased. The new pose will do for now. On the control panel, Liao controlled the 100 spider puppets to perform the last polishing and painting, while he pondered and said, "This should be called Tartarian Skeleton, Gold Special Edition, right?" Li Jialing, the young man who looked like a gold lion, helped him while looking at him in hesitation. "What are you trying to say?" Liao looked at the control menu to adjust the connectivity among the magical equipment units subtly while he asked, "You have been unsettled ever since I came back here." "Brother Yao," Li Jialing couldn't help but say, "are you really going to sneak into the Godly Might prison and rescue General Lei Qinghu? It's too dangerous." "Of course it is dangerous. That is why it requires a smart, brave, responsive, and invincible expert such as myself." Liao replied casually, "Also, I believe in your beloved mother. Although your mother is an insane gambler, she will never take part in the games that she will surely lose. Now that she is confident to rescue General Lei, she will certainly give the most support she has." "Stop calling the woman my beloved mother," Li Jialing complained in a low voice. "Do you trust her?" "Why not?" Liao said matter-of-factly. "If the battle to conquer the Godly Might prison fails, it will be your mother who suffers the heaviest losses, not me. Is there any reason why she wouldn't do her best?" After a long daze, Li Jialing said, "It does make sense. That is a good reason to trust her. But I am still perplexed. Does she have any reason to trust you and ask you to carry out such a critical mission? Isn't you Wuxia, leader of the Tribunal of Extraterrestrial Devils, more suitable than you?" "I'm afraid that you are wrong about that. In fact, leaving aside our abilities, I am, in fact, more trustworthy to your mother than you Wuxia is, or anybody else for that matter." Liao said with a smile, "You Wuxia, Jin Yuan, and Dongfang Shang are more likely Ling Hai's political allies than her subordinates. They have joined each other and established the group of reformists because of common interests. But interests may change at any moment. Your allies this second may become your enemies in the next second. If the four Kurfürst families can offer more interests than Li Linghai does, Anybody may betray her at any moment. After all, what your mother can present right now are mostly empty promises. However great the rewards may be, they are not necessarily comparable to the real gold from the four Kurfürst families. But I am different. Leaving my personal relation with Li Linghai, I am a cultivator of honor and integrity. As long as your mother abides by her promises and treats the ordinary people in the Imperium more kindly than the four Kurfürst families do, I will indeed support her all the time. Right, speaking of which, I have another question. Li Jialing was greatly baffled. General Lei Qinghu is an immortal cultivator. I have heard countless tales about him from Li Lingfeng. That is a heartless and merciless man who would do anything to achieve his purpose. Are you sure you are going to rescue him? Well, about that, Li Yao blinked his eyes and said, yes, from the perspective of a cultivator, Lei Qinghu is indeed an unpardonable immortal cultivator and an out-and-out villain. However, from the same perspective, your mother is a great villain full of schemes of ambitions too. Do you think it is better to face one villain or two villains at the same time? Thinking hard for a long time, Li Jialing was greatly enlightened. Brother Yao, are you suggesting that General Lei Qinghu might not be on the same boat as the Queen? Yes, even if they are on the same boat, their interests might not be the same. I have collected countless files regarding General Lei in the past couple of days. He is definitely not a man to be manipulated easily. The four Kurfürst families cannot control him, and your mother probably can't either. Li Yao said with a smile, look, your mother has the deep-sea fleet, the business alliance of 10,000 sectors, the tribunal of extraterrestrial devils, and such a huge deep-sea palace, whereas we have absolutely nothing. How can we expect to compete with her? At such a moment, if I am the one who rescues General Lei in person, I will be able to make connections with him and try to force a new balance. Li Jialing stared at Li Yao for a long time and said, so, you haven't completely trusted the Queen after all. Come on. I am not a cold and ruthless man, and I want to completely trust the woman that my foster father deeply loved. Li Yao sighed and said, however, you saw your mother's intimidating style that looked like a white-haired witch too. Did she leave you the impression that she should be trusted? Besides, do you not feel that too many coincidences have been happening recently? The moment your mother ran out to hunt her brother, the incident of the Blood Oath Alliance took place. When the reformists greatly compromised the Godly Might prison, General Lei Qinghu was secretly escorted to the place and kept under arrest. Li Jialing's eyes froze gradually. What are you trying to say, Brother Yao? Nothing. I'm just having some random thoughts. With a smile, Li Yao looked at the tackly gold colossus and said, however, other than everything else, the secret treasures of the Supreme Emperor that I've earned from your mother alone will render the adventure worthwhile enough, right? You've been producing something with the rare materials from the Queen, which you claim to be a secret weapon. Li Jialing was a young man after all. He shifted his attention and asked curiously, what is it exactly? Let me put it this way. You should know that there is a kind of special magical equipment named Ares Extension. They're added to the outside of a crystal suit to enhance its combat ability. With a more and more brilliant smile, Li Yao said, have you considered if the Colossus can have its own Ares extension? 3 days later, in the Mystic Ice Sector, a half-barren world in the first quadrant of the Imperium of True Human Beings, the lackluster star that had already entered the decaying phase was releasing bluish light lethargically. The special elemental reactions yielded weird radiations that suppressed spiritual waves, making the area as lifeless as a frozen ocean. All the planets were like lonely islands consolidated in the frozen ocean. Even if a few starships occasionally broke the barrier of the three-dimensional space and appeared on the barren land, the exhaust flames behind them were absolutely still, making them look like fish that were struggling to survive in the gaps of ice. New Birth 2, a carrier, was exactly one of the struggling fish. Because of a gap in the reactor in the third power unit, a fairly large explosion took place in the engine compartment, and the liquid fuel that could very likely cause a chain reaction was spilled everywhere. Immediately vaporized and expanded, the fuel spread out of the engine compartment, raising a series of screams and exclamations. The rear half of the carrier was in turmoil. Right when New Birth 2 minimized the power output of the main engine, switching to the cruise mode, in order to repair the damaged reactor and clean the leaked fuel in an emergency. Feeble ripples unrecognizable to the naked eye appeared on their sailing route up front in the seemingly empty void. It was almost like a big fish that was surfacing on an ocean, flapping the fins and opening its bloody mouth at the prey. The working medium thrusters of the carrier were still emitting chaotic aftermath of spiritual energy, with the heat of almost 1,000 degrees. The ripples that were turning into the shape of a human had already swum in. Another tube. Under the protection of the mystic skeleton battlesuit, Liao resisted the scorching temperature while searching for the best part to breach into the carrier. He whined in his head. Another infiltration operation that has taken every detail and every procedure into consideration. How can anybody ask for more? Hey, do you think there will be an accident this time? The greatest accident has already happened. Who would have thought that the godly might prison would build the ventilation tubes so broadly and stuff thousands of guards into it? How can the situation be any worse? The mental devil said, in the past 3 days, we had 324 drills, and the success rate of the last 100 times has reached 96%. That is good enough. It does make sense. Every sentry post, every surveillance camera's degree, speed, and frequency of rotation, and every possible accident have been taken into consideration. I don't think we will be unlucky enough to meet any anomaly again, right? While mumbling in a low voice, Liao groped on the interior wall of the waste tube. Then his eyes suddenly shone. This is the place. For hours later, when New Birth 2 finally repaired the fault of the power unit and accelerated again, Liao had already changed into a completely different appearance and hidden himself in a freezing hibernation refrigerator, where he was locked together with hundreds of other ferocious felons. His brow ridge rose highly, and his lips were half missing, exposing the crooked teeth to the air. It was a typical look of a disobedient, temperamental criminal. He wore an orange prison uniform that was filled with special metal pads. There were 2 energy boxes on his chest and his back, which could release super-electric currents that were as powerful as lightning into the clothes. Even the strongest prisoner would be paralyzed, if not electrocuted, immediately. His identification information was on his wrists and his ankles, suggesting that he was a dangerous person who had committed 100 murders and trained himself through bloody slaughters after his mind was deranged because of a training accident. Everything about him was frozen in the temperature of almost -100 degrees. On the surveillance crystal processor next to the hibernation cabin, it could be clearly seen that all of Liao's biophysical parameters were approaching 0 at this moment. Even his cellular reactions were almost frozen. He looked no different from a dead person. In the creepy refrigerator, the hundreds of prisoners were all the same, like ice sculptures that had slept for hundreds of years. But nobody knew that underneath Liao's dead-like appearance, his simmering soul was waiting to explode like a restless volcano, and every mitochondrion inside his every cell was like a spring that had been compressed to the minimum, ready to eject at any moment. Neither did anyone know that, even though he seemed bare-handed, Liao had kept more than 10 cosmos rings inside his body. The metal reactions of all the cosmos rings had been blocked by him by constricting the internal organs, which was enough to dodge the scanning of any magical equipment. Once the weapons and ammunition inside the cosmos rings were retrieved, they would be enough to raise a small-scale war in the Godly Might prison. After a 2-hour voyage, New Birth 2 slowly cut into the extra-thin atmosphere of the 6th planet of the Mystic Ice Sector, diving into the frigid hell that was full of ice and frost. The temperature of the place was so low that the starship did not even leave much flames when rubbing the air at a high speed. The scarce light was soon absorbed by the freezing fog. All the continent was covered in frost, snow, fog, and rocks. Most of the places were desolate lands that one could not even find germs. The circular area near the equator was the only paradise for all the lives on the entire planet. Although it was the equator, there was no sign of sunlight and liveliness at all. It was dominated by ice and snow, like the poles of other planets. Only the mottled moss and fungi managed to keep the title of the planet as a habitable one. However, other than the locals of the place, the highly cold-proof moss and fungi, many other objects were active on the Firn field. They were the special spiritual puppets designed for battles in polar areas and made of cold-proof materials. They were slaughter machines known as snow monsters. Under normal circumstances, they would have been just training targets for the strong immortal cultivators. However, in such a place where the freezing wind was blowing in the environment of -100 degrees, the charge of hundreds of snow monsters was enough to freeze the blood of any immortal cultivator or cultivator. The snow monsters deployed in the place, on the other hand, were much more than hundreds. Other than the snow monsters, there were also dense underground bastions and automatic firing points on the ground, which could turn the snowy world into an ocean of fire at any moment. That was still not counting the godly might fleet cruising between the atmosphere and the near-planet orbit. Although the descendants of the four Kurfürst families considered working in the godly might prison as a punishment, the four Kurfürst families were never petty on their starships and their gears. At least 4 main force warships were among the most advanced models of the Imperium. Their main cannons, which could reduce the temperature hundreds of meters nearby to absolute zero instantly, were enough to let anyone with a normally functioning head to abandon the idea of resisting them in such an extreme environment. Li Yao's head was functioning quite well. Therefore, he was absolutely unwilling to be a lone hero to fight against hundreds of thousands of snow monsters, an equal number of crossfire underground bastions, and hundreds of crystal warships in the sky in such a wretched hell. He only hoped that, if Li Linghai was really a bold, ambitious schemer, her planning and organization abilities better deserved her ambitions. She must show up in time, cause a destructive blow to the godly might fleet, and launch a blanket of bombardment on the surface of the planet. The land that was covered in snow and frost suddenly split. From the silo whose bottom was too deep to be seen, hundreds of complicated lights were shot out and outlined a virtual sailing route in midair. New Birth 2 turned off the vertical thrusters, and adjusting the power output of the anti-gravity rune arrays, slowly landed into the underground port of the godly might prison. If nothing went wrong, Li Yao had 1 hour, 58 minutes, and 33 seconds to avoid the scanning of the guards and surveillance cameras, pass half of the prison, and find General Lei Qinghu to provide protection. 1 hour, 58 minutes, and 33 seconds later, Li Linghai's deep-sea fleet would show up in the sky of the godly might prison and perform an attack that would shock the entire Imperium. Right at the same time when Li Yao snuck into the godly might prison as a frozen corpse, deep inside the prison, God of War Lei Qinghu met the first living guest, who had come to visit him after half a month of custody. The guest, however, was quite a great surprise for Lei Qinghu. Even his face that had always been taciturn and serious like forever frozen ice was caught in a moment of bewilderment. The guest had a face exactly like his own, albeit 100 years younger. Of course, the ambitions, desires, impatience, and restlessness all over the young face could never be found on Lei Qinghu's face that was full of wrinkles. Honghai, how did you find this place? Looking at Lei Honghai, his eldest son, Lei Qinghu frowned, without any ecstasy of meeting his family at all. Instead, he pondered, full of suspicion and alert for a moment, before his eyes turned even gloomier. Did the Special Investigation Committee ask you to persuade me? You have abandoned the astounding Thunder Fleet and joined the Special Investigation Committee? Father, I am indeed cooperating with the Special Investigation Committee, but I have never abandoned the astounding Thunder Fleet at all. On the contrary, the astounding Thunder Fleet and the Lei family are both in peril and may be obliterated at any moment, which will be an inestimably heavy blow to the entire Imperium too. I am here to persuade Father exactly for the future of the astounding Thunder Fleet and the Lei family. Lei Honghai almost couldn't stand his father's aggressive staring. Gritting his teeth, he went on. The Special Investigation Committee is directly under the command of the Council of Elders and represents the highest interests of the Imperium. Didn't you always teach us that a soldier's responsibility is obedience and that we have to consider the interests of the Imperium as the top priority no matter what we do? Then, is there anything wrong to cooperate with the Special Investigation Committee? Cut the crap. Lei Qinghu said coldly, spit it out. What does the Special Investigation Committee want you to do exactly? I think you must know it, Father. Staring at Lei Qinghu, Lei Honghai said, the Council of Elders, the Special Investigation Committee, And I all hope that Father can make a public statement and inform all the troops in the front line of your support for the Council of Elders investigation on the incident of the Blood Oath Alliance. We hope that you can chastise the radicals in the Expedition Army and persuade the members of the Blood Oath Alliance in the Astounding Thunder Fleet to turn themselves in. At the very least, we hope that Father can give an order to restrain the Astounding Thunder Fleet so that no blood will be shed when the Special Investigation Committee enters the fleet. It will enter the fleet? Lei Qinghu's pupils constricted abruptly. The Special Investigation Committee and the 4 Kurfürst families behind it are truly bold enough to lay fingers on the Astounding Thunder Fleet that has fought bloody battles for 100 years with remarkable accomplishments? There is no need to be worried, Father. It is only meant to remove the radicals in the Astounding Thunder Fleet. Putting on a gloating and rebellious smile, Lei Honghai said, "The Council of Elders does not intend to dissect the Astounding Thunder Fleet, but only want to ensure the Astounding Thunder Fleet's absolute loyalty for the Imperium. After the investigation and purge are done, it will still be commanded by us." "By us? Do you mean me?" Lei Qinghu narrowed his eyes. The shock on his face was entirely gone, gradually replaced by mockery and sadness. "I stand by what I said. I refuse it. Go now. Unless you are carrying the Council of Elders' death sentence to me, you do not need to come again." "Father, why are you so obstinate?" Looking at the Lei Qinghu, who listened to neither kind words nor threats, Lei Honghai burst into fury and bellowed, blushing, "The situation can't be more dangerous. The radicals in the capital are about to be eliminated. The fleets of the major warlords and the nobles have pledged loyalty to the Council of Elders too. The few remaining fleets are now the targets for everyone, but their throats have been choked from up above like the fish in a water tank. The Astounding Thunder Fleet is exactly one of them. The universe is a vast place, but we are rootless duckweeds. However strong the Astounding Thunder Fleet is, all our ammunition and fuel depend on the base of the Expedition Army, as well as the Council of Elders behind it, because we do not have a base of our own. They do not need to take care of us through violence at all. As long as they cut off our supplies, what can we expect to use to compete with the 4 Kurfürst families? The trophies we have collected in the front line? How long can they sustain? The trend is not in our favor. The war is over. We have won. The Expedition Army has accomplished its historic mission. It is inevitable that the army is removed and reorganized. Nobody can resist such a trend. Now, the Council of Elders is surprisingly kind to ensure the maximal independence of the Astounding Thunder Fleet and give us a prosperous sector as in Upatrid fief. I have no idea what you are persisting in. What benefits can you get for yourself, for the Astounding Thunder Fleet, or for the Lei family by going against the Council of Elders like this? Please, think it through, Father. Ever since my childhood, haven't you been teaching us that self-interest and disunity is the source of the problems in the Imperium, and as a proud soldier of the Imperium, we must not fight for our selfish desires but for the interests of the Imperium and all mankind under the governance of the Council of Elders? Right now, it is the Council of Elders that has given the order that the Expedition Army be removed and reorganized. Also, the way of reorganization is not too harsh either. The Astounding Thunder Fleet is part of the Expedition Army in the first place. Why do we have to be the only exception and go against the wishes of the Council of Elders and the 4 Kurfürst families? Let me tell you the truth, Father. The Council of Elders is determined to settle the issues of the Expedition Army at whatever cost. If they cannot be resolved with no bloodshed, they will be resolved with blood. Yes, with your prestige in the Astounding Thunder Fleet and the entire front line, as long as you give a signal, most of the warriors in the Astounding Thunder Fleet will fight to the end. But what does it matter? What is the purpose? If you are ruining the Astounding Thunder Fleet that you have been working hard on since 100 years ago and letting the thousands of people of the Lei family die with you, you should at least give us a reason and let us know what we have died for. Listening to his eldest son's outspoken complaints and criticization, Lei Qinghu was silent for a long time before he slowly opened his mouth again. He said somewhat hoarsely, "Everything I've been doing is not for myself, not for the Lei family, not for the Astounding Thunder Fleet, but for the entire Imperium and the supreme civilization of mankind. Yes, I taught you often that a soldier's responsibility is obedience, and that the immortal cultivators should take part in national wars instead of street fights. They should only fight for the interests of the Imperium and mankind under the governance of the Council of Elders. In the past 200 years, I have been practicing the ethos every second. I might not be enough to be compared to the famous generals in history in terms of accomplishments and commanding arts, but I can announce proudly that I never used any bullet to gain personal benefits, and every enemy that I slew with my saber was an enemy of the country. Even if the orders given by the Council of Elders contradicted my personal interests, or even if I knew that certain elder or a certain noble family was behind it, I still carried out the orders dutifully without any negligence, just in order to set an example for other warlords and local troops and to make the entire Imperium be really united again. But this time, the Council of Elders is truly wrong. They have made a fatal mistake that will destroy the Imperium and the civilization of mankind. I am not saying this for myself, the Lei family, or the astounding Thunder Fleet, but for the interests of the Imperium of true human beings. The expedition army must not be removed or reorganized. Instead, it must be further expanded and gain more independence. At the very least, it must maintain the current scale and be prepared for another 30 years of war for the final victory. This is a national affair that concerns life and death. How can I back off? If I take one step back, the entire Imperium will fall into a bottomless abyss. Lei Honghai could hear none of it. He simply sneered. There are so many powerful and wise men in the Council of Elders, with intelligence 100 times more than we do. How can they possibly be wrong? The situation they cannot see through has been seen by you and you alone. Is this because they are all drunk and you are the only one who is sober? The Council of Elders maybe does have a lot of people whose wisdom is as profound as the ocean and whose computational ability is as fast as lightning. But they all have selfish desires. When one has selfish desires, involved in the swirls of power and interests, they will lose their senses and become the slave of their lust and ambitions. Or rather, they will turn into a donkey with a carrot hanging before their head, unable to see through the simplest trap. Lei Chenghu sighed and said casually, I don't think that I'm the only sober person. The Imperium is such a vast place. There must be a lot of other people who are also sober. However, in such a dirty world, some are unwilling to wake up, some daren't wake up, and some are shot to death when they open their eyes and want to scream, this time really never to wake up again. I don't know what you are trying to say, Father, but if you don't soften your attitude, the Imperium may be doomed and maybe not. But you, the Lei family, and the astounding Thunder Fleet will truly be doomed and for all eternity. Lei Honghai's neck was bulging because of his fury. He roared, Ever since I was born, have you considered for your family for once? I only dispatched the starships under my command to ship some contraband. Everybody in all the fleets did that. Even the troops of the 4 Kurfürst families did that. It was a public secret and an unspoken tradition, but you had to expose it and wreck the reputation of me, your eldest son. Also, hundreds of my connections were involved. Almost all my friends were pissed off. There's also my younger brother. He was only 1 hair away from the peak of the core formation stage. Was it wrong at all that he tried to break into it? You said that he wasn't talented. It might be true, but so what? Were the descendants of other noble families all exceptionally gifted? Didn't all of them advance into the supreme levels after multiple tries with astronomical resources? But you were unwilling to give him even 1 additional crystal. As a result, he was forced to make the breakthrough through risky techniques. When he was mentally deranged and on the verge of death, you could have saved him easily, but you simply turned a blind eye to him. Hee. My younger brother and I were not the closest siblings, but I was definitely not as heartless as you. Why, you think you are a great, selfless, pure, immortal cultivator and an iron-boned, loyal contributor to the Imperium of true human beings. Do you know how other people comment on you behind your back? They say that you are not selfless, but your selfishness lies entirely on reputation. You have sacrificed your biological son, just in pursuit of the reputation as a loyal official of the country. Those words had perhaps been held back in Lei Honghai's heart for decades. Now that he had vented them out, His eyes were bloodshot in excitement, and his mouth was almost foaming. He couldn't have looked more devastating and exultant. When his eldest son mentioned his youngest son, Lei Chenghu's pupils apparently constricted hard, as if his eyeballs were about to collapse into two black holes. However, he disguised himself quite well, and the brightness as tough as iron soon filled the collapse area in his eyes. Sulking in his own resentment, his eldest son did not notice his father's anomaly at all. Everything I do too with a clear conscience. I do not need to explain to anyone, nor do I care about their comments. God of War Lei Chenghu took a deep breath and said slowly, one word after another. Those pests compare me to themselves and consider me as a person who fishes for fame. So be it. I don't care whether I am laureate or cursed, because that is not what I fight for. Did you know, Dad, what I have hated most since childhood has always been your view that you are the only person fighting for the Imperium and that the entire world has betrayed it. I have had enough of it. Lei Honghai started calling him Dad instead of Father, and the mockery and rebelliousness on his face were even more intense than before. It is a shame that no matter how self-righteous you are, there is nothing you can do right now. The Imperium is perfectly fine. It does not need your saving. Besides, you can barely save yourself right now. Let me tell you what will happen next. It does not matter even if you insist on not making the public statement, because the Special Investigation Committee can do it on your behalf. As for the soul stamp, I am your son after all. Your blood runs in my veins, and our soul stamps are very similar. After some slight adjustment, my soul stamp can replace yours to issue the commands. It may be seen through, but so what? The Council of Elders is already ready to deal with the astounding Thunder Fleet. If you insist on rejecting our kindness, and your wretched subordinates are as stubborn as rocks, we will have to settle everything in the most thunderous way. Do not blame me for being too cruel to the uncles. The Council of Elders gave them and you a lot of chances. I do not hate them, but I want to protect myself and the many people from the Lei family. Do you know what a great headache the Lei family has been having when we have a leader who decides to sacrifice the family for the country every now and then? As for your personal safety, rest assured. Although you have been an inhumane and heartless father, and you can watch your son die while doing nothing, I will never be as cruel as you, and I will show you enough fidelity. You will not be killed, which is one of the terms that I negotiated with the Special Investigation Committee. After the issues in the astounding Thunder Fleet are taken care of and the situation is steady again, you will be sent to a beautiful and pleasant manor much bigger than this place where you can live your life of retirement comfortably and, by the way, watch how I govern the astounding Thunder Fleet in a completely different way and make the entire Lei family thrive. This is everything that will happen next. Open your eyes and observe. Father, I will prove to you that the ideas that you've believed in all the time are wrong. You are not as correct and important as you imagine. Without you, the Imperium will still flourish at a high speed, and the Lei family will still rise 100 times faster. Do you hear me? Lei Chenghu looked at his son as if he were a corpse in a grave. He was utterly unmoved as his son grew more and more excited and high-pitched. Listening in silence the whole time, he did not observe until his son was done with the catharsis. Got it. So, you have made up your mind to betray me for the commandership of the astounding Thunder Fleet. Betray! Although his father was like a tiger trapped in a cage with the teeth and claws removed, Lei Honghai couldn't help but feel palpitation when he heard the word, betray. Holding back the cramp on his eyelids and his lips, he said, I never want to betray you, father, but a lot of people, including myself and many from the Lei family and even the astounding Thunder Fleet, we want to survive instead of dying for an ungrounded, ludicrous reason. On a battlefield, the more afraid you are of death, the faster you will die. Only those who have forgotten their fate may fight a way of survival out of the dead bodies. You've been following me in wars for so many years, yet you do not understand such a simple logic. Lei Chenghu shook his head slowly, with his eyes full of confusion, as if he found it strange that he had such a stupid son. Staring at his eldest son so hard as if he would not see him again in the next second. He spoke in a voice that was even more frigid than the icy cold wind on the floor. Let me tell you what will happen next, silly boy. Yes, your plan may work out at the beginning. With your cooperation, the Council of Elders can easily eliminate all the people in the astounding Thunder Fleet who are loyal to me. Your soul stamp can be used to fake my orders and send the voices of Marquis Liaohai to the entire front line. But that is your entire value. Before your value is completely exploited, they might make you the commander of the astounding Thunder Fleet. But good days don't last. Soon enough, you will find the astounding Thunder Fleet utterly infiltrated and deformed, and that you are nothing but a puppet. Without the consent of those elders, you cannot even command a single starship. Do not think that you can play balance among the four Kurfürsten. It will be useless. You are no match for them at all. But perhaps you will not meet such trouble at all, because the expedition army will have been removed and reorganized before that. The army groups that are highly concentrated with the highest alert and combat ability will return to their original units in the local areas. They will even fight each other over the ownership and development rights of the dozens of sectors. By then, the main force fleets of the Alliance of the Holy Covenant will definitely march out from the least expected place and crush the disorganized troops of the Imperium. The whole Imperium will be cast into panic and mayhem. By then, the dumbfounded, helpless Kurfürst families will remember me and put me back to power, asking me to command the remaining soldiers to resist the army of the Covenant Alliance that is in the highest morale, exactly like what happened during the collapse of the Black Wind sector 100 years ago. There is something that you're wrong about, son. I am indeed a pillar of the Imperium. Perhaps, I am the only one who can save the Imperium. Without me, the Imperium will malfunction and even completely collapse. That is the only reason why the Council of Elders dare not kill me. It is not because of the terms that you negotiated. I do not blame you for choosing to betray me today, but I feel very pitiful. I thought you were at least smarter than your younger brother, and after learning the lesson of using starships for personal interests, you would not overestimate your wisdom and abilities and do such stupid things anymore. It never occurred to me that you are even more stupid than him. 10,000 times more stupid. Mark my words, son. You may betray me today, but the day will come when you regret your decision. I hope that you will hold your head high, face the repercussions of your betrayal, and die for the Imperium valiantly like a man when that day comes. Lei Honghai's lips trembled for a long time. He was about to argue, but he simply held back his words after thinking for a long time. He merely sneered and bowed deeply at Lei Qinghu. Rest well, father. Everything will be over in a few days. Perhaps. Lei Qinghu's eyes passed his son and the wall, reaching a place that nobody could tell. Perhaps everything is already over. The dazzling halo triggered by the anti-gravity rune arrays of New Birth 2, the carrier, soon disappeared into the icy fog. Very soon, even the contour of the starship was beyond recognition. As 9 gates that were 10 meters thick closed slowly, the frigidity in the snowy world was blocked outside and could not find its way into the prison at all. The godly might prison once again became an impregnable environment. The 500 frozen prisoners who had just been delivered were going through the first examination to confirm their identities under the watch of 1,000 prisoners and even more spiritual puppets. While controlling every muscle and every cell precisely to pretend to be a deeply hibernated person, Liao controlled Neltharion carefully and wandered in the underground port in the stealth state. One after another, Neltharion detected assault warships that were docked in the port to avoid the bad weather. It also noticed thousands of spiritual puppets and the highly vigilant jailers that had been armed to the teeth. There was no need to mention the surveillance cameras that had crammed the entire spaceport and every pathway and could invoke a trypophobia attack when one looked at them, as well as the interconnected firing points and the hidden bastions in the rocks. The more one looked, the more depressing they would be. Thankfully, there was the help of the spies from inside, or Liao would absolutely refuse to sneak into such a heavily guarded place. A few jailers, leading a team of spiritual puppets, arrived before Liao and turned on the cabin he was at. Liao hurried to move the blood gel that Li Linghai had long prepared to the spot where the newcomers were about to collect. Perhaps some of the jailers who were responsible for the identity check belonged to the reformists too. Liao did not run into any trouble. After the blood and skin samples were tested, The magical equipment in their hands began to emit a gentle green color. The jailers changed a new identification armband for Liao and waved their hands to let him go, implying that the godly might prison had accepted the prisoner, and he would be defrosted soon. The first test has been passed successfully. Liao felt a slight relief in his heart. In the next moment, I will fully carry out my tough personal abilities, assassinate a jailer, and impersonate him. Then, I will dodge the sentry posts, surveillance cameras, and invisible rays with my agile and phantom movements and sneak to General Lei Chenghu's side without alerting anyone. This is really a super difficult challenge, but I vaguely have a feeling that I'm pretty lucky today. I'm going to accomplish the mission without setbacks. In another half hour or so, Li Linghai and the rest of them will launch an attack. As long as I can pass the half hour in peace, the job will be 99% successful. The mental devil. Well, hardly had Liao thought of that in his head when he sensed the most intensive quakes, mixed with deafening explosions, coming over from somewhere deep below his feet. Ear-splitting buzzes echoed from all directions. The entire godly might prison was immediately enshrouded in red lights. All the jailers, war puppets, hidden bastions, and firing points were all activated and entered the most emergent combat state. Desperate roars came from the broadcast runes everywhere. Enemy incoming! Enemy incoming! Somebody has broken in! What is going on? Hearing the alarms each higher than the last, Liao shuddered hard. I did not even say that out just now. It was just a thought in my head. I am not so unlucky as to have been discovered before the infiltration formally begins. Right? I said nothing but a well just now. It did not exactly mean anything at all, but was only an interjection. The mental devil pondered for a moment and mumbled. Is it because this universe is more rejective to us as our level advances? How marvelous. Looking at the war puppets whose magazines and turrets were all opened, making them look like iron hedgehogs, and the guards nearby whose chainswords and vibration sabers were running at a high speed, Liao felt that his head was exploding. Do you have any idea what the environment we are in is right now? You are still in the mood for jokes? Should the war puppets and guards come at us, we will have no choice but to run away. Wait a moment, the mental devil said. They do not seem to be looking at us. We are not their target. Liao was slightly dazed. He looked at the guards and the war puppets around and discovered that none of them were paying any attention to him, although they appeared aggressive and intimidating. All the jailers were on high alert under the motivation of the alarms. Did Li Linghai take action in advance? 10,000 self-contradictory thoughts popped up in Liao's head. He couldn't figure out the truth of the incoming enemy at all. The quakes and explosions below his feet, however, did not stop at all, as if a dragon made of magma was crashing the underside of the godly might prison from the core of the planet. That's unreasonable. The attack obviously comes from the bottommost floor of the godly might prison, not a blanket bombardment from the sky. It is not the agreed tactic of the deep-sea fleet. While Liao was thinking quickly, one of the patrol ships parked in a maintenance workshop of the underground port suddenly hummed. A dazzling spiritual shield immediately appeared and flowed all over its body. Like a shark that had just dashed out of the deep sea, all the turrets and magazines were opened, revealing the daunting tusks. Boom! 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 The patrol ship was conducting maintenance and upgrade on anti-gravity rune arrays and power units on the maintenance platform. Could not move at all right now. But the immobility could not prevent the 100 turrets on its body turning agilely and bathe the entire spaceport with the barrages of a stormy fire. The jailers of the godly might prison were naturally not as tough as the elites in the battlefield in the front line. Little could they have anticipated that they would be attacked by a dormant starship parked at a corner of the spaceport. Caught unprepared, they were blown up or running in devastation because of the storm of destruction right next to them. They couldn't have looked more wretched. Of the 500 prisoners that were yet to be unfrozen, some less fortunate guys were pierced through by the wandering bullets, shot into icy, broken meat before they opened their eyes. Are you serious? Who the heck is doing on this? Liao could not hold it any longer. With his eyes wide open in the middle of the ice and frost, he watched the burning shrapnel passing him by, shooting through the hibernation cabins around him and burning the internal organs of the prisoners inside into nothingness, while he did his best to activate his mitochondria, cells, muscles, and veins to restore his peak combat ability as soon as possible. The stormy barrage did not stop until half a minute later, when the jailers and the war puppets all began to counterattack the patrol ship after realizing what was going on. While the jailers and the war puppets did not bring many powerful anti-material weapons, the patrol ship did not have a particularly solid armor either. Under the barrage of thousands of firing points, the ivory spiritual shield was soon blown into orange, crimson, and violet, until it exploded and obliterated into nothingness like fragile glass. Losing the protection of the spiritual shield, the patrol starship was immediately riddled with holes, and the internal structure was too seriously damaged to support its heavy body anymore. Collapsed deeply. But, in the next second, the warehouse of crystals and the engine compartment of the patrol ship exploded at the same time. In such a completely enclosed underground environment, such a suicide explosion had dire consequences. To make things worse, the mysterious intruder had placed tremendous lethally poisonous materials inside the patrol ship. Boosted by the flames, all the materials were vaporized and turned into raging, venomous gas that was as intense as ink as they spread out quickly. Liao saw with his own eyes that dozens of jailers who were close to their target were swallowed by the flames caused by the explosion of the starship. The 100 jailers behind, in the meantime, were struggling and cramping in the middle of the venomous fog. They barely had any time to escape when the venomous fog infiltrated into their armor and corroded their flesh into mucus. They collapsed to the ground, dying the most miserable death. The venomous fog was highly corrosive. Even the war puppets would crack and degenerate into cramping garbage after their rune arrays, chips, and wires were corroded. Hum, 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 hum. Very soon, a swarm of tiny metal bugs flew out of the venomous fog and swept at the jailers like dancing wild bees. Those metal bees were extremely fast and agile. However crazily the jailers shot, it was barely possible for them to hit the targets. Instead, the metal bees crawled into the gaps of their crystal suits and were tightly attached there with the highly magnetic wings and tentacles. Then there were dull explosions. The metal bees that were only the size of fingers were able to blow out holes that were as big as bowls on the crystal suits and the bodies, destroying all the organs inside. A patrol ship, a weird venomous fog, and a swarm of crazily dancing metal bees. The spaceport that linked the Godly Might prison had been reduced into a chaotic battlefield. At this moment, the Godly Might prison finally confirmed the identity of the intruders. Desperate roars echoed from the broadcast rune arrays again. The Covenant Alliance. A lot of people of the Covenant Alliance have snuck into the Godly Might prison trying to rescue the prisoners here. All guards, hold your position and do not let any of them run away. The Covenant Alliance has come to rescue the prisoners? Liao felt the urge of roaring. Why did the Covenant Alliance come at such a precise moment, no sooner and no later? During the 10 years of the Imperium's counterattack, the expedition army of the Imperium had indeed captured many captives from the Covenant Alliance in a winning streak. The ordinary people under the governance of the Covenant Alliance mattered little, but a lot of leaders of the Covenant Alliance and the mysterious Temple Guardians were all valuable targets. Although the Covenant Alliance and the Imperium had been at war for 1,000 years, the weird country made of puppets of flesh and blood and zealots who worshipped the Pangu clan as their god had always been covered in an unpredictable mist. The Imperium was not well aware of the Covenant Alliance's specific means of government or its social stratification. By studying the captives who used to be part of the leadership of the country, it should be able to unveil the mask of the mysterious regime and allow part of the truths to be seen. However, the interrogation and research on the people of the Covenant Alliance did not go well. The Covenant Alliance's expertise in terms of brain studies, or rather, in brainwashing, memory segregation, and soul defense was somewhat above the knowledge of the Imperium. After the interrogation failed, the base of the expedition army had no choice but to escort the important captives of the Covenant Alliance to the Godly Might prison in the rear. They planned to work on the captives slowly to figure out the secrets of the Covenant Alliance. The Godly Might prison was chosen, and a brand new camp of captives was built, exactly because the defense of this place was meticulous, and it was safe enough at the rear of the Imperium. But as it turned out, the Covenant Alliance was still crazy enough to assault the Godly Might prison hoping to heist all the captives. Wait, it's not as simple as that, the mental devil suddenly observed. The Imperium's counterattack has lasted more than 10 years. This is not the first day that the captives of the Covenant Alliance have been locked here. Like what you said just now, why did they choose to break the prison at such a moment, no sooner and no later? Is it not too much a coincidence? Liao thought of something. With bubbles surfacing in his eyes, he said, "It is indeed too coincidental. Also, the Godly Might prison is so heavily defended. How much effort did the Covenant Alliance devote on the infiltration? How much price will they pay in order to get the captives away? And how many of the captives can safely run away from the Godly Might prison, the Mystic Ice Sector, and the heartland of the Imperium to return to the Covenant Alliance? Even if a couple of captives out of 100 can make it back in the end, so many elites who are capable of infiltrating the Godly Might prison will have been wasted here. Is it really worthwhile?" The army of the Imperium has secured unstoppable victories in the front line. But most of the victories were about the recovery of lost land. Few were about the annihilation of the enemy's main force. Therefore, the captives of the Covenant Alliance can't be very important. At such a moment when the situation in the front line has basically been settled, a rescue operation, whose success rate is very low and which requires a high price no matter if it succeeds or not, has been planned for the captives who are not of high levels. The commanders of the Covenant Alliance are definitely not as stupid as that. Therefore, alarmed, Liao and the mental devil exclaimed at the same time, "General Lei!" Liao said, "The Covenant Alliance is here for General Lei." The mental devil said, "They are here to rescue the captives on the surface, but it is just a smoke grenade to cover their real purpose, which is to assassinate General Lei Chenghu." Liao said, "Lei Chenghu has been active in the frontmost line of the resistance against the Covenant Alliance since 100 years ago. He is one of the few generals of the Imperium who remains invincible for the Covenant Alliance, which makes him a thorn in the flesh for the Covenant Alliance. Any price is worthwhile in order to get rid of him." The mental devil said, "What is even more incredible is that General Lei Chenghu is held in custody by the Council of Elders here. If he is killed uncannily right now, the Council of Elders and the four Kurfürst wouldn't be able to explain themselves at all. The conflicts between the four Kurfürst families and the troops in the front line will escalate all of a sudden. It won't be strange even if a massive civil war breaks out." Exactly. Liao's eyes were brighter and brighter. An almighty general of the Imperium and the highest commander of the Third Battle Area went missing on the way to the capital, locked in the Godly Might prison uncannily, and got killed in an inexplicable prison break. It will be enough to chill all the warlords and local leaders of the entire Imperium. They will be more scared and wary of the four Kurfürst families than ever. The astounding Thunder Fleet may even do unpredictable things that will lead to the collapse in the front line. The mental devil shrieked, "That's right. As long as General Lei Chenghu dies in the Godly Might prison that is controlled by the four Kurfürst families and the issue is exposed to the public, the conflicts between the front line and the rear will be completely irresolvable. With the selfishness and the proactiveness of the immortal cultivators, they are probably not going to sit down and talk to each other nicely to settle the issue in peace. The four Kurfürst families will only move one step further and suppress the smaller nobles and warlords, and those troops that do not belong to them will certainly rise in resistance for their own lives. When the war between the parties is at the most heated moment, the army of the Covenant Alliance will launch an unstoppable counterattack that nobody will be able to resist. Damn it, the Covenant Alliance has infiltrated the Godly Might prison to such a remarkable level. Right now, many assassins must be running to the spot where General Lei Chenghu is caged." Liao gnashed his teeth. Li Linghai's fleet is still waiting to launch the unexpected assault half an hour later. Little do they know that Lei Chenghu will be as dead as anyone can be by then. We have to seize every second and get Lei Chenghu out of the place before the assassins of the Covenant Alliance do. Liao took a deep breath. The last cell on his body had been fully recovered, emitting powerful vitality and vigor. Although his face was still blue as if frozen, The brilliance flowing out of his pupils was already as dazzling as the diamond under the sunlight in the middle of a day. All the panicked jailers and staggering war puppets nearby were in his eyes. A series of numbers popped up from the head of every jailer. They were the basic estimations that Liao could see of the enemy's speed, strength, battle style, and level of danger. The entire underground spaceport seemed to have turned into an enormous chessboard. Everybody was a black and white chess piece. And he was the only player sitting on this side of the chessboard, watching the player of the Covenant Alliance, who had yet to reveal his true self on the other side of the board. Liao soon locked onto his target. It was one particular jailer that he suspected to be a captain. The guy had activated more than 10 light beams on his crystal processor on one of his knees, contacting his superior in anxiety and learning the latest updates from deep inside the Godly Might prison. Liao rolled his tongue and delivered a Cosmos ring out of his lips. Cosmos ring was just a name. They were not necessarily crafted in the shape of rings. This particular Cosmos ring, for example, was like a small button. It was no thicker than a razor. Liao sent a telepathic thought to entangle his Cosmos ring softly and send it to his left hand. He waved his left hand, and a crystal bomb was immediately stuffed to his back in secret. After a huge explosion, the hibernation cabin was blown up into pieces, and a tremendous black fog was raised, blocking the sight of everyone within 100 meters. Right when the crystal bomb exploded, Liao had already leaped up into a streak of brilliance with a speed faster than the blast, blinking to the back of the captain that he had locked onto a moment ago. He cut the back of the captain's neck with his hand, neither too heavily nor too lightly. When his spiritual energy flooded into his enemy's brain crazily, the guy passed out immediately without having the chance to even grunt. While taking off the guy's clothes with both hands, Liao fixed his crystal processor with spiritual energy and released all the light beams to study the latest battle reports that had been sent over. The situation inside the Godly Might prison was rather rough. Supposedly, with 3 main energy supply bases and 1 backup base powered by geothermal energy, it was impossible for the automatic defense and barrier system of the Godly Might prison to crash. No enemy could break the 3 main energy supply bases at the same time. But the problem turned out to be the backup base powered by geothermal energy. Geothermal energy was an inexhaustible treasure house. Any solid planet, no matter how low the temperature on the surface was and what an ice world it appeared to be, must have an extremely high temperature at the core of the planet. The energy of billions of years had been stored in space in the form of high-temperature and high-pressure magma. When the geothermal energy was released slowly, it could provide heat for the entire Godly Might prison to resist the bitter coldness and serve as a backup source of power in emergencies. It was supposed to be a marvelous design that killed 2 birds with 1 stone. However, once the geothermal energy base was controlled by the enemy, who somehow made the magma of iron and nickel mixed with unknown elements to spurt out, tearing apart the rock stratum and activating the most violent force in the seismic area, it would certainly be a terrible disaster. It was exactly what was happening right now. At first, the pressure of the high-pressure magma below the ground suddenly increased by dozens of times, resulting in the gaps on the valves and tubes that connected the backup energy base to the magma area. In the next moment, the mainframe crystal processor of the backup energy base was hacked by the Covenant Alliance and selected as a wrong defense measure. Instead of guiding and dredging the furious geothermal energy, it simply blocked the gaps trying to hold the energy back. The strength of mankind was always limited. However huge the Godly Might prison was, it was nothing more than a grain of dust compared to the entire planet. How could it block the most primitive, scorching, and violent forces at the deepest part of the planet? The mainframe that was hacked and controlled by the spies of the Covenant Alliance, on the other hand, sent false data to the staff in the backup energy base, misleading them into thinking that all systems were normal. When the Earth began to shake and the temperature in the backup energy base rose continuously until the floor was as sticky as if it were about to melt, nothing could possibly stop a small but high-intensity volcano eruption from taking place inside the Godly Might prison. The valves exploded, and the tubes were torn apart. The deepest parts of the Godly Might prison were riddled with holes. The enormous pressure, tens of thousands of times the standard air pressure, pushed the magma weighing millions of tons into the backup energy base through the gaps, drowning the place immediately. In the next moment, it ran everywhere through the convenient tubes, especially the ventilation tubes that were broad enough for horses to gallop in, and swallowed everything like an unstoppable tsunami. To make things worse, the outbreak of the underground volcano caused a chain reaction and woke up a hibernating seismic area. A series of small earthquakes were raised, which added to the trouble of the bottom floor of the godly might prison that was already on the verge of destruction. Perhaps it was not a coincidence, but because the Covenant Alliance had long figured out the tectonic structure near the godly might prison and planted crystal bombs on key locations. The mental devil said, "I've been studying the battle style of the Covenant Alliance these days, and it occurs to me that they are particularly good at taking advantage of the terrain on every planet. When you think about it, it does make sense. The Covenant Alliance is a puppet of the Pangu clan, and the Pangu clan was the dominator of the universe before mankind. Their civilization was much more developed than mankind's. In their heyday, they must have explored all the habitable planets in the 3,000 sectors in great detail. The planet where the godly might prison is located, despite the frigidity, desolation, and lifelessness, has a thin atmosphere with primitive lives such as moss and fungi. The Pangu clan couldn't have missed it. In other words, the Pangu civilization's database probably has stored all the files relevant to the planet, including the critical data such as the tectonic structure and the distribution of the volcanoes, faults, and seismic areas below the ground. Now that the Covenant Alliance has received tremendous heritages from the Pangu clan, it is perfectly reasonable that they have gained access to the data and learned the greatest weakness of the planet. Looking at the chaos deep inside the godly might prison that was displayed on the light beam and the blinking redness on the 3D map that implied the areas that were partly occupied by the energy or in the middle of a fierce battle, Liao felt as painful as if his teeth had been plucked forcefully. The volcano eruptions and the earthquakes made by the Covenant Alliance had completely shattered the godly might prison's indestructible defense, malfunctioning the 4 energy supply bases one after another. When it was the last energy base's turn, although it was still providing energy for the entire godly might prison, it was also on the verge of collapse. The explosions deep below the ground that Liao heard at the beginning were exactly the suicide attacks did by the spies of the Covenant Alliance who had infiltrated the godly might prison. They were trying to completely destroy the energy supply base. The captives of the Covenant Alliance, deeply caged inside the godly might prison, somehow received the call and commands of their companions too. Taking advantage of the weakened defense system, they ran out of their cells and sabotaged the prison in a riot. Not just that, the most ferocious criminals of the Imperium were also set free by the spies of the Covenant Alliance who quietly hacked the mainframe crystal processor of the godly might prison when the energy bases were all compromised, and it was on the verge of a crash. Those qualified to be locked in the godly might prison, aside from the political opponents of the 4 Kurfürst families, were without any exception the perverted, murderous, and highly dangerous guys who caused great trouble to the current system, if they were really guilty of crimes. Think about it. If even the immortal cultivators thought that they were unpardonable, their brutality was certainly beyond imagination. Those bloodthirsty lunatics couldn't care less about the war between the Imperium and the Covenant Alliance. Besides, they did not know what was going on at all. Driven by their instincts to kill, they lunged at the jailers closest to themselves, cutting out and chewing their living guts and enjoying the ecstasy that had been locked for too long. Mess, mess, mess. The entire godly might prison had been reduced to a mess. Human-shaped monsters who feasted on human flesh and laughter were everywhere, turning the prison into a slaughterhouse that was even more dreadful than the deepest level of hell. Even so, this was perhaps not a successful operation from the perspective of a prison break. However subtle the Covenant Alliance's plan was and vehement their assault was, and despite all the chaos in the godly might prison, the most critical problem was not resolved. How could they get out of the place? On the surface of the planet and the near-planet orbit, countless soldiers of the Imperium were watching closely. All the warships had locked onto every exit of the godly might prison, ready to launch a destructive attack any moment while ensuring that not a fly could get away. It was also the greatest reason why the godly might prison never thought that the Covenant Alliance would come for a prison break. But of course, if it had not been a prison break, since the very beginning but an assassination operation under the disguise of a prison break, the case would be entirely different. 2216 Bloody Abattoir. All in all, the situation inside the Godly Might prison was already out of control. While the guards that were still well organized were watching over the periphery of the prison, it was impossible for them to rush into the furious vortex and settle the situation that was even more chaotic than a volcano eruption or a tsunami. Li Yao, on the other hand, had not even begun his infiltration yet. He was still at the underground port, which was the entrance to the prison. The area where General Lei Qinghu was secretly caged was naturally at the deepest part of the Godly Might prison. The map of the entire Godly Might prison popped up inside Li Yao's head. Every underground building and every pathway swirled, collided, and joined each other, while he analyzed the shortest route from his place to the target area. It was a pity that, to arrive at the target area through the shortest route, he would have to pass the areas where the felons were locked, and then the areas where the captives of the Covenant Alliance were locked, before he finally reached a maintenance channel that would allow him to slide into the -16th floor where General Lei Qinghu was imprisoned. If he did not want to pass through the two highly dangerous and chaotic areas, he would have to bypass the main body of the Godly Might prison and slowly sneak in through the zigzagging ventilation tubes and maintenance channels. But naturally, those tubes were now teeming with guards who were panicked and highly vigilant. He could not pass by them easily either. The assassins of the Covenant Alliance might reach Lei Qinghu at any moment. Li Yao gnashed his teeth. Also, the Godly Might prison may transfer Lei Qinghu to a new location. Even the deputy warden who has joined the reformists may not know that we have to seize every second right now. So, I have to pass the area where the felons and the captives of the Covenant Alliance are rioting despite the risks. While analyzing the route and drafting the battle plans, Li Yao took off all the clothes of the captain of jailers who had passed out. The captain was of similar body size to Li Yao, and their postures were quite identical too. It was one of the reasons why Li Yao had chosen him. However, right when Li Yao was about to sneak into the fog and smoke without alerting anyone, he somehow noticed that the vibe was not right. He raised his head, only to discover that a team of jailers had arrived from the mist. They were staring at him, the guard uniform in his hands, and the naked captain below his feet in bewilderment. Well, glancing at the orange prison uniform that he was wearing right now, Li Yao said solemnly, "Calm down, everyone. I can totally explain this. The Covenant Alliance's spy," the few jailers exclaimed at the same time. "How can I be a spy from the Covenant Alliance?" Li Yao shouted and pointed at his face, which was changing fast. "Do you see it? I can cry, I can laugh, I have feelings. I was just somehow unfrozen because of the faults in the hibernation cabin. An advanced spy of the Covenant Alliance who has been instilled with virtual emotions and can simulate human beings." The jailers shouted aloud. Their scream attracted even more companions and war puppets. Li Yao had no chance to defend himself at all when their barrage came at him from all directions like a tide, trying to drag him into the swirl of destruction. "You've got to be kidding me." Li Yao had to release more smoke grenades and flashbangs from his Cosmos ring. Under the boost of the blast, he flew out agilely, dodging the first round of attack of the jailers. The jailers were not of high levels, and he could take care of 100 of them in the blink of an eye. However, after 100 of them were down, another 100 would come, with 10 times more beast puppets. There was no telling how many more reinforcements were arriving at the place incessantly. However modified and strengthened the Mystic Skeleton battlesuit was, it could only accommodate a limited amount of fuel and ammunition. Li Yao had no choice but to flee in a hurry. Shwa! The Mystic Skeleton battlesuit spurted out of his Cosmos ring in dozens of lights that seemed to be alive and covered his body instantly. Under the illumination of the fire and smoke, the lights consolidated into a hideous and fancy armor. 100 super tiny flying swords no thicker than hair were shot out in swooshing sounds and turned into running stars under the enhancement of Li Yao's telepathic thoughts, disrupting the attacks of all the jailers. Li Yao took the opportunity to rush at the depths of the Godly Might prison. The first gate from the port to the inside of the Godly Might prison had long been closed, but it could not stop Li Yao at all. While the Mystic Skeleton battlesuit was still in midair, the 4 black crystals from the mausoleum of the Supreme Emperor were condensed and began to revolve rapidly like a drill. The speed of the revolution was so high that the entire underground port was filled by the roars of the black crystals. In the next second, they crashed into the gate heavily, leaving long black flames behind. Sparks were splashing, and melted metals were running. A hole 1 meter in diameter was dug on the gate that weighed 10,000 tons, with lackluster orange colors inside, implying that it had been melted. In the next second, Liao already crawled through the hole in the mystic skeleton battlesuit. He then turned out and launched the cannons, blowing back a few of his pursuers who intended to follow him through the hole. He also blew up the control panel of the gate nearby so that the jailers outside would not be able to open the gate for the time being. After everything was done, and when Liao landed again, the mystic skeleton battlesuit had already retreated into the cosmos ring, and the prisoner's uniform on his body had been replaced by the jailer's uniform. Even the universe was now ragged and riddled with holes. The epaulette that suggested his class had been ripped off. His badge and his brassard that showed his identity were contaminated by the smoke and blood too. Even his face was twisted and blackened, as if he just had a meltdown because of the unexpected attack. The inside of the Godly Might prison, however, was 100 times more chaotic than the port. The attack of the Covenant Alliance on the Godly Might prison couldn't have been improvised. They probably did have a plan of prison break before, and they knew the tectonic environment nearby as well as the fatal weaknesses of the Godly Might prison's defense system perfectly. First, they introduced magma and earthquakes to sabotage the energy supply system. Then, they hacked the defense network and implanted viruses, setting tremendous prisoners free. After that, they threw highly poisonous and corrosive gas into the ventilation tubes. As a result, what was unfolded before Liao's eyes was exactly an abyss of horror. Explosions, screams, ecstatic howls, and raging venomous fog were everywhere. Naturally, jailers that were running amok like headless flies were everywhere too. A prison that was impenetrable and nobody had ever escaped from seemed to be a paradox. It was exactly because nobody had ever escaped from it and nobody had even thought of attacking such a prison that the jailers here had never received real tests. Any ambitious, capable immortal cultivator who craved to distinguish themselves would not be content to work here, where they would live their entire life unknown. It was not hard to imagine the quality of the jailers that were eventually distributed to the place. It was especially so today, when the Imperium's counterattack had been fought for more than 10 years, with glorious accomplishments in the front line. The immortal cultivators that had the slightest ambitions and connections had all found a way to be dispatched to the front line where they could fish for military credits. The jailers that were left behind in this place were not prepared for such a hard battle at all. The smoke that was as intense as ink was spreading in the entire Godly Might prison. Many places were so dark that one could not even see his own fingers. Coughing people with bloodshot eyes were everywhere, which was rather convenient for Liao to sneak in. With the blackened uniform on his body, his unsteady posture, and his vivid acting skills, it took Liao only 2 minutes to reach the -3rd floor. But that seemed to be as far as his luck went. A team of organized guards, which had a commander who was rather calm and dutiful, gathered the wandering jailers and forced them to charge into the number 1 district together. The number 1 district was exactly the area where the felons were locked. The felons who were qualified to be locked here had been sentenced to imprisonment for at least 500 years. They were the beasts of beasts. When the gate was opened, what Liao saw was 10,000 times more splendid and dreadful than what he had seen in the beehive prison in Manjusaka, the city in the sky. Without the suppression of barriers and the threat of electric arcs, the most solid iron bars were nothing more than matches in the hands of those prisoners. Strangling and breaking their restraints, they dashed out of their cells and joined each other like ravenous beasts, venting their brutality on the jailers who were utterly caught unprepared. Seeing that a new batch of jailers had arrived, the ferocious monsters roared and grimaced, pushing forward at the gate in a seething tide. Although the jailers were few in number, their firepower was at an absolute advantage. The first barrage of their firearms already blew countless prisoners into smithereens. If it were any common prison, such overwhelming firepower would have been enough to settle any riot. However, for the prisoners who were locked in this place, their animality was further raised when they smelled the intense scent of flesh and blood. Besides, many prisoners had looted weapons from the jailers. The venomous gas spurting out of the ventilation tubes seemed to boast certain elements that could stimulate the central nerves and the secretion of adrenaline. They turned the prisoners to be more excited than ever. The felons launched a second round of attack fearlessly. The formation of the jailers began to loosen. Some hesitated and some even retreated. What gave them a fatal blow, however, was the metal bees that flew out of nowhere. Those secret weapons of the Covenant Alliance had just caused great trouble on the guards in the underground port just now. At this moment, they were exploding in the gaps on the helmets and armors of the jailers again. Although they did not kill or hurt all the jailers, they still caused great chaos. While the jailers were in a hurry dealing with the metal bees, the ferocious prisoners had already lunged at them. That was a bunch of lunatics who were bold enough to bite crystal suits with their teeth. The most brutal head-on clash began. Liao discovered that it was absolutely a mistake to put on the jailer's uniform. Faced with the overwhelming, feverish felons, he was as eye-catching as a lighthouse in a thunderstorm in the jailer's uniform. Although the felons' combat ability had greatly reduced after years if not decades of imprisonment, they still had the absolute advantage in number and drowned Liao immediately. Even though Liao could blow up a few prisoners in one punch and clear a space of 10 square meters in one kick, he could not stop the felons from charging forward incessantly. In such an environment that was enshrouded in fire and smoke, the felons behind might not know what was going on in the front at all but simply ran forward in their doggedness. After beating a few waves of felons in a row, Liao found himself to be a target for everyone. The prisoners in all directions were flowing at him. Hundreds of hideous-looking men with bulging muscles had piled up into a tower of flesh more than 10 meters tall on the top of him. This is the most unsuccessful infiltration mission of my life. Liao howled in his heart. He could only change his tactic, and instead of blowing away the men all over his body with his spiritual energy, he simply wriggled forward in difficulties below the mountain of people. After he finally crawled out of the flesh mountain, the jailer's uniform on his body was entirely gone, replaced by an orange prisoner's uniform that was stained with blood. His body figure was exactly like that of the prisoners around him, with bulging muscles and veins as thick as dragons all over his body. On his face, his eyes were bloodshot, and his lips were rolling. He grimaced like a monster. "Freedom! Freedom!" Liao waved his giant fists and screamed in a blurred voice, "Kill them all! Kill them all! Brothers, let's enjoy ourselves today." Countless prisoners passed by him and crashed into the jailers up ahead. It seemed that some jailers activated the self-detonation rune arrays on their crystal suits in desperation, casting themselves and the felons around them into the fireball of destruction at the same time. The airwaves threw countless people and their broken limbs into midair, before they fell down again in a rain of blood. Everybody on the floor was showered by the blood and turned red. While outlining the structure of the Godly Might prison and the shortest route that he was about to take deep inside his brain, he lunged to the ventilation tube that led to the 3rd district under the cover of the felons. But before he reached the closest entrance to the ventilation tube, the few gates that were connected to the districts had explosions and sounds of faults at the same time. Shwa! 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 Now, all the districts of the entire Godly Might prison that had been independent of each other were connected. The chaos was immediately 10 times multiplied. In the meantime, 3 round gates were slowly opened on the dome above everyone's head and released countless round battle puppets that flopped until they reached everyone's head. With cracking sounds, 4 pairs of stabilizer fines and 6 machine guns split out from their round bodies. After locking onto the prisoners, they immediately began to let out the most brutal firepower. The Godly Might prison, as a super prison that had never been compromised or broken for hundreds of years, was finally back to itself from the unexpected attack and began to show the capabilities that it should have. Looking at the felons that were put down in rows and the barrage of 1,000 explosive bullets shot by hundreds of battle puppets, Liao suddenly began to miss the jailer's uniform that he took off a moment ago. "Why didn't you come sooner?" Liao gritted his teeth and ran like a mouse, performing his movement skills in the storm of bullets without reserve. He had truly turned into a narrow, long, and agilely turning ray of light, and the hundreds of attacks all missed their target. He even interfered with the bullets that were still flying with his spiritual threads, to slightly change their direction into the course of other bullets so that they would deviate from the designated trajectory or explode directly. Even so, he did not get half a minute's rest. The automatic war puppets of the Godly Might prison seemed to boast a unique algorithm. If one target was not conquered after a long time, the threat and the importance of the target would be increased, and more war puppets would be automatically mobilized to deal with it. It meant that if 2 war puppets could not take care of Liao, 4 would come. Then, 8, 16, 32, 64. Under such an exponential increase, even Liao found it exhausting to deal with the enemy. Finally, before thousands of war puppets aimed their machine guns at him at the same time, Liao finally escaped from the first district, somewhat in embarrassment, and dashed into a ventilation tube above his head that was allegedly broad enough for a horse to gallop on. God knew how he missed the traditional, narrow, zigzagging ventilation tubes that were defended by the cutting-edge defense systems. Thankfully, because of the turmoil in the Godly Might prison, and since the ventilation tubes were a focus of the enemy's attack and tremendous venomous fog and smoke had been filled in, the ventilation tubes were utterly empty at this moment. The jailers that were supposed to guard the area had either died with awful expressions on their faces after breathing too much corrosive gas, or left the area to reinforce the districts that were in riots. But it did not mean that Liao's journey in the ventilation tubes would be easy and pleasant. Vague, fluorescent air was floating before his eyes, and a sweet smell found its way into his nostrils too. It felt that countless little claws were crawling all the way into his brain from his nose. Liao felt alarms ringing in his head. The fatal venomous gas and corrosive air were even possible to damage the central nerves of an expert in the divinity transformation stage. The Covenant Alliance's biochemical technologies are so advanced. Liao was greatly shocked. Of course, don't forget that the Covenant Alliance originates from the Pangu civilization, and the Pangu civilization was on par with the Nuwa civilization that created the demon race. How can their biochemical technologies not be advanced? The mental devil said quickly, think about the Pangu laboratory deep inside the land of eternal night in the ancient sages sector. Weren't there a kind of weird giant crabs that were lurking in the place which could inject a certain mysterious liquid into the human body and turn human beings into the Pangu clan? Was it not an appalling biotechnology? Liao was silent and realized that it did make sense. Compared to the imperium of true human beings, which had occupied the most prosperous worlds at the center of the cosmos with a plethora of soldiers, resources, and population, the alliance of the Holy Covenant was fighting the splendid, magnificent Millennium War with the barren land at the corner of the universe. The reason why it was vaguely on the winning side after 1,000 years of fierce battles was partly the zealous and determined believers and partly the magical equipment, heritages, and legacies excavated from the primeval relics. Therefore, in terms of technologies, the Covenant Alliance should be the highest of the Covenant Alliance, the Imperium, and the Federation. In an enormous battlefield in space, a technological gap of 1 to 200 years might be neglectable. However, in an assault battle like this one, the party with the cutting-edge technologies would certainly have a great advantage. Hum, 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 hum. As Liao held his breath, locked his pores, and even covered his retina with feeble spiritual energy as protection, crawling forward in the middle of the venomous fog and the corrosive gas, he heard noises coming over from the darkness up ahead. A large swarm of metal bees had arrived. Those little creatures had obviously replaced the guards of the Godly Might prison and became new masters of the ventilation tubes. Hiu, 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 hiu. Sensing the feeble heat from Liao's body, the metal bees immediately ejected sharp stings and darted at Liao spirally. Liao sniffed. His telepathic thoughts raged forward like a flood, trying to break the internal structure of the metal bees. But out of his expectation, the materials that the metal bees were made of were a certain special alloy that Liao had never seen before. It boasted a high reflection of spiritual energy, and more than 90% of Liao's attacks were parried when they hit the shell of the metal bees. Boom, 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 boom. Before Liao had the opportunity to switch to a different attack mode, the metal bees had exploded next to him one after another. Although they caused no damage to him at all, they did blow a giant hole on the ventilation tube he was at. The screams and explosions down below immediately crashed into his ears. All the captives of the Covenant Alliance, in deep red prisoners' uniform, had been released and were running in a hurry. It was the first time that Liao had ever seen the warriors of the Covenant Alliance on such a large scale, who were the most authentic people of the Covenant Alliance that were not installed with emotion simulation systems. His first feeling was that he was faced with thousands of zombies. Couldn't have been more creepy. Although the captives of the Covenant Alliance were pressing the attack to the pathways in all directions like floods and ferocious beasts, all of them were indifferent and utterly tranquil. There was not any resentment for the jailers, yearning for freedom, or any feeling that had mutated after a long time of repression. Not in the slightest. Liao did not hear any roar or scream from them in such a massive riot. Even the heavily wounded people simply sat aside and waited for their death while covering their wounds. Occasionally, a pained expression could be found on the faces of some people, but it was soon stifled by force, as if pained expression was something even more horrible than pain itself. Just now, Liao felt that the ferocious felons in the first district were already the craziest monsters in hell. However, the people of the Covenant Alliance who looked like machines made of flesh and blood made Liao understand better than ever what was 100 times more evil than the imperium of true human beings. Judging from their hollow eyes, their numb limbs, their cold faces, and the intense air of tombs around them, it was not hard to tell that they were not fighting for their own survival and liberty at all, and being locked deep inside the godly might prison for 100 or 1,000 years meant nothing to them. They were just fully wound tools that had been reactivated and were carrying out an order given to them. When Liao observed the thousands of people of the Covenant Alliance carefully through the hole, they raised their heads and stared at Liao at the same time, as if they had received a certain signal. It was an even more creepy feeling. When a group of regular persons heard an explosion above their heads and saw a giant hole on the ceiling, their movements would certainly be irregular even if they raised their heads to check what was going on. The looks on their faces should be complicated after they raised their heads. Some would be surprised, some scared, some confused, and some would be alarmed that a new enemy was above their heads. But they were not the reactions of the Covenant Alliance's people at all. As if they had received a certain signal, they raised their heads in unity in only half a second and stared at Liao carefully at the same time. Thousands of eyes that were immeasurably deep but did not have any ripple, like frozen ink, stared at him at the same time. Although Liao was in the divinity transformation stage and always considered himself to be audacious, he couldn't help but feel chilly. Then, Liao heard the voice. It sounded like a prehistoric spell, a whisper of devils, or the mumbles right next to one's ears that one heard in the middle of a night, only to discover that they were the cries of a baby outside of the window after one was woken up from the dream. The weird voice loomed above the head of every person from the Covenant Alliance like an invisible swirl. Liao fully activated his senses. His every brain cell was stretched out to the maximum like blooming epiphyllum. Using not his eyes and ears, but his mind and soul, he saw, heard, and deeply sensed the horrifying voice. He saw that the brain of every person from the Covenant Alliance was erupting brainwaves like a sulfur spring. All their brainwaves soared to midair like black gas and congregated into a slowly revolving swirl. Thousands of ripples and waves spread out from the swirl. Billions of items of information were exchanged, analyzed, and deployed in such a way. Thinking quickly, Liao immediately realized everything. He understood why the prisoners of the Covenant Alliance could form a battle formation so quickly and attack like a well-trained army so quickly. They were not communicating with each other with voices and movements like regular people did, but by boosting their brainwaves to establish a temporary local area network. 1 or 2 spies of the Covenant Alliance who secretly snuck in were all that was required to deploy the entire battle plan to the brains of every person from the Covenant Alliance through the battle network. It was even possible for the prisoners to upload their body data, combat ability, and best techniques so that they would be assigned to the most suitable tasks after calculation. The efficiency in such battles was naturally much higher than the mobsters in the first district who were simply howling on a rampage without organization. It was a common way of fighting battle puppets. Liao never thought that it was applicable to human beings too. That did make sense. In the eyes of the Pangu civilization, Wasn't mankind just a relatively special battle puppet? This was the first time Liao had sensed the meaning of covenant alliance for real. He truly felt that his heart had been squeezed hard. The thousands of prisoners of the covenant alliance stared at the dome of the district at the same time, thinking that a new enemy would show up from up above. But as it turned out, Liao was by himself and wearing the orange prisoner's uniform of the felons from the first district. So he was immediately determined to be harmless. The people of the Covenant Alliance focused their attention on the jailers before them. The jailers and battle puppets that had crowded into the third district like tides from all directions were indeed several more times than what the first district had. After all, the first district was filled with felons and unorganized mobsters. Even if they did escape out of the godly might prison with unbelievable luck, there would be absolutely no chance of survival on the surface of the harsh, ice planet. If they did not want to be frozen into ice, they could only return to the prison and be arrested. But the captives of the Covenant Alliance were different. Their companions had already caused great trouble. Who knew if there were more of them behind? For a moment, all the tough soldiers of the entire Godly Might prison were gathered in the third district. The people of the Covenant Alliance, under the organization of the weird brainwave network, put up a rather impressive fight against the jailers. Of course, that was partly because the prison was not determined to completely annihilate them, and simply used the non-lethal magical equipment at the beginning since they were all very valuable, important captives. When things went out of control, there was little the prison could do to save the day. Liao, however, had no time to bother the hot mess down there. What he was concerned about was the fleeting time. 20 minutes had passed from when he perceived the explosion below his feet at the beginning until the present. Liao was almost certain that the assassins of the Covenant Alliance must have rushed at the spot of General Lei Qinghu's custody under the cover of the riots. The experts of the Godly Might prison, in the meantime, could have reached General Lei Qinghu and forced him to move to somewhere else. He had been stalled by the jailers and prisoners for too long. If he were to push forward according to the previous route, he would very likely be left behind by the assassins of the Covenant Alliance and the experts of the Godly Might prison. Can't be helped. Recalculate the route. Now. Liao blinked his eyes. Deep inside his pupils that were as dark as ink, 2 drops of pigment that seemed to be condensed by rainbows were dripped in, and ripples in thousands of different colors immediately spread out. His brain cells were burning and shrieking, raising a tsunami inside his entire brain, pushing Liao's computational ability to the limits of the divinity transformation stage together. Liao felt that the world was turning upside down, as if the planet were revolving 10,000 times faster. He almost couldn't hold back his nausea. It was a symptom of severe brain concussion. In order to activate the highest computational ability, he forced his brain to function at a high speed, which made his brain crash the hard skull brutally at a frequency of 100 times a second. If it were a regular person, they would have passed out in 3 seconds at most, turning vegetative or even having brain death. Couldn't be helped. The biophysical structure that a human being was born with was not for the monsters in the divinity transformation stage. From a certain point of view, those who advanced into the divinity transformation stage had stolen the strength that did not belong to them or any human being from the enigmatic universe. With the price of severe brain concussion, under the boost of such a high computational ability, Liao naturally got what he wanted. Beep, 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 beep. The whole world slowed down before Liao's eyes, as if it had been drowned by a certain extremely thick fluid. The flying bullets, the raging mystic rays, the blasts raised by the explosions, and the shrapnel enshrouded in the blasts, as well as the emotionless people of the Covenant Alliance, the screaming felons, and the scared prisoners turned into statues that were almost absolutely still were like a group of actors playing a humorous mime. 1 gave birth to 2, 2 gave birth to 3, and 3 gave birth to everything. Liao's telepathic thoughts turned into thousands of lightning that entangled every person of the Covenant Alliance and every jailer, while he observed their postures, eyes, muscles, and even every micro-expressions, and thereby calculated their combat abilities, battle determination, and current purposes so that he could calculate the route through which he could pass the battlefield in the fastest and easiest way. The lightning-like telepathic thoughts were Liao's virtual nerves. As the virtual nerves spread out and joined each other, The entire battlefield was swallowed into Li Yao's brain, turning him into the absolute dominator on the battlefield. All the information was fed back to Li Yao's soul instantly, almost as fast as if it were transmitted by his nerves. As tremendous data were analyzed and outputted, the whole world before him turned clear. At first, the crystal suits on the jailers gradually turned transparent. In the next second, the muscles of the jailers and the prisoners were removed piece by piece. The details of the veins and the nervous system were manifested too. The wriggling and constrictions of their internal organs were also under Li Yao's control. Even the pressure that their hearts imposed on the veins and the speed of the flow of blood inside were within Li Yao's perception. No matter how weird the brains of the Covenant Alliance's people were, they had to rely on the bodies of human beings as the carriers after all. No human being could not be killed. Within a breath, Li Yao had grasped the fatal weakness of everybody on the battlefield. But that was far from the end of it. The walls of the district, as well as the seemingly solid floor, revealed their most fundamental constituents under the crash of Li Yao's telepathic thoughts, allowing Li Yao to analyze the most vulnerable point in the structure. All the walls and pathways turned clear too, and dozens of walls and channels overlapped. The place looked like a complicated maze of glass. In the end, all the branches and dead ends in the glass maze vanished. The only thing left was a channel that was almost a straight line. At the end of the channel, Li Yao sensed more than 10 clusters of highly vigorous life energy unleashing and colliding. Not good. The experts of the Godly Might prison must be fighting the assassins of the Covenant Alliance. The level of the life energy was dozens of times stronger than the jailers and captives here. They must be the experts of the two parties. However, the experts on the Godly Might prison side were publicly known. Since Li Yao had done detailed research on them before his infiltration, there was no reason why the Covenant Alliance hadn't done the same. In comparison, the assassins from the Covenant Alliance were lurking in the darkness. If so much as one of them escaped, it would be a disaster. I don't have any choice now. I have to reach the destination in half a minute even if I get exposed. Li Yao took such a deep breath that the air in the entire ventilation tube was almost absorbed, despite the venomous and corrosive elements in it. Under the enhancement of the air, all his muscle fibers were burning sufficiently, unleashing the energy as powerful as the main thrusts of a warship. Boom! Flames of light flowed out of his pores like magma, transforming him into a dazzling sun all of a sudden. However, the two parties that were engaged in a chaotic battle down below sensed none of it because his transformation was too fast. It was not until the sun was torn apart and the mystic skeleton battlesuit showed up majestically that a few jailers and prisoners who had the keenest senses put on an appalled look. Beep! Li Yao crashed on the floor like a shooting star, blowing away dozens of jailers and prisoners who were fighting in a mess. 30 seconds of infinite craziness began. In the first second, crazy music that sounded like a sweeping tsunami echoed inside Li Yao's head, nerves, and veins as well as the space around him at the same time. The violent music that felt like heavy bombs not only boosted Li Yao's fighting will to the maximum but also smashed into the Covenant Alliance's brainwave network brutally, raising a serial explosion that blew the entire battle network into pieces. The prisoners of the Covenant Alliance that moved in unity as if they were one person had a moment of bewilderment, like marionettes whose strings were cut off and machines whose navigation system was broken. Right when Li Yao crashed on the ground, raising an overwhelming blast, dazzling gold brilliance erupted out of his body again. The gold brilliance interconnected with each other and condensed into mosaics that looked like a chessboard 5 meters around. In such a way, in the eyes of both the enemies next to him and the surveillance cameras that were everywhere, Li Yao was not wearing a crystal suit with distinctive features but a large gold cube that had been made of mosaics. It was exactly the brand new technique that Li Yao had picked up in the Deep Sea Palace after summarizing the lessons of the previous battles, the illumination mosaic art. Because of his distinctive battle styles and eye-catching style of the mystic skeleton battlesuit, his every battle would be recognized by the enemy. He could disguise himself by modifying the crystal suit crazily once or twice, but as time went by, some of the smart people would definitely notice the anomalies. Therefore, he had been considering hard on a technique that would prevent the enemy from seeing through his peak state. The so-called illuminate mosaic art was a way to trigger dazzling lights with spiritual energy, adjust the frequency of the lights, and form mosaic patterns that were different in depths and looked like a chessboard. It would be of great help to disrupt the scanning of the naked eye and the crystal cameras. If the enemy could not even see what he looked like, it was even less possible for them to see how he attacked. Pooh, 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 pooh. Liao thought quickly and boosted his spiritual energy. His spiritual energy entangled the splashing pieces in midair and accelerated them to above 5 times the speed of sound like a cannon, before they were shot at the most vulnerable parts of dozens of people from the Covenant Alliance. The barrage seemed to be casual but had in fact aimed at the most vulnerable and irresistible critical parts of the enemy's body. As it turned out, none of the 32 pieces missed their target. They left bloody holes the size of bowls on the captives of the Covenant Alliance. Despite the enhancement of their zealousness and their determination, the captives of the Covenant Alliance grunted and lost their combat ability. It was only the first second. In the next second, the butterfly wings on the Mystic Skeleton battlesuit were stretched to the maximum, and the sharp edges on the wings paved a way of blood in the crowd of the prisoners of the Covenant Alliance by force, like a highly revolving mincer. In Liao's perception, the captives of the Covenant Alliance were all dodging meaninglessly in the most sluggish movement. It was not until this moment that the devastating and irresistible desperation finally appeared on their faces. In the third second, the best experts of the prisoners of the Covenant Alliance lunged at Liao from all directions like a bunch of lifeless machines. Some of them had even found a way to get a blade, a weapon, or a crystal suit. Judging from their postures, they were ready to die with Liao. However, faced with Liao, who had improved his level to the highest at the price of severe brain concussion, how could the captives of the Covenant Alliance be a match for him at all? Loopholes. Loopholes. Loopholes everywhere. You are almost mobile targets made of loopholes. Liao blinked quickly, and the dark gold, cubic mosaics split into almost 10 phantoms, swallowing the captives of Covenant Alliance who came at him at the same time. After chewing hard for half a second, all of them were spat out again brutally, but none of the captives had one intact bone on their body. The 4th second, the 5th second, the 6th second, and the 7th second. Liao rose and jumped quickly, passing through the crowd of prisoners and arriving at the camp of the jailers. The jailers were all deeply awed by Liao's brutal performance. Seeing that he went on a killing spree in the middle of the captives, they thought that he was an expert on the Godly Might prison side. But as it happened, the identification system on every crystal suit was uttering screams, identifying the gold mosaics before their eyes as highly dangerous, unknown intruder, which made the jailers at a loss about what to do. Don't stand here. Get out of my way. Liao, who was on a rampage, shouted with a blood-stained voice that pierced into the faces of the jailers like an invisible blade. Those jailers were not the captives of the Covenant Alliance who had zero sense of fear. They all screamed and shuddered hard, only to be thrown into the crowd of the Covenant Alliance's prisoners by Liao casually. Behind the jailers was exactly the point of breakthrough that Liao had selected. The gold mosaics were immediately 10 times brighter than before. The daggers of the gold mosaics stabbed into the retina of every jailer and every captive through the defensive layers on the masks of their helmets, depriving them of their eyesight temporarily. Sticking his hands to the wall made of superalloy, Liao took a deep breath again, and the crystal suit on his body was almost compressed into an iron ball. In the next moment, it was released brutally. Boom! It was almost like the main guns of a super-enormous warship had barraged the wall with all its firepower. No, it was not just one barrage, but boom, 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 boom. Liao's arms were like 2 indestructible pile hammers, blowing a pathway almost 20 meters long before him. Melted alloys were dripping everywhere inside the pathway. The blast caused by the barrages soon spread to the entire district, almost blowing up the internal organs of all the jailers and captives. Everybody was bleeding on their face and waving their hands crazily. Shwa! 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 The map of the Godly Might prison deep inside Liao's brain was infinitely enlarged again and covered the real world before his eyes, allowing him to understand the structure behind the whole perfectly. Also, after blowing through such a channel that was almost a straight line, the life energy hiding behind several alloy walls a moment ago became much clearer. Liao could sense the status of the more than 10 clusters of life energy clearly. The battle was approaching the end, and one party seemed to have the situation under control. It remained to be seen whether the assassins of the Covenant Alliance won or the experts of the Godly Might Prison did. Liao narrowed his eyes, and the gold mosaic cube moved at a high speed again, turning into a streak of golden brilliance and rushing at the dozen clusters of life energy. I hope there is still time. Zhuangchao's bloodshot eyes slowly protruded out of his eye sockets as he stared at the sharp dagger that pierced from his back out of his chest in stillness. Sound of blood erupting echoed from his mouth, and pink, bloody bubbles popped out of his nostrils. He was both confused and desperate. Of course, he knew the sword. One that was as twisted as a transparent fishbone, with countless evil runes carved on the surface. At the present day, when chainswords and vibration sabers prevailed, such secret swords produced in the old ways were rare to come by. As for a sword that was so delicately made and polished by countless experts for 1,000 years, there was only one in the entire Godly Might Prison. The name of the sword was Fishbone. Fishbone was also the nickname of the sword's master. Fishbone Hong Jiping was one of the 4 best experts of the Godly Might Prison, on par with Devilish Tiger's Zhuangchao, both being battle-type experts in the nascent soul stage. Although he was short and slim, his attacks could always choke the enemy like a fishbone. The 4 experts of the Godly Might Prison had also secretly practiced a teamwork tactic, in which Fist Sting Hong Jiping's sword was responsible for the most critical attack. It was supposed to kill the enemy in one move after the pretended attacks and the disruptions of his fellows. Therefore, when a riot took place inside the Godly Might Prison, and the riot escalated into an ambush of the Covenant Alliance, the 4 experts of the Godly Might Prison immediately went to the most confidential area of custody. Lei Qinghu was not the only person who was locked here. There were a lot of other people who were influential and highly valuable but who refused to cooperate with the 4 Kurfürst families for the time being. Naturally, such an important area deserved to be supervised by the 4 experts in person. Nothing could possibly go wrong by their estimation. More than 10 assassins attacked the area in the middle of the chaos, with at least 4 of whom were battle-type experts in the nascent soul stage. Their crystal suits and their magical equipment were even slightly better than the 4 experts' gears. Greatly shocked, the 4 experts had no choice but to deal with the enemy with the teamwork tactic that they had practiced day and night. Little did they anticipate that the deadly move of Fishbone, which was supposed to be aimed at the enemy's throat, would pierce out of Zhuangchao's chest instead. Also, as the sword shivered, the sharp spiritual energy that felt like thousands of fishbones dispersed to every part on Zhuangchao's body, flowing all over his body through his veins and nerves and breaking all his major acupoints. Zhuangchao grunted and collapsed on the ground in excruciating pain, feeling that he was like a balloon riddled with holes, spurting out air and shriveling. With his head tilted, he happened to see Fist Sting Hong Jiping slowly retreating his sword. There was not the slightest expression or temperature on his face that was covered in iron. "Are you from the Covenant Alliance?" Zhuangchao was of a mind to tear off the guy's mask and see if the face hidden below was equally cold and sullen. Recalling the scenes where he trained with Hong Jiping before, he still found it hard to believe. "How can you be from the Covenant Alliance? How is it possible?" But all his words were drowned in blood. He could not utter any syllable anymore. His body was cold, and black foams were rolling before his eyes. He did not know that the Covenant Alliance had compromised the experts in the nascent soul stage in the Imperium. Could the Imperium really secure a triumph when faced with such a brutal and weird enemy? Zhuangchao's eyes were gradually frozen, like 2 black, arc-shaped mirrors. In the reflection of the black mirrors, the assassins of the Covenant Alliance who had the advantage in number finished off the remaining guards quickly and got the situation under control at the shortest amount of time, even at the cost of dying together with the 4 experts of the Godly Might Prison. 2 assassins of the Covenant Alliance strode to the gate of a secret door at the end of the pathway, before they took out 4 pieces of round magical equipment from their pockets and pressed them to the corners of the gate. The round magical equipment emitted squeaky noises and connected to each other with 4 red mystic rays of light. Then 2 crossed rays shot out on the diagonals, and the 6 rays of light corroded the gate together. In less than 10 seconds, a square hole was left on the gate, and the plate half a meter thick crashed to the ground. The other assassins of the Covenant Alliance all fell on one of their knees and guarded the main entrances and exits nearby, preparing to die with the guards of the Godly Might prison at any moment to buy their companions more time. The 2 strongest assassins lowered their heads and were about to enter the hole when a black shadow dashed out of the secret room in advance. The black shadow was wearing Lei Chenghu's well-ironed uniform, and his movement was quite similar to Lei Chenghu's as he leaped forward, except that the look on his face was rather creepy, mixed with shock and confusion. His action was slightly rigid too, as if he were under somebody's control. In the middle of the emergency, the 2 assassins of the Covenant Alliance naturally had no time to think, including Fishbone Hong Jipping with his transparent sharp blade. Everybody attacked the critical parts of Lei Chenghu with their ultimate skills, but out of their expectation, right when they had carried out their moves to the maximum aggressively, a second black shadow dashed out of the secret room and lurked below the first shadow. He was older but even more agile, like a ferocious tiger that had gone off the mountain. When he dashed out of the secret room, he seemed to be naked or only wearing the underwear, but in 0.1 seconds, he had put on a daunting crystal suit, and the power claw made of 5 talons that were vibrating at a high frequency slashed at Fishbone Hong Jipping's abdomen brutally. It seemed that if Fishbone Hong Jipping were to send his sword into the heart of the first guy that jumped out, his own abdomen would certainly be dug out by the second guy. That is not Lei Chenghu. This one here is Lei Chenghu. Even the cold and ruthless assassins of the Covenant Alliance did not know that Lei Chenghu was not alone in the chamber but accompanied by someone so similar to himself. Also, little could they have imagined that Lei Chenghu would be so brutal as to figure out the situation the moment he heard the fighting noises outside, lock the joints and acupoints of the other person, put the guy in his own uniform, and throw him out as a sandbag and a decoy. Lei Chenghu's sudden counterattack caught the assassins of the Covenant Alliance unprepared. The assassins, including Fishbone Hong Jipping, had no choice but to abandon the decoy and turn to the real Lei Chenghu. Swoosh! Fishbone Hong Jipping's transparent blade pierced into Lei Chenghu's left hand brutally. Or rather, Lei Chenghu acted on his own to grab Hong Jipping's sword with his left hand, making the sword that had been passed on for 1,000 years unable to move at all. His right arm, on the other hand, stabbed the power claw into Hong Jipping's abdomen exactly according to the posture just now. Swoosh! 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 Hum! 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 The secret sword unleashed thousands of spiritual waves that felt like needles as thin as hair, trying to crawl along the arm all the way to Lei Chenghu's internal organs and limbs. Lei Chenghu's power claw vibrated violently too. The flames of spiritual energy that had been suppressed for more than half a month erupted like a volcano, ripping, shattering, and burning Hong Jipping's internal organs into ashes. The weird damage of the sword only ascended to Lei Chenghu's left shoulder blade and could not move forward anymore. That was because Lei Chenghu had twisted and ripped off his own left arm by force on his own, preventing the attack of the sword from furthering. His powerful knuckle, on the other hand, moved forward in a slant and grabbed Hong Jipping's heart tightly, burning it into ashes. Fishbone Hong Jipping's eyes were wide open. He found it hard to believe that Lei Chenghu could be so ruthless even when flames of spiritual energy were popping up from his throat. In terms of combat ability, Fishbone Hong Jipping, who was known as one of the 4 best experts of the Godly Might prison and enhanced by many secret techniques of the Covenant Alliance, was perhaps stronger than God of War Lei Chenghu, who specialized in the arts of commanding. Lei Chenghu, however, told all the opponents with the toughest and coldest performances that God of War definitely deserved his name. In one attack, at the price of a left arm, he laid waste to the best expert of the assassins from the Covenant Alliance and earned the 5 seconds that were of paramount importance for him. The bleeding wound on his left shoulder blade was soon covered by the gel-like medicines. Lei Chenghu retreated the blood-stained power claws from the body of Fishbone Hong Jipping and waved it hard, throwing away blood and suspicious broken meat. He roared in excitement and stared at the remaining opponents, not bothering to look at his broken limb and his eldest son who had passed out on the ground at all. His back hunched, Lei Chenghu breathed heavily, opening and closing his power claws. Infinite bloodiness spread out of his body. He was exactly like a caged beast fighting in a desperate fight in a pit. At this moment, because nobody foresaw that Fishbone Hong Jipping would be heavily wounded. The siege of the assassins had a fatal gap. All the assassins focused their attention on the gap caused by the collapse of Fishbone Hong Jipping. Quite a few assassins were ready to fill in the vacancy. Some of them even thought that Lei Qinghu would break out of the siege from there and locked onto the route of Lei Qinghu's escape with their remote magical equipment in advance. However, instead of running, Lei Qinghu lunged at where the assassins of the Covenant Alliance were densest. The power claws named Tiger's Soul, which was made of the essence of 5 chainswords and vibration sabers collected from the battlefield and crafted carefully by the experts of refining in the Imperium after 3 years, truly looked as if the souls of 5 tigers had possessed it. It attacked 5 assassins at the same time. Judging from the thunderous, unstoppable attack, it seemed that run away was not even an option in Lei Qinghu's head. He would either kill all the assassins or be killed by the assassins standing. There was no third option. Chi! The power claws pierced into the chest of one assassin and began to revolve rapidly. The long sword of the second assassin, in the meantime, pierced into Lei Qinghu's shoulder, only to be pinched by his muscles and bones and could not move forward at all. Boom! 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 The honeycomb-type magazines on Lei Qinghu's shoulder were opened at the same time. Dazzling mini balls of light exploded between him and the assassins, blowing the crystal suits of the assassin into pieces of garbage. His own crystal suit, on the other hand, was also barraged by the rest of the assassin. The spiritual shield soon turned dark red and completely collapsed, and the crystal suit was torn apart inch by inch, revealing the bleeding old body down below. Lei Qinghu sensed none of it, as if his nerves of pain had been completely sealed in the 100 years of fierce battles. It was not until he executed 3 assassins in a row and the blood of his enemies and his own drowned the floor that he finally slipped and fell on one of his knees, pressing the claws deeply into the ground. The crazy tiger had finally run out of all his ammunition, fuel, spiritual energy, and physical strength and had to come to a stop. Even the assassins of the Covenant Alliance, whose feelings had been sealed, and who knew nothing other than carrying out commands dutifully, were greatly shocked by Lei Qinghu's toughness and craziness. It was not until half a second's days later that they all raised their chainswords, vibration sabers, storm bolters, and crystal cannons. Lei Qinghu let out blurred chuckles from the broken facial cover of his crystal suit. There was no telling whether he was laughing at himself for his futile attack or the Council of Elders for their idiocy. He struggled to his feet and held his head high at the blades and firearms of the Covenant Alliance. Right then, when the storm bolters and crystal cannons of the assassins just shot out lethal flames of light, and the scorching bullets were flying at Lei Qinghu's chest and head, for streaks of blackness stopped between the 2 parties at the perfect moment and stretched out to 4 black shields instantly, helping Lei Qinghu absorb all the attacks in clinking noises. Boom! 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 It felt that an entire ocean was running at them in deafening noises. The assassins of the Covenant Alliance immediately bulged their eyes, unable to believe what they saw with the crystal cameras on their helmets. When they looked back, they discovered that their crystal cameras were not wrong at all, and it was true that a dark gold cube in mosaics was rushing close. Bam! An assassin wearing a heavy crystal suit more than 3.5 meters tall crashed the dark gold cube heavily, while waving a power knuckle that was thicker than the thigh, but the crystal suit was immediately blown into pieces. Even his bones were all broken and extended out of his flesh. He couldn't have looked more miserable. Bam! Bam! Another 2 assassins of the Covenant Alliance lunged at the dark gold cube from 2 sides in weird positions, only to be blown back by appallingly huge forces into the wall. Their crystal suits were pressed until they became as thin as paper too. Crack! 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 Before the remaining assassins realized what was going on, the chainswords, vibration sabers, storm bolters, and crystal cannons in their hands all exploded, and they were swallowed by the uncanny forces each higher than the last, unable to control themselves at all like canoes in a tsunami. By the time the 4 black shields turned into 4 black crystals again and slowly hovered around Liao, not a single assassin from the Covenant Alliance was still standing. Hoochie! 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 Liao breathed heavily and swallowed abundant nutrition drugs and medicines into his stomach through the automatic energy refilling system on his crystal suit, draining all the supplies inside a cosmos ring in only 3 seconds. Couldn't be helped. The higher one's level was, the greater energy they would consume when they were attacking with all their strength. The preparation time before the attack and the cooldown after it would be longer too. The crazy performance in the 1 minute just now was even more exhausting than training at high intensity for 3 days and 3 nights. Even a whole cosmos ring of high-energy nutrition drugs was not enough to refill 1/3 of what he had used up. He would not be able to perform a similar crazy attack anytime soon. But thankfully, he made it in time. General Lei, Marquis Liaohai? Liao stared at the middle-aged man before him who was short and slim, but who was fearsome and intimidating despite the loss of his left arm. The gazes of Vulture and God of War collided heavily. You are not a guard of the godly might prison. Lei Qinghu glanced at Liao up and down and said, not in suspicion but affirmatively. And you are a rarely seen battle-type expert in the divinity transformation stage. Few warriors in the entire Imperium of true human beings have a cultivation as high as yours, and certainly, none of them are bold enough to barge into the godly might prison on their own and put themselves under the danger of being besieged by thousands of enemies. In the meantime, not only are you exceptionally strong, but the heavenly materials and earthly treasures your crystal suit has adopted are more than valuable too. Even the top-tier experts in the 4 Kurfürst families might not be privileged enough to equip it. So, who are you exactly, and what do you want from me? God of War Lei Chenghu had just walked on the thin ice of death, but he did not waste half a second on surprise, confusion, or fear. He got to the critical question without any delay. My name is Vulture Liao. It is true that I have never been exposed on the stage of the Imperium until this battle. Due to the limited time, Liao had no time to chatter with Lei Qinghu either. I am a secret guard of Her Grace. Knowing that Marquis Liaohai was held in prison, the Queen ordered me to come here to rescue Marquis Liaohai. Her Grace, Li Linghai. Coldness flashed in Lei Qinghu's eyes as thousands of thoughts rolled over in his mind. He sneered. It's true that all kinds of devils will be arising when a country is about to die. Now that the Imperium of true human beings is walking to the sunset, all foul creatures are jumping out to cause trouble. Before, I hardly paid attention to the big shots in the royal palace. Little did I know that Her Grace, who had never shown anything special, had in fact secretly raised such a distinguished expert in the divinity transformation stage and knew that I was caged here. Such a massive capability couldn't have been achieved without 100 years of hard work. Could it? Li Linghai truly holds great ambitions. Naturally, Her Grace is not the only one who should be credited. There are countless other real immortal cultivators and patriots, as well as the insightful people who hate the corrupted politics and the dark society today. We are only able to rescue Marquis Liaohai when we are gathered, Liao declared solemnly. Of course, Marquis Liaohai can also understand it as an association of the oppositions of the 4 Kurfürst families, who hope to destroy the Council of Elders that is controlled by the major noble families and rebuild a new imperium. The incident of the Blood Oath Alliance was obviously a trick of those noble families to eliminate their political opponents. They were also bold enough to confine and even try to murder Marquis Liaohai in order to completely swallow the astounding Thunder Fleet. Such insanities were certainly beyond our expectations. But now that the noble families have revealed their true intentions, we have to fight for the future of the Imperium with our best too. Right now, Her Grace has gathered the troops of the reformists and is about to conquer the godly might prison. The purpose of the battle is to rescue Marquis Liaohai, so that Marquis Liaohai can return to the front line to supervise the situation and wave the blood-stained flag for the reformists. With a pair of serious-looking eyes under the broken facial cover, Lei Chenghu stared at Liao without blinking. All the oppositions of the 4 Kurfürst families, have joined their hands in the pursuit of a reform under the leadership of the queen? It was indeed the sharpest eyes that Liao had ever seen in his entire life. Xianxia, Bai Xinghe or Lu Zui in the past were no match at all. Although Lei Qinghu had lost one arm and almost run out of all his blood due to the heavy wounds, his eyes were still piercing through his skin, his bones, and his brain, catching what was really on his mind. Exactly. Liao gritted his teeth and said, Her Grace believes that Marquis Liaohai is one of the few real patriots the Imperium has left today, and that you will certainly second the ideas of the reformists. In any case, the disunity of the Imperium must not go on. If the Imperium of true human beings is to emanate infinite glories in the next 10,000 years, there must be a powerful central government and a highly united and invincible army. The aim of the reformists is to collect the power that has been stolen by the noble families and the magnates and to return it to His Majesty to establish a powerful grand government. Who else except Marquis Liaohai is qualified to call for all the warriors at the center of the cosmos and establish a united army with a sense of honor and duty? Lei Qinghu's eyes suddenly brightened, like the dazzling spots of light before the main guns of a starship roared. An army of the Imperium which was driven by a sense of honor and duty, but not by the selfish interests of the nobles, and which was really united and boasted its own will. Besides, Liao rubbed his hands and said, I've been hearing the extraordinariness of God of War Lei Qinghu since childhood. It was exactly because of Marquis Liaohai's accomplishments and integrity that I finally firmed my belief and grew into a real, pure, and selfless immortal cultivator. So I am your most loyal admirer. There's no doubt about that. When I heard that Marquis Liaohai was arrested and would likely be killed by the scoundrels, I was in such anxiety that I couldn't even wait for half a second to get Marquis Liaohai out of the place. Marquis Liaohai, there is no time for hesitation right now. Come with me. I have sensed countless experts of the Godly Might Prison and assassins of the Covenant Alliance coming to the place. They will probably arrive in a few minutes. I consumed too much spiritual energy just now, and my combat ability has dropped by at least 50%. There is no way that I can stop their incessant attacks. A admirer. Lei Qinghu was rarely stunned, but he was now, as he never thought that an expert in the divinity transformation stage could be so shameless. His thoughts disrupted, he pondered for a while before he went on. I can take action with you and even consider to cooperate with the Queen on one condition. You have to listen to my command for now. Liao was slightly dazed. What do you want, Marquis Liaohai? You have snuck into the Godly Might Prison on your own? Lei Qinghu raised questions non-stop. When is Li Linghai going to attack? How many troops does she have? Also, since you knew I was caged here, and you could sneak into the place without alerting anyone, you must have someone to help you in the Godly Might Prison, don't you? Who is the spy of the highest level? Where do you want to take me to right now in order to avoid the hunters of the two parties? The fleet of the reformists would jump to the Mystic Ice sector in 20 minutes and arrive above the Godly Might Prison suddenly. Also, there are spies of the reformists in the Godly Might fleet. It shouldn't be a problem for us to take down the Godly Might fleet thunderously. Liao replied, It's true that I have snuck in on my own, but I had the help of Luo Wenyao, a deputy warden of this prison. Right now, our focus is to help Marquis Liaohai to keep yourself safe until the reformists control the Godly Might Prison. Thankfully, the Covenant Alliance has offered us great help. With the chaos in the Godly Might Prison right now, as long as I slightly disguise you into a jailer or a dead body, we will be able to hide in any random dark corner. There will be a good chance that we can dodge the hunting with my keen senses. You have bought a deputy warden? Pondering for a moment, Lei Qinghu said, Can you reach out to him? Liao frowned. There is an emergent line that we can contact each other with. But considering the chaos in the Godly Might Prison right now, this deputy warden is probably at the control center with the warden. Isn't it too risky to contact him? It can't be better if Deputy Warden Luo is really at the control center. Lei Qinghu sneered. Because our destination is exactly the highest command center of the entire Godly Might Prison. Liao was stunned. What? Vulture Liao. Since you are an expert in the divinity transformation stage and you have saved my life, you do not need to call me Marquis Liaohai to show respect. Let's just call each other fellow cultivators. Narrowing his eyes, Lei Qinghu said, one word after another. Both of us are in the divinity transformation stage, and we have the dignity of the divinity transformation stage too. If you want me to hide in a dark corner like a rat, shuddering and waiting for somebody else to save me, you might as well kill me directly. I will not place fate in the hands of anybody else, neither my own fate nor the fate of the Imperium. Besides, the so-called best experts of the godly might prison are all lying here. The other experts above average are either taming the turmoil in the rioting districts or marching to where I am caged. Then, who exactly is defending the control center that the warden is at? Nobody. It is needless to say that Luo Wenyao, your spy, is very likely to be in the control center. Although Lei Qinghu had lost one arm and his face was paler than a dead body, his eyes were so brilliant as if he were commanding thousands of troops in space. Liao blurted out, "What are you trying to do exactly?" "What am I trying to do?" Lei Qinghu smiled. "To occupy the godly might prison, of course. Do you want to fight by my side, fellow cultivator Li?" There were only two of them, one of whom had lost an arm and almost all the blood in his body. Yet, they were talking about occupying the entire godly might prison. Taking a deep breath, Liao smiled too. "Naturally. General Lei's plan is indeed 100 times better than mine. Assault the control center and occupy the godly might prison. That meets my appetite perfectly." Right then, a guy below Lei Qinghu's feet was back to himself. It was exactly Lei Honghai, his eldest son who passed out in fear just now. "Dad?" Lei Honghai was confused at first, but then immediately scared out of wits when he saw that his father had lost an arm and looked as creepy as a ghost with all the blood on his body. He lost all his dominance when he persuaded Lei Qinghu earlier, and he simply stammered, They forced me to do it. Help me, Dad, help me." When he noticed that the determination of killing condensed into lines in Lei Qinghu's eyes, he simply burped and changed his way of talking. Don't kill me. I am your biological son. Dad, don't kill me." Lei Qinghu sneered and picked up a blood-stained saber with the tip of his foot. Then, in a bellow, he pierced it at his son's head. Lei Honghai shrieked in fear. Even Liao was more or less surprised, not expecting Lei Qinghu to be even more ruthless than he was told. However, the saber did not penetrate through Lei Honghai's face but only brushed past the side of his face, cutting off one of his ears. "Don't say that I'm a merciless father anymore. Use this saber to fight for a way of survival in the godly might prison." One word after another, Lei Qinghu said coldly, "If you can make it, you will still be my son, and your betrayals will never be talked about again. If you can't make it, as long as you die with your head held high like a man, I will bury you first and avenge you later." Looking at the shining saber that was stuck to his face, Lei Honghai wept hard and did not know how to react. Lei Qinghu did not look at him anymore but turned to Liao. "Let's go." Liao hesitated. "General Lei, your wounds, they are just minor injuries. Not a big deal." Lei Qinghu had lost an arm, but he was as casual as if he had lost a finger. Picking up a storm bolter and holding it in his armpit, he grabbed a dented chainsword again before he said to Liao emotionlessly, "Where should we go?" Considering for a moment, Liao dashed to the few guards of the godly might prison that had been killed and dismantled their crystal suits into tiny components quickly. Soon, he found the identification units as well as the passes to the various gates of the godly might prison. The few guards were all the 4 best experts of the godly might prison. Because of their high rank, their passes were enough to open most of the gates in the prison. After embedding an identification chip and a pass to Lei Qinghu's unit, Liao retrieved a piece of delicate communication magical equipment from his Cosmos ring and activated the highly confidential short-distance channel. Blackstone. Liao spoke to the communication channel in a low voice. "This is Vulture. The general has been saved, but we cannot persist for long because we have been surrounded. We've decided to change our strategy and go to the highest control center of the godly might prison directly. Please give us clearances to the pathways on our way and distract all the surveillance cameras and guards. Repeat, this is an order from the general." Please see that it is done, or the general safety cannot be ensured. Blackstone was the secret code name for Luo Wenyao, the deputy warden that the reformists had bought over. Since the wireless transmission was adopted, the so-called secret channel was naturally not so secret. It would be discovered by the enemy as time went by. However, due to the emergency, there was no time to bother with that right now. It was not until a long silence in the communication channel that a voice of surprise finally came over. What? We are now moving toward the control center. Please inform us of the safest route. Liao was not bothered by the guy's shock at all. He said quickly, or we will have to fight all the way over. The secret communication channel fell silent again. Liao was almost able to hear the heavy breathing of the guy on the other side. In the next second, a 3D map of the Godly Might prison was sent over, with a crimson route glittering on it. Luo Wenyao gnashed his teeth on the other side as he said, "You have 3 minutes. I will try to move all the guards on this route and cut off the image transmission of the surveillance cameras. Suspicions will be raised if the duration is any longer. Why are you coming to the control center?" In a smile, Liao glanced at Lei Qinghu and said resolutely, "To catch them all." According to the instruction of the spy, the two of them entered a broad and comfortable ventilation tube. Hardly had they crawled in when they heard roars and explosions coming over from the area where they were at in the beginning. The guards of the Godly Might prison and the captives of the Covenant Alliance who had received new orders arrived at the same time. Naturally, another bloody battle took place. Liao secretly observed Lei Qinghu, only to discover that the man was groping forward in the darkness wholeheartedly, with thoughtfulness beaming out of his shining eyes, showing no concern for the safety of his son. Liao couldn't help but feel cold again. The immortal cultivators were as difficult to deal with as the people of the Covenant Alliance. After the ventilation tubes were filled with the venomous fog and the corrosive air, most of the guards had evacuated from the place. What replaced them were the surveillance cameras and the automatic defense magical equipment that were floating in midair like green-headed flies. Since the spy cut off the surveillance cameras for now and Liao and Lei Qinghu were carrying the identification units of the highest level, they were determined by the automatic defense magical equipment as friends and let through without any trouble. Although Liao had wasted 50% of his combat ability in the fierce battle just now, it was not a difficult mission to release his spiritual threads to detect enemies in the several hundred square meters around. Also, the spy was sending the latest distribution of soldiers and their movements over every now and then, allowing them to dodge all the guards perfectly. Lei Qinghu's estimation was quite right. The highest commander of the Godly Might prison was already more than anxious because of the Covenant Alliance's unexpected attack. Even though he had learned the news that Lei Qinghu escaped, he would only think that Lei Qinghu was fleeing to the corners of the Godly Might prison. Little could he have thought that Lei Qinghu and Liao would take a giant detour and stab into the heart of the prison as if they were trying to get caught. The two of them pushed forward for several kilometers in the ventilation tube without encountering major dangers. They met 3 unavoidable patrol teams on their way, but Liao noticed all of them in advance and knocked them out neatly. At the front was the control center of the Godly Might prison. The ventilation tube, however, came to an end. Lying ahead was a set of completely independent air circulation systems that was absolutely impossible to crawl through. Down below was defended by heavily armed troops. Hundreds of guards of the prison were watching over the control center like hundreds of iron fortresses, not letting a single fly pass. Those soldiers were all the personal guards of the warden. The spy, as the deputy warden, could not dispatch them free at will. "What do we do?" Liao asked Lei Qinghu with his lips, not making any sound. The hundreds of guards were tall and athletic, with spiritual energy dancing around their neat crystal suits. They were absolutely different from the common jailers that Liao crushed easily just now. Liao had consumed too much spiritual energy and soul power. He had no intention of fighting hundreds of such guards, who were as tough as wolves. When there were too many ants, they could bite an elephant to death. Even an expert in the divinity transformation stage might be killed when the number of enemies was overwhelming. Lei Qinghu narrowed his eyes and completely took off the broken mask, revealing a face that seemed to be made of iron. Then he simply broke the ventilation tube and leaped down. "Who is it?" The guards who were stationed outside the control center in high vigilance were all greatly shocked. They all aimed their guns at Lei Qinghu. Liao secretly cursed but had no choice except to jump down together with Lei Qinghu. While he was still in midair, the dominating auras of the divinity transformation stage already spread out like a tsunami, raising a ferocious storm around the two of them, which shook all the storm bolters and the crystal cannons hard and made them impossible to lock onto the enemy. Lei Qinghu, however, did not bother to look at those people at all, and simply considered the blades and firearms in their hands non-existent. He held his chest high and strode at the control center. Lei Qinghu's behavior and Liao's dominance were great surprises for the guards. The suffocating pressure of the divinity transformation stage experts that felt like 100,000 tons of water made them grit their teeth and bulge their eyes, but they did not have the courage to pull the trigger. The air around Lei Qinghu that was even more dominating than the divinity transformation stage, as well as his somewhat familiar face, caused the hearts of the guards to palpitate. Marquis Liao Hai, some guards exclaimed, finding it hard to believe their eyes. Since Lei Qinghu was secretly held in custody here, naturally only part of the leadership was aware of the news. Most of the guards did not know it at all. The guards of the Godly Might prison, even though they were from the four Kurfürst families, were mostly the secondary branches of the families at the bottommost level. They had to suffer all kinds of exploitations from up above, and when all their values had been used, they would be kicked to the desolate, hopeless places such as the Godly Might prison, where they would wait for their retirement in desperation. They were quite indifferent to their families, and they were rather familiar, if not reverential, with the famous heroes of the Imperium such as God of War Lei Qinghu. For a moment, many guards were at a loss about what to do. They did not know why the legendary hero of the Imperium suddenly showed up here. They did not know why Lei Qinghu lost an arm and was covered in blood, as if he had just been through a fierce battle. They did not have any clue about how to deal with the weird situation either. Only a few commanders among them vaguely knew the truth, but Liao sensed their existence keenly the moment he jumped off. His spiritual energy bit their throats as tightly as vipers, making them chill and their hearts pound. They felt that a needle was stabbed to their spines, and they could not utter a single syllable. If you know me, why are you still standing in my way? Lei Qinghu pressed forward in the shiny forest of blades and bellowed with a face as gloomy as a swamp. The Covenant Alliance is attacking on a large-scale basis. The Godly Might prison is in peril. My astounding Thunder Fleet is still on the near-planet orbit, unable to break in. Where is your warden? I need to speak to him. His words were illogical and obscure, but they were enough to stun the guards for a moment. While they were dazed, Lei Qinghu had already walked to the gate of the control center under Liao's protection. Guarded by hundreds of tough soldiers, and because many officers were entering and exiting the place to pass orders, the gate of the control center was naturally wide open. Even if it had been closed tightly, it would have been barely able to resist Liao's full-strength attack. Lei Qinghu and Liao stepped into the highest control center of the Godly Might prison. Except for Luo Wenyao, the spy and the deputy warden, everybody in the control center was dumbfounded, unable to say anything other than making meaningless sounds with their throats. It was not until this moment that the warden's personal guards outside finally realized what was going on. They all crowded in and aimed their trembling guns at Lei Qinghu and Liao again. Marquis Liao Hai. When the warden, who was giving commands before the mainframe crystal processor, turned around, it was such a weird picture of dead silence that he saw. He couldn't help but blurt out with a pale face. The current warden of the Godly Might prison was named Yun Chenghua, a direct descendant of the Yun family of Lantian. He was also a rarely seen expert in the nascent soul stage with talents both in administration and battle. However, faced with Liao and Lei Qinghu, two experts in the divinity transformation stage, how was he able to unleash the capabilities of the nascent soul stage at all? Fellow cultivator Yun. Turning a blind eye to the hundreds of storm bolters and crystal cannons that were aimed at aim from nearby, Lei Qinghu kept one hand on his back and said unquestionably, "You have lost. Surrender now." Even a nascent soul stage expert like Yan Chenghua was shocked by Lei Qinghu's matter-of-fact declaration, which was made despite being surrounded by hundreds of personal guards. It was not until a long time later that he finally realized what was going on. With a face that was so gloomy that it was almost raining, he gnashed his teeth. "Is this some kind of joke, Marquis Liaohai?" He seemed eager to lunge forward and catch Lei Qinghu. But when Liao stared at him from Lei Qinghu's back with a pair of unpredictable eyes, he felt that his internal organs were stabbed by ice spears. He couldn't help but cry and wonder where Lei Qinghu found such a great expert to help him. "Are you still unable to see through the situation, fellow cultivator Yun?" Unhurriedly, Lei Qinghu moved forward to Yun Changhua, warden of the Godly Might prison. "The very fact that I'm standing before you right now is evident enough that the Godly Might prison has been greatly infiltrated. And it was no secret at all that I was kept in custody here. Since half a month ago, the news that I was here has already been spread out. Right now, the special mixed troop made of the members of the astounding Thunder Fleet and the royal guards loyal to the Queen are ripping apart the four-dimensional space and jumping to the Mystic Ice sector. They are about to launch a destructive strike on the Godly Might fleet. Trust me, now that we have decided to take the gamble, it is impossible that we will lose. It is needless to mention the riots caused by the captives of the Covenant Alliance deep inside the Godly Might prison. The suppression of the riots alone will waste 90% of your strength. What can you count on to resist the scourge of the astounding Thunder Fleet and the Royal Guards? Or rather, do you want to resist to the end and be destroyed together with the Godly Might prison? Hehe. Even if you are pig-headed enough to remain loyal to the four Kurfürst families, think about the soldiers, guards, and jailers outside. Are you asking so many people to die a meaningless death? I swear by the name of God of War that if I cannot leave the place openly today, the entire planet will turn into an ocean of fire. The glaciers that have been frozen for 10,000 years will simmer, and everybody here, both the jailers and the prisoners, will die together with me. Fellow cultivator Yun, the lives of hundreds of thousands of people are now in your hands. Do you still think that I'm joking?" After every question Lei Qinghu raised, he made a step forward and crashed at the warden like a mountain 10,000 meters tall. Warden Yun Changhua, being an expert in the nascent soul stage, had a combat ability higher than Lei Qinghu right now. But he was still sweating hard under the man's aggressive posture. The astounding Thunder Fleet and the Royal Guards loyal to the Queen? Yun Changhua rolled his eyes hard. It's impossible. You will understand if it is possible very soon, Lei Qinghu said coldly. If it weren't for the future that a lot of innocent people would die when the great army arrive, why would I have bothered to come here to persuade you to surrender on my own? I could have hidden myself deep inside the Godly Might prison while waiting for an opportunity to get away. This is the last opportunity for so many people of the Godly Might prison, including yourself. I am not so lenient every time. Try to make a judicious decision, fellow cultivator Yun. In my opinion, even if you want to remain loyal to the four Kurfürst families, you wouldn't have a chance to. Look at the rampant captives of the Covenant Alliance on the light beam who have almost burned half of the Godly Might prison to the ground. This is a tragedy that has never happened to the dozens of wardens during the hundreds of years after the Godly Might prison was established, but it has happened in your term. Somebody must be responsible for such a serious riot and prison break. Even if they are not sentenced to death, they will definitely be greatly punished. Who else can take the blame if not you, fellow cultivator Yun, as warden of the prison? You are an expert in the nascent soul stage with dual talents. The appointment of you as the warden of the Godly Might prison was sort of a punishment in the first place. If you take such a huge blame again, you won't have any hope to rise again in the system of the four Kurfürst families. Not just you, there are also your personal guards, who are so loyal to you that they are bold enough to aim their guns at us when they know that a battle-type divinity transformation stage expert is standing behind me. TSK, TSK, TSK. They are all the best warriors, but it is a pity that they have a terrible leader. They will suffer for decades in the land of bitterness and desolation together with you, or be wasted meaninglessly as cannon fodder. Yun Changhua couldn't have looked more awful. His hands, where veins were protruding, grabbed the saber on his waist tightly, and he could chop off Lei Qinghu's throat after a slight wave. But he could not unsheath his weapon at all. Fellow cultivator Yun, You know very clearly that everything I said is true. The job as the warden of the Godly Might prison is one on the crater of a volcano in the first place. It is meant to take blames for other people. Lei Qinghu said casually. If I were indeed killed miserably in the Godly Might prison today, the local troops, including the astounding Thunder Fleet, would certainly burst into fury when the news was out. Then, the 4 Kurfürst families would have to catch a few scapegoats to appease the public. Whose head do you think will be best to prevent the warlords from complaining anymore? Yours, fellow cultivator Yun. Therefore, since the moment I was sent to the Godly Might prison, whether or not an accident happened to me, you would certainly take the blame in the end. To think that you are still working for the 4 Kurfürst families so dutifully. Yun Qinghua's pale face blushed, and his veins that were as thick as earthworms surfaced, cramping violently. His personal guards around also fell silent, with panic and confusion flashing in their eyes. The greatest reason why the Imperium has walked to the dead end today is that it cannot make the best use of talents and resources. Lei Qinghu continued, an expert in the nascent soul stage with dual talents in battle and administration, leading hundreds of loyal, tough soldiers, would have conquered dozens of planets after a decade of fighting if they were under my command. There would have been too many glittering medals for him to wear on his chest. But in the past decade, I hardly heard the name Yun Qinghua. Perhaps you will remain unknown in the next 100 years. I really feel pitiful for the hot-blooded men like you and your warriors. Stop it. Yun Qinghua drew half of his saber out of the sheath from his waist, his eyes bloodshot as if filled with blood. He gnashed his teeth and asked, Marquis Liaohai, what are you trying to do exactly? Liao stared at Yun Qinghua's saber tightly, his eyes so sharp that they were almost stabbing 2 holes on the edge of the blade. Lei Qinghu, however, did not bother to look at the coldly shining saber at all. He simply continued staring at Yun Qinghua with earnest and passionate eyes as he extended his only arm to the man and said, one word after another. The Imperium today is exactly like the Godly Might prison right now. It is in a moment of life and death. Lead all the ardent men under your command who crave to accomplish something and rescue the Imperium together with me. The Imperium needs you to make the right choice right now. Well? Yun Qinghua's face was gloomy and unsteady, but his half-drawn saber stopped in midair. He asked solemnly, even if you can conquer the Godly Might prison, so what? What are you going to do in the next step? As soon as the Godly Might prison is conquered, there will be a whole set of consecutive plans waiting to be activated until we can make our own choice or even take our own place in the Council of Elders. The fewer prices we pay in the conquest of the Godly Might prison, the greater the odds of success will be in the next phase. Therefore, your role is of paramount importance. Lei Qinghu suddenly turned his eyes to Yun Qinghua's side and changed the topic. However, our strength is much higher than your imagination. Our fellow cultivators can be found in all the critical posts in the entire Imperium, including those within the Godly Might prison. Why else do you think my rescue forces have come so fast? Opportunities only knock once. I don't have time to talk sense into you. If you remain obstinate, tremendous other people will replace you and cooperate with us pleasantly. Yun Qinghua was greatly awed. He was completely caught in Lei Qinghu's pace and even adjusted his breath and heartbeat according to Lei Qinghu. His eyes also looked at his right side, where Lei Qinghu was looking at. It was Luo Wenyao, the deputy warden, who was standing behind him on his right side. Under the stare of Lei Qinghu's scorching eyes, Luo Wenyao's breath was disrupted, and his face was unnatural, as if he were under tremendous pressure. Yun Qinghua immediately sensed the subtle changes of his deputy. Thinking of the guy's stealthy behaviors earlier, he was greatly alarmed. Right then, Lei Qinghu suddenly bulged his eyes and bellowed, "Do it!" The pitiful Luo Wenyao, although having been bought over by Li Linghai a long time ago with a promise of great rewards to help with the rescue of Lei Qinghu, never thought to attack the warden in person. He was extremely nervous because of his secrets in the first place, and the mini-storm bolter close to his thigh cramped beyond his control. Under Lei Qinghu's unexpected bellow, he drew his gun out of natural instincts, but he was at a loss about what Lei Qinghu meant after he took out the gun. Yun Qinghua, on the other hand, had noticed what was happening behind him under the guidance of Lei Qinghu's eyes. His nerves were even keener than those of a shocked bird, and his saber had been half drawn in the first place. Now that he sensed his deputy had taken out the gun, the alarms in his head turned into shrieks. The saber was unsheathed as quickly as a flash of lightning and swirled backward, and the massive spiritual energy of the nascent soul stage spurted out crazily, concentrating into invincible blade auras that brushed past Luo Wenyao's wrist that had just drawn the storm bolter and then went upward to his neck. Deputy Warden Luo Wenyao immediately turned rigid. 2 narrow and long bloody marks appeared on his wrist and his neck, and his eyes bulged out like those of a dead fish. Huchi! 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 Yun Changhua, the warden, breathed heavily. The seemingly plain attack cost too much of his strength. Lei Qinghu, however, was absolutely still. He did nothing except for roaring, "Do it!" Li Yao was still standing behind Lei Qinghu, with the 4 black crystals hovering around him slowly, ready to fill in at any moment. His mission was to protect Lei Qinghu. Luo Wenyao's safety was naturally not his concern. Besides, he did not expect Lei Qinghu to play such a moment, and how could he have enough time to stop a nascent soul stage expert's intuitional attack? Most importantly of all, neither Yun Changhua, Luo Wenyao, or Li Yao knew what Lei Qinghu meant at all. Clang! Luo Wenyao's mini-storm bolter dropped to the ground together with the right hand that was holding it. He seemed to be gradually swallowed by an invisible swamp, and his face couldn't have been more rigid and weird. He tried to lower his head to check his broken hand, but he could not move his jaw at all. 3 seconds later, the powerful blood pressure heaved the head and tossed it to the side of the broken right hand. There was still a look of confusion on his face. The headless torso shivered for a moment and fell backward, not knowing what happened at all up to the moment of death. Looking at the dead body of his deputy that had been cut into 3 pieces by one attack, Yun Changhua yelled and stopped his personal guards from attacking. With a gloomy face, he stared at Lei Qinghu thoughtfully again and said in a shivering voice, "Luo Wenyao was your guy, but why did you remind me?" "Wrong. Luo Wenyao was not my guy. He was the Queen's guy," Lei Qinghu replied as if it were nothing worth mentioning at all. "I checked his files before. That was a hesitant, cowardly man who was not worthy to join our great cause. He was not a man whom I could trust my back with. As I expected, he drew the storm bolter just now, but he hesitated for half a second at the most critical moment. If he had been more resolute, I would have taken a gamble and lunged forward to control you when you were distracted by him. That way he might have been able to survive. But as it turned out, he was too useless to be helped." Yun Qinghua's voice was hoarser than ever. "So, you simply watched me kill him while doing nothing?" "Exactly. I am trying to save the Imperium right now. Naturally, only the strongest immortal cultivators are qualified to cooperate with me. Such a piece of garbage was not worthy of my help," Lei Qinghu admitted frankly. "Besides, this is my gesture of sincerity for you. Luo Wenyao was the Queen's guy and the key to the rescue plan this time. If he were alive, he would be one of the greatest contributors to the battle, and whatever choices you make, fellow cultivator Yun, your contributions would be lower than his. It would be possible that he would suppress you for all eternity in the future. After all, he joined the Queen's cause much earlier than you did, fellow cultivator Yun. But right now you have killed him and you are now the key to the current situation. The future of the Godly Might Prison and even the Imperium hinges on your decision. If you are willing to stand by our side, allowing us to take over the Godly Might Prison and the Godly Might Fleet with no bloodshed, you will be the well-deserved best contributor of the battle. We are now competing with the leadership of the 4 Kurfürst families, and naturally we need to unite all the forces that can be united. If fellow cultivator Yun chooses to join us as the warden of the Godly Might Prison, do I need to picture your promising future for you? I know a thing or two about your past, fellow cultivator Yun. I'm aware that you are a tough warrior, but you were bad at adulation and pissed off the competitors within your family, which was why you were sent to such a place. Compared to the wavering, spineless guys such as Luo Wenyao, I found talents like fellow cultivator Yun more admirable. I'm sincerely inviting you to join us. I'm willing to fight by your side and even entrust my back to your protection. While talking, Lei Qinghu took a giant step forward again. The distance between Yun Changhua and him was already close to each other in the first place. After he took the step forward, the two of them were almost next to each other. Yun Chenghua's pupils constricted violently, and his facial muscles twitched. He couldn't take Lei Qinghu's overwhelming pressure anymore. Lei Qinghu, however, made a move that surprised everyone. He reversed his own saber and stuffed the handle in Yun Qinghua's hands. I trust my eyes that have never misled me. A man like you does not deserve to die an unknown death at the land of desolation as a warden. You should rage the sea of stars with me and make unparalleled achievements, making the name Yun Changhua one that is to be remembered 1,000 years later. I'm done now. Make your choice. You can kill me and die together with the wretched godly might prison. Or you can obey me. I do not have any titles or fortunes right now, but I swear that as long as you make the step, you and your men will have the opportunity to raise the flag of the Imperium on the last planet of the Alliance of the Holy Covenant in the future someday. Lei Qinghu's saliva was almost smashing into Yun Chenghua's face like nails. Yun Changhua felt that the whole world was shaking, and he was completely at Lei Qinghu's mercy. Lei Qinghu, however, simply helped him close and clench his hand, one finger after another. He then held the man's hand and helped the warden to place the blood-stained saber on his own neck. The sharp saber almost cut Lei Qinghu's skin, leaving a zigzagging trace of blood. Yun Changhua, his hundreds of guards, and everybody else in the control center, including Liao, all held their breath as they looked at Lei Qinghu's crazy action that bordered on suicide in astonishment. Yun Changhua almost couldn't believe his eyes and ears, nor could he believe that the legendary god of war had truly put his life in his hands. The saber stopped beside Lei Qinghu's carotid artery, not moving at all, but the veins on the warden's arm that were as thick as dragons bounced crazily. If you are still hesitating, you will be such a disappointment. Lei Qinghu frowned hard. I don't know what you possibly have to hesitate about. Besides me, the Godly Might prison has also locked countless political criminals who were all powerful big shots in the past and know countless secrets about the Imperium. They can make a comeback at any moment. The 4 Kurfürst families have kicked you to such a bitter cold world to waste your life. But they do not know that they have given you the most valuable treasure. It was not your fault that the political criminals were caught and kept here. However you have been treating them, it is your job and you do not have a choice. But if you can control the entire Godly Might prison and set them free in person so that they can join our side, who will not be in your debt? If they do make a comeback one day, will they forget who rescued them from their miseries in person? Don't presume that Luo Wenyao was the only spy in the Godly Might prison. If you are unwilling to seize such a precious opportunity, fellow cultivator Yun, a lot of other people will. Lei Qinghu's words bombarded him like a heavy cannon. Yun Changhua finally collapsed. But, with a face full of cracks and more twisted than ever, he wailed, My wife and children and those of my guards are mostly in the heartland of the Imperium. Then, it is all the more reason why you should make the right choice now. Glancing around gloomily, Lei Qinghu said, If you die an uncanny death here, would your widow and orphans end up well in the cruel, dog-eat-dog environment in the 4 Kurfürst families? Don't think that you will be the hero of the families after you die, or that your wife and children will be protected. Somebody must be responsible for the great upheaval this time. Dead men do not talk, which makes them the best candidates for scapegoats. After all the dirty water is poured on your dead body, even fewer people will care about your wife and children. Only if you are alive and you are gathered into a massive force can your wife and your children be protected in your big family. Do you not understand such simple logic? Yun Changhua hesitated. But, enough! Lei Qinghu bulged his eyes and interrupted the warden. He leaned even closer to the edge of the guy's blade and roared, If you want to kill me, just do it. Why are you wasting my time? Yun Qinghua's hand shook because of shock, and the edge slightly cut Lei Qinghu's neck. Blood immediately spilled out. All the jailers and guards nearby exclaimed. Yun Changhua retreated his hands like he was electrocuted. His face was even paler than that of a dead person. Lei Qinghu ripped off part of his clothes casually and covered his neck where blood was erupting. The cloth was immediately dyed red, but he seemed to have sensed none of it but simply pursed his lips, staring at Yun Changhua without blinking. Yun Changhua swallowed hard, his face even paler than before, but the flames of resolution surfaced in his eyes. Looking around, he seemed to have gained new strength from the leadership of the Godly Might prison and his personal guards. Holding the saber with both hands, he returned it to Lei Chenghu respectfully and said, "Marquis Liao Hai, please, give your orders. Everybody in the Godly Might prison will obey you." Liao had been observing from the back the whole time. Finally, he opened his mouth slowly in shock, to the point that one could stuff a coconut into it. Lei Qinghu took his saber and wiped the stains of blood that were as intense as ink. He turned around and glanced at Liao, speaking through the technique of private talk. "Forgive me for getting one of your spies killed. Has Her Grace told you what you should do under such circumstances?" That's all right. It doesn't matter," Liao said in a hurry. "I did not expect that General Lei would be so majestic. I am truly overwhelmed by your dominance. My admiration for you that has always been part of me since my childhood is now rolling up from my heart again. I almost can't stop myself from pledging loyalty to General Lei and work under your command." Lei Qinghu slightly frowned. "Aren't you the Queen's personal guard? Shouldn't your loyalty be with Her Grace?" Liao said, somewhat in embarrassment. "You may find it hard to believe, General Lei, but I'm in fact not very familiar with the Queen. We only join each other for the lofty ideal to save the Imperium. But after witnessing what you have done today, General Lei, I find that you seem to be even greater than the Queen. So, I can't help feeling admirable for you and crave to fight by your side, so that we can rage the sea of stars together. Isn't it perfectly understandable?" Lei Qinghu had the whole situation under control with only a few words and no bloodshed, but he was caught in a rarely seen confusion right now. "What kind of divinity transformation stage expert are you? The kind that rejects lowly entertainments and personal desires, and is completely devoted to the overall interests of the Imperium and the civilization of mankind, just like General Lei." Liao coughed and said, "Therefore, General Lei, you can absolutely trust me. I did volunteer to save you, and I am totally on your side." Looking at Liao's sincere face and earnest eyes, Lei Qinghu failed to come up with any reply until a long time later. "Is this some kind of lousy trick to win my trust through fake loyalty, so that you can monitor me from close up?" "Absolutely not." Liao shook his head quickly. "Trust me, General Lei. I mean it. I trust nobody right now. None of the guys from the capital, either from the Council of Elders or the Royal Palace, are easy to deal with." Lei Qinghu looked at Liao thoughtfully but had no time to talk more to the strange guy. He turned around to Yun Changhua again and said, "Warden Yun, what is the situation right now? How good is your control over the Godly Might prison? Where is the Godly Might fleet deployed? Is it under your absolute control?" Just now, he addressed Yun Changhua as fellow cultivator Yun, because they were negotiating for cooperation. At this moment, he began to call Yun Changhua as Warden Yun, implying that he had accepted the man's pledge of loyalty. Yun Changhua took a deep breath. Now that he had taken the step, there was no turning back. Lei Qinghu was quite right. In order to keep their wives and children safe, and for them to distinguish themselves in the vast stage in the Sea of Stars, they had to build up their strength as much as possible. Therefore, he refreshed himself and was completely devoted to his new role. His hands moving as quickly as wind, he retrieved 100 surveillance light beams and said while he operated anxiously, "The Godly Might prison has just experienced a very serious artificial earthquake. Tremendous underground magma has been squeezed into the bottom level of the Godly Might prison by the high pressure. The 5 floors at the bottommost level have all collapsed. Even the 4 energy supply bases were seriously wrecked. The emergent backup energy reserve is only enough to power the most fundamental defense system and the anti-air firing points on the ground. Besides, our mainframe crystal processor was hijacked by the weird viruses from the Covenant Alliance. When the magma swallowed the energy supply base and the mainframe was under the most pressure, it was hijacked by the enemy, who opened part of the prison cells in the 1st district and all of them in the 3rd district through remote control, setting abundant prisoners and captives free. As a result, the 1st and the 3rd districts have been completely occupied by the rampaging prisoners and captives. Most of the jailers inside have been killed by them. The situation is rather terrible. However, the defense system of the Godly Might prison has been time-tested for hundreds of years after all. Even if the prisoners and the captives can completely take over the districts, it is absolutely impossible for them to get away. Right now, I have taken back the control of the mainframe crystal processor and cut off all the channels from the 1st and the 3rd districts to the outside world. Not an ant would be able to crawl through. The Crystal Suit Legion stationed at the upper levels of the Godly Might prison have also set up bastions at the critical locations. They haven't marched into the fallen districts yet only because the environment down below is too complicated. As for the Godly Might fleet, it has learned of the riot in the Godly Might prison too and is breaking into the atmosphere and switching to the firepower blockage mode. They will descend to a low altitude of 200 to 300 meters and lock onto every channel from the Godly Might prison to the ground. Any prisoner or captive who is bold enough to crawl out will be the most obvious target in the snowy world. However, although I am the warden of the Godly Might prison and the Godly Might fleet is under my command theoretically, the fleet is in fact very independent. General Dongfang Lei, the highest commander of the fleet, has always been loyal to the family and is only here to gain more experience. He will certainly persist to the end without surrendering. A warden and a commander of a fleet were absolutely different. A warden needed to master the professional but otherwise useless abilities. They were essentially the seneschals of the desolate land. The future of their career was very gloomy. In most cases, one day as a warden meant a lifetime of being a warden. Even if he was no longer the warden of the Godly Might prison and sent to somewhere else, he would still be managing a bunch of wretched prisoners. What else was he capable of doing? Besides, after spending enough time in a prison, one would be familiar with every brick, every rock, and every wood, as well as the psychological state of all the prisoners. So, there were even fewer reasons for their superiors to change them. Quite a few wardens of the Godly Might prison had died of old age in their post or retired with empty hands when they were so old that their cultivations had plummeted. Therefore, when Lei Qinghu gave him the opportunity, Yun Chenghua did not struggle much before he grasped it. However, the commander of the fleet would be changed every few years. The young officers from the 4 Kurfürst families would accumulate experience in the place first, learning how to command an entire fleet. A few years later, they would have opportunities to be dispatched to other fleets, sometimes from the near-planet orbit defense fleets to the deep sky fleets that could travel to thousands of light-years away, in which case their future would be nothing but promising. As long as there was the slightest hope, who would ever completely break apart from the 4 Kurfürst families and join Lei Qinghu who had nothing at all in his hands. Therefore, Warden Yun Chenghua might surrender, but Dongfang Lei, the highest commander of the Godly Might prison, would never do so. Got it. Pondering for a moment, Lei Qinghu said, I remember that a rather tough anti-air fire net has been established on the ground for the defense of the Godly Might prison, which can even reach beyond the atmosphere. I believe the anti-air troop should be under the control of your hands, right? Yes. Yun Chenghua replied quickly. Since the beginning, what the Godly Might prison has worried most is the external attacks. Therefore, the anti-air fire net is an important focus. Nobody ever thought that the enemy would activate the magma and earthquakes below the ground, which, naturally, is absolutely useless aside from creating chaos. But the greatest problem right now is the serious instability of energy supply. Because most of the spiritual energy is supplied to the defense system in the different prison cells, several of the most powerful heaven-battering cannons on the ground have been paralyzed due to the shortage of energy. It doesn't matter. Lei Qinghu said, Now, pass my orders. First, reduce the energy consumption on the defense system in the underground prison cells as much as possible. Focus every drop of spiritual energy on the anti-air fire net on the ground, especially the most powerful heaven-battering cannons. Make sure that the heaven-battering cannons can perform at least one barrage. As for the other anti-air magical equipment, it will be fine as long as they can pretend that they have locked onto targets. Second, Contact the flagship of the Godly Might Fleet and inform them that the worst situation has already taken place. A large batch of prisoners and captives are about to escape to the ground. Ask the fleet to approach the ground to suppress the runners. Tell them not to kill the runners if possible. In any case, make the flagship and the main force warships of the Godly Might Fleet reach as close to the ground as possible. When they approach to the point that you are confident of the barrage, lock onto the flagship of the Godly Might Fleet with the maximal firepower. Third, prepare to turn on the broadcast system of the entire Godly Might prison and make as many people as possible hear it. I will speak to the prisoners. Concentrate all the spiritual energy on the anti-air fire net. Lock onto the flagship of the Godly Might Fleet. Greatly shocked, Yun Changhua immediately realized what was going on. He stammered, "You want to shoot down the flagship as well as Commander Dongfang Lei? But to achieve that, we will have to drain all the spiritual energy down below, and the defense system will become an empty shell. All the defense rune arrays will stop working, and they cannot let out a single electric arc. The prisoners will likely crush the defenses. That's why I need to speak to the prisoners." Lei Qinghu glanced at Yun Changhua coldly. "Warden Yun, just carry out the orders." "Understood." Shuddering, Yun Changhua did not dare to ask any further, but operated on the mainframe crystal processor quickly. Very soon, half of the light beams were displaying the pictures that the anti-air firing points in the snowy world were secretly turning directions and aimed at midair. The other half of the light beams, in the meantime, were manifesting the rampant, crazy beasts in the underground prison cells. Lei Qinghu observed for a moment and said, "Open all the prison cells in the first district." Yun Changhua was slightly dazed, but he did not argue this time and simply carried out Lei Qinghu's order. Clang. Before this, many prison cells at the corners and the ends of pathways in the first district had not been activated yet. The prisoners who were dizzy in their ecstasy did not notice it either. It was not until this moment, when the iron bars as thick as arms slowly descended to the ground, that the most ferocious prisoners were all released. The thirsty roars of the inhuman beasts immediately came over from the surveillance picture. Open all the channels between the first district and the third district, including the ventilation tubes. All the channels, Lei Qinghu said coldly. Yun Changhua blinked his eyes and immediately realized what Lei Qinghu was trying to do. But he found it hard to believe that Lei Qinghu was capable of doing that. Clang, clang, clang. The gates that were tightly closed before slowly opened, revealing ways leading to the unknown before the rampant beasts of the first district. The roars and explosions coming over from the ends of the pathways were natural temptations for the bloodthirsty beasts. Brothers of the Godly Might prison who have long been caged. This is Lei Qinghu, the highest commander of the astounding Thunder Fleet, speaking to you from the highest control center of the Godly Might prison, next to Warden Yun Changhua. Lei Qinghu's voice that was tougher than superalloys echoed in every corner of the Godly Might prison, making the ears of the beasts hum hard. My army has occupied the entire Godly Might prison. As the new master of the Godly Might prison, I pronounce that you are free now. The words were even louder than the earthquakes and the volcano eruptions. All the beasts were dumbfounded. The district that was as obstreperous as hell a moment ago was caught in dead silence. All the ferocious beasts turned into statues, except that their lips were shivering and repeating the same word, freedom. However, you should all be aware that the precious freedom is only temporary. Lei Qinghu's voice was mixed with undeniable solemnity as he continued, even if you tear down the entire Godly Might prison, so what? You will still be killed if you run to the snowy world outside. You may even be captured like a pig or a dog and suffer humiliations again. Now I can give you the real freedom, but only the strongest warriors are entitled to such freedom. The cruelest thing in the world was not to lose freedom, but to regain freedom after losing it for decades, only to watch it slip through the fingers once again. All the beasts, the bodacious robbers, serial murderers, and perverted arsonists and explosion maniacs, craned their necks with dirty saliva flowing out of their lips as they listened to the broadcast rune arrays in all directions full of eagerness. Right now, the Godly Might prison is in serious turmoil. The gates wide open before your eyes lead to the third district, where the captives of the Covenant Alliance caused all the chaos in the beginning. Their ultimate purpose is to detonate the 4 energy bases and completely activate the hibernating volcanoes below the ground so that the simmering magma will swallow the entire godly might prison. All the guards, and of course you, will die together with them. Lei Qinghu continued roaring. Hundreds of my starships are breaking into the atmosphere, but there is still some time to go before the brave soldiers march to the bottom level of the godly might prison. Right now, you are the only people who can save the godly might prison as well as the lives of each other. Look around. Do you see the high-precision crystal cameras in the entire godly might prison? They can capture your faces and your every move clearly. Charge forward now, and kill all the captives of the Covenant Alliance in deep red uniform. As long as the surveillance cameras verify that you have killed one captive from the Covenant Alliance, I will pardon you and enlist you in my army. My army is stationed in the most prosperous sectors in the newly recovered territory. It is the paradise on earth that had just been conquered by the Imperium, with inexhaustible wine, beauties, and crystal mines waiting for the enjoyment of my soldiers. Even a cook under my command lives a more extravagant life than the city masters in the worlds in the rear. How long has it been since you last enjoyed a woman? If you do not want to live the rest of your life in the snowy world where even your cock is frozen in front of each other's butts, fight for freedom, sunshine, beauties, and wines with your fists. I don't care what kind of unpardonable crimes you have committed. As long as you take down one person of the Covenant Alliance, I will pardon you and lead you to the paradise in the front line. You can choose not to trust me, but look at your companions who are simmering in impatience. Remember, there is only a limited number of captives from the Covenant Alliance, which means that I will bring a limited number of people away. You will lose nothing if you finish one of them before your companions do. Remember, everybody should kill only one captive from the Covenant Alliance and leave the rest to your companions. His words completely aroused the bloodthirstiness of the animals. The heavy breath of thousands of beasts gathered together, letting out deafening explosions like the power units of the space warships. Of the thousands of prisoners who were to spend the rest of their lives in imprisonment, perhaps only 1/10 believed what Lei Qinghu said. But as long as the 1/10, or even 2 or 3 people, for that matter, started to move forward at the same time, the crushing tide would be completely unstoppable. Better safe than sorry. There was only a finite number of captives from the Covenant Alliance. They were not captives in Crimson Prisoner's uniform, but single tickets to the paradise on Earth. If they did not take action immediately, the people of the Covenant Alliance would completely activate the underground volcanoes, burning all of them in the boiling magma until nothing was left. So hot, and it was getting hotter. Magma was truly flowing from downwards. It was true. That was the voice of God of War Lei Qinghu. General Lei was quite right. They could never get away. They would not lose anything if they gave it a try. It was better to take the gamble than to wait to die here. Sunshine, wine, and beauties. The beasts with tightened pants immediately congregated into an overwhelming tide that drowned the pathway leading to the third district. Under Lei Qinghu's command, Yun Changhua gave them all the help they needed. Not only were all the gates on their way opened, but there were even giant arrowheads made of visible rays of light that guided their way. In the third district, the captives of the Covenant Alliance were dispersing to all directions, hoping to create greater turmoil. However, other than those in the first district, Yun Changhua had sealed all the pathways and ventilation tubes. They did not have any heavy magical equipment and could only crash the gates and walls with their bodies of flesh and blood. Even though they had smashed a few holes on the wall, few people could crawl in at the same time. Most of the captives of the Covenant Alliance were still wandering in the third district. Many of them heard the roars of the beasts and searched in the directions of the first district, only to run into the burning tide head to head. The surveillance cameras did capture the collision of the two parties clearly. Even the protruding veins on every prisoner's face was clearly visible. It was barely a battle or even a massacre. Before the 3 captives of the Covenant Alliance realized what was going on, they were already swallowed by the tides of beasts, and when the tides passed, not a residue of them was left behind. All the prisoners had extended their hands at the captives of the Covenant Alliance crazily, biting them hard despite the lack of weapons and ripping apart their dead bodies even if they knew that the captives were long dead. They did not disperse in dissatisfaction and look for the next target until the captives of the Covenant Alliance had ended up in a cluster of blood. Nobody cared about Lei Qinghu's order just now, that everybody should kill only one captive of the Covenant Alliance and leave the rest to their companions. First of all, the lights were so dim, and the situation was so chaotic. Who knew if the surveillance cameras captured it clearly? Secondly, so many people attacked at the same time. Who could tell which of them killed the captives of the Covenant Alliance? Therefore, it would be safer to kill a few more. In the control center, the battles on the surveillance picture seemed to be taken from the primeval age tens of thousands of years ago. Most of the people in both parties were barehanded. They did not have weapons, much less crystal suits, and they were only fighting with their teeth and fists. The captives of the Covenant Alliance were cold machines, but the prisoners of the Covenant Alliance were raging beasts. The cruel pictures, with the broken limbs and the exploding internal organs, made even a lot of seasoned soldiers in the control center pale in fear. Their morale is rather high. This is a useful troop. Looking at the blood on the surveillance picture that was being shed in tons, Lei Qinghu nodded in great satisfaction. Warden Yun, remember to analyze the pictures carefully and identify the warriors that we are to pardon. We will bring them away when we evacuate. Are you really going to pardon them? Yun Changhua blurted out. They are all the most disobedient bandits. However high their combat ability is, they will only be the black sheep in the army. My promises have never gone unfulfilled. Now that I said they would be pardoned in public, there is absolutely no way that I will go back on my words. Lei Qinghu glanced at the warden and said casually, if you are worried that those disobedient guys will become the black sheep, you don't need to. I only promised that I would lead them to the front line. I did not say which troop they were going to join. I have a daring team under my command that is in dire need of the participation of the valiant and bloodthirsty warriors like them. Trust me. If those warriors can survive 1 year in my daring team, they will certainly repent of what they did and be better men. Right? Where is the godly might fleet right now? How well has your anti-air fire net been prepared? Yun Changhua breathed heavily. He opened the configuration map of the anti-air fire net and the map that marked the location of the Godly Might fleet. Pointing at the maps, he said, General, please take a look. I have transmitted 80% of the remaining spiritual energy in the entire Godly Might prison to the 4 most central heaven battering cannons in the anti-air fire net. In the meantime, most of the warships of the Godly Might fleet have descended to below the atmosphere and are still dropping, ready to carry out the suppression battle. I have reset the friend or foe identification system and secretly locked onto them. Very good. Lei Qinghu said, what about the flagship of the Godly Might fleet? That is exactly the problem. The flagship is still in the atmosphere and has not arrived completely. There's no telling if it has grown suspicious. We can't wait anymore. Lei Qinghu said, considering the location of the flagship right now, is it possible to shoot it down in 1 round of barrage? It is. The cannons based on the continent are 100 times more powerful than the cannons loaded on warships after all. Yun Changhua replied, but the interferences in the atmosphere are very serious. In order to make sure that the target is destroyed in 1 barrage, 95% of the spiritual energy must be focused on the heaven battering cannons, and the heaven battering cannons will probably overload and crash after the attack. The result will be that our spiritual energy runs out after the barrage. The anti-air fire net will be nothing more than adornment in the next hour, and the cores of the cannons may be completely melted. But the Godly Might fleet that has lost the flagship will still be able to bombard us free at will. What can we do then? Tell me? His eyes glittering, Lei Qinghu asked. Is anyone on the Godly Might fleet aware of the situation? Slightly dazed, Yun Changhua shook his head. Then, Lei Qinghu continued, even if the Godly Might fleet bombard us crazily, so what? Is the Godly Might prison, which is buried hundreds of meters into the ground, unable to withstand a blanket bombardment for several hours? Or is the Godly Might fleet, which has lost their leader, bold enough to send their soldiers to break into the prison that is a complicated maze and fight over the quarters against us in the cruelest way? If both questions are negative, what are you worried about? Carry out the order immediately and concentrate all the spiritual energy in the anti-air fire net. Aim all the anti-air magical equipment that can be launched at the flagship of the godly might fleet. Make sure that it will be shot down in the first round of attack. Understood. Yun Changhua stood at attention. Then he bulged his eyes and said, "Report. The flagship of the godly might fleet sent a request for communication. Ignore it. Carry out the order." Looking at the light beam, deep in thought, Lei Qinghu suddenly turned to Liao. "By estimation, our queen should be arriving soon, right? Report." Before Liao replied, Yun Changhua exclaimed in shock again. "Our far-end observatories have detected that objects of huge masses are tearing apart the barriers of the four-dimensional space and jumping to the mystic ice sector quickly." Hee. Lei Qinghu smiled and bared teeth as sharp as a tiger shark's. "Connect to the communication channel of the flagship of the godly might fleet. Use their communication signals to increase the precision of your aiming. When the heaven-battering cannons are fully charged, launch them directly." The image of Dongfang Lei, the commander of the godly might fleet, appeared on the light beam. It was a handsome, vigorous young man who had eyebrows that looked like swords. His straight uniform highlighted his perfect and athletic body figure, as if it were part of his body. His attractive face was full of the pride of the upper-class men. One could tell at first look that he was a core descendant of the four Kerfers families who was meant to control the lives of thousands of people after he was born. Indeed, it was possible to distinguish him from Yun Changhua just based on their faces. One of them was a man who had no reliance in the family and was destined to spend his entire life suffering in the desolate land if there was no accident. The other, however, had only come to the godly might prison to gain more experience. This place was nothing more than a platform for him to climb to the higher sky. Therefore, even though Dongfang Lei's military rank was lower than Yun Qinghua's and he was theoretically under the warden's command, he was, in fact, free to act on his own and did not need to bother with Yun Qinghua's orders. It was also the reason why Li Linghai would rather infiltrate the deputy advisor and part of the captains of the godly might fleet. Dongfang Lei, as the commander-general, was too tricky to deal with. It was impossible for him to be persuaded or bought over. Lei Qinghu never thought to buy Dongfang Lei over either. He simply stared at the highest commander of the godly might fleet emotionlessly. Dongfang Lei, however, was greatly surprised by the mess in the control center, as well as Lei Qinghu, whose clothes were soaked in blood and whose left arm was gone. Looking at Lei Qinghu and then at Yun Changhua, who was commanding his subordinates to operate quickly next to him, Dongfang Lei immediately understood everything. Intense fear and fury spurted out of his eyes. The fear and fury flashed quickly and were hidden in the deepest part of his pupils. Dongfang Lei took a deep breath and made the final attempt. "Marquis Liaohai, I surrender." Lei Qinghu made a launch immediately gesture at Yun Changhua as he said casually, "Okay. The heaven-battering cannons have been fully charged with spiritual energy. Launching in the extreme bombardment mode." With dense sweat of blood leaking out of his forehead, Yun Changhua clenched his fists. He looked at Dongfang Lei, not without ecstasy, and smashed the control panel hard. At this moment, the hundreds of small warships that belonged to the godly might fleet had all broken into the atmosphere. Drifting below the sky and the clouds, they completely exposed their abdomens to the anti-air fire net of the godly might prison. In order to increase the speed of the descent and to boost the anti-gravity rune arrays, they did not even activate the spiritual shield to 100%. They never thought that their allies would bear the sharpest tusks at them. Dongfang Lei's flagship was floating in the atmosphere, caught in a predicament. By the time he discovered that he had been locked onto by 4 heaven-battering cannons and hundreds of anti-air weapons, there was already no time to either change the direction or to activate the spiritual shield. A universal war had to follow the most ancient military common sense, that the firepower based on the continent was always higher than the firepower based on vehicles. For even the super-heavy warships more than 10 kilometers long, it was already the limit to allocate 1 to 2 kilometers for the cabin of main weapons. It was needless to say that a starship could only accommodate limited fuel and ammunition. Even with the dozens of cosmos rings that were carried on board, it was not enough to sustain the long-time roaring of destructive cannons. It was also the reason why the crystal suits and the colossi prevailed in the war in space. Due to the restriction of the fuel and ammunition, both parties of the war had to adopt the most cost-effective way of fighting, which was the melee battles. The firepower based on the continent, however, was totally different. Even the smallest planet often had a diameter tens of thousands of meters larger than the length of a starship. Their sizes were even exponentially bigger. Compared to the starships, which had limited rooms and had to worry about supplies all the time, a planet always had an infinite load of weapons and ammunition. Some of the important military fortresses could totally dig a dozen kilometers into the ground to establish the appalling cannons, which could launch tons of bullets multiple times faster than the speed of sound with almost infinite fuel. Unfortunately, the Godly Might prison was such an important military fortress. The 4 heaven-battering cannons that were deeply buried below the ground, if dug out and placed on the ground, would have been skyscrapers rising to the clouds. It was not hard to imagine how powerful they were. What was ironic was that although the Imperium worked on the Godly Might prison for hundreds of years and built such for super anti-air cannons at the consumption of tremendous resources, the first time they were used was to be aimed at the Imperium's own starships. The heaven-battering cannons adopted a dual-attack mode with both super radiations and electromagnetic bullets. First of all, for mystic rays rose to the sky like a lightning storm and immediately locked Dongfang Lei's flagship from 4 angles, destroying the spiritual shield that had been raised in a hurry unstoppably. In the end, for cannonballs filled with highly explosive crystals, dragging daunting exhaust flames behind, broke the void like the claws of devils and snatched the enemy. Dongfang Lei's flagship dodged hard. But the two parties were too close to each other, and the super radiations in the first wave significantly disrupted the anti-gravity rune arrays and the power units of the starship, making the starship unable to move at all as if it were caught in a vortex. Boom! 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 With the price of almost tearing his starship apart, Dongfang Lei dodged the attack of the first highly explosive cannonball. But the remote detonation rune array on the cannonball had been set in advance, and it exploded brutally when it was almost flying out of the atmosphere. The blast greatly disturbed his evasion, allowing the following 3 cannonballs to penetrate into his flagship one after another. 3 deafening explosions, like a series of thunders, echoed in the front, middle, and rear parts of the flagship at the same time. The sky was immediately dyed red by the fireballs, only to be blackened by the intense smoke. In the picture of communication, Dongfang Lei was completely consumed by the blast and the flames before he even had the chance to scream. Despite the cruelty of the bombardment, Lei Qinghu did not let go of the flagship of the Godly Might fleet that had been reduced to debris. He commanded Yun Chenghua to concentrate all the firepower on the ground, even including the single weapons of the spiritual puppets and the ground troops, to barrage the fireball in the sky crazily. For a moment, 10,000 gold lines were blossoming in the sky and on the ground at the same time. The barrage almost dazzled everyone's eyes. The spiritual energy of the Godly Might prison went completely dry. Even the lights in the control center were flashing. The flagship of the Godly Might fleet had broken apart and fell to the snow in billions of burning pieces, thawing the snow into thick, rising pillars of smoke that looked like a splendid gray forest. All the starships of the Godly Might fleet, as well the soldiers on board, saw the scene where their flagship was destroyed with their own eyes. For a moment, the whole world and even time itself seemed to be frozen by the everlasting snow. On all the starships, all of them, from the captains to the common soldiers in the engine compartment, was dumbfounded. The heaven-battering cannons are broken. The whole anti-air fire net and the internal defense system are down too. Yun Chenghua gnashed his teeth and said, "The bombardment just now intensified the burden on the energy supply bases. Whatever left of the few reactors has been wasted too. We won't be able to launch a single cannonball to the sky in the next 3 hours. That's all right. Continue locking onto all the starships in the sky and sending the signals out without disguise to show them that we have aimed at them accurately. Then, connect to the public channel of the fleet. I would like to speak to all the soldiers of the godly might fleet. Lei Qinghu cleaned himself with his remaining right hand as the enormous light beam before him was dissected into almost 100 sections, in which the picture of the bridges of almost 100 starships was displayed. Naturally, the bridges were teeming with the pale, confused soldiers of the godly might fleet, who were even more panicked when they heard the sound of weapons aiming at them. Seeing God of War Lei Qinghu all of a sudden, most of the captains and advisors were greatly shocked, and even more confused about what was going on. Brothers of the godly might fleet, I am Lei Qinghu. I'm sorry that I blew up your flagship the moment we met, causing the deaths of countless innocent brothers. Frowning hard, Lei Qinghu announced solemnly, however, I had no choice, because the godly might prison is at the most perilous moment. The spies of the Covenant Alliance had long snuck into the godly might prison and the godly might fleet. They were carrying out the greatest prison break in the history of the Imperium. The underground volcanoes were detonated, and half of the godly might prison was already destroyed. The Covenant Alliance's operation went so well because their spies had infiltrated your heart and your brain. Your highest commander, as well as a large batch of captains and advisors, was a spy of the Covenant Alliance, or had been brainwashed and controlled by them. Should you land, the spies of the Covenant Alliance would have joined the captives below the ground and killed all of you, before they seized your starships and ran away. That was their plan. I was entrusted with the mission to crack the enemy's plan in the emergency, but I was one step too late. So, I had to destroy the flagship that was completely controlled by the Covenant Alliance, although there must have been our own brothers who knew nothing of the matter. I didn't have a choice. Have you detected massive objects jumping out from behind? That is the main force of the astounding Thunder Fleet, which has come to suppress the prison break. There is no need to panic. The reinforcements have arrived. The Godly Might prison is still in our hands. I announce now that the Godly Might fleet is officially under my command from this second. To prevent the spies of the Covenant Alliance who have snuck into the fleet from further sabotages or suicide attacks, all the starships shall cancel the spiritual shields and descend to 100 meters from the ground in 3 minutes. I repeat, in 3 minutes, all the starships that are not controlled by the Covenant Alliance but still loyal to the Imperium will cancel the spiritual shields, descend to 100 meters from the ground, and wait for the reinforcements. 3 minutes later, the starships that have not canceled the spiritual shield and descended to the altitude of 100 meters will be regarded as rebellious starships controlled by the spies of the Covenant Alliance. They will be destroyed without any mercy by the anti-air fire net and the soon-to-arrive astounding Thunder Fleet like Dongfang Lei's flagship. In the meantime, everybody on the bridge, watch your surroundings closely. It is very possible that the spies of the Covenant Alliance are lurking next to you. I authorize you to take any action necessary to those around you to descend the starship to the altitude of 100 meters. As long as you find a spy of the Covenant Alliance, you will be duly awarded after the battle. Brothers of the Godly Might fleet, please trust me that I do not want to fight any of you. However, war tolerates no mercy. You have only 3 minutes. All the starships staying at high altitude in 3 minutes will end up exactly like Dongfang Lei's flagship. After Lei Qinghu finished his resolute announcement, he simply cut off the picture of communication on his end without waiting for the captain's questions. He only retrieved a bloody countdown and displayed it on the opponent's light beams. From the pictures of communication on those guys that were still on, it could be seen that all the captains, advisors, and other people on the bridges were astounded and overwhelmed, at a loss of what to do. Some ground their teeth, looking around to check other people's reactions. Some were touching their swords and sabers nervously, with confusion in their eyes. Some other people on the bridges looked at their superiors in wariness after whispering to each other for a while. The countdown elapsed without any mercy. 2 minutes and 50 seconds, 2 minutes and 40 seconds, 2 minutes and 30 seconds. All the detection magical equipment on the starships and in the control center of the Godly Might prison were shrieking. Not far away from the near-planet orbit, countless high-mass and high-density objects were ripping apart the barrier of the three-dimensional space. Like behemoths popping up in an intense fog, they revealed their hideous claws one after another. Shaking off the dust on themselves, they lunged at the prey brutally. "General, our anti-air fire net is far from repaired for a second launch. It cannot even shoot down an armed shuttle." Yun Chenghua asked in a low voice. "What if some of them do not surrender in 3 minutes? Firstly, there are our guys in the Godly Might fleet. Under their lead, in not 3 minutes but 1 minute at most, all the starships will land and surrender." Lei Qinghu said calmly, as if he were merely stating the most obvious fact. "Secondly, if some starships are too stubborn to surrender 3 minutes later, we will just command the starships that have surrendered to shoot down those pig-headed traitors." Yun Chenghua bulged his eyes. "Well?" Lei Qinghu smiled and stopped talking. He even shifted his attention from the Godly Might fleet to the deep-sea fleet that had jumped out of the four-dimensional space and was gathering outside of the near-planet orbit. The eyes of the general were covered in consolidated blood. There was no telling what he was thinking behind those eyes. It was a very difficult psychological war. However, the Godly Might fleet, which had just witnessed the explosion of their flagship and had to resist the immense pressure of the deep-sea fleet in their back and the reformists among themselves, was destined to be the loser. When there were still 2 minutes to go on the countdown, the Godly Might fleet had completely collapsed. One starship after another, they canceled their spiritual shields and descended to the altitude of 100 meters. They set good examples. As more and more starships landed, the starships that were still hovering in the sky by themselves looked more and more eye-catching and shouldered more and more pressure. The signals of being aimed that crashed the shells of the starships were denser and denser too, raising such incessant sounds of collisions that the ears and nerves of everyone on board were being savaged brutally. As a result, even though the captains of those starships wanted to procrastinate, the scorching eyes of the people on the bridge and their impatient weapons forced the captains to join the crowd and land. 3 minutes later, all the starships descended to 100 kilometers from the ground and canceled their colorful spiritual shields. They looked like bare chickens in the blowing wind. All the captains sent signals to the control center of the Godly Might prison through the public channel. "We would like to obey the command of General Lei Qinghu." The riot within the Godly Might prison, on the other hand, was also approaching the end in the hellish slaughter. However determined, ruthless, and fearless the captives of the Covenant Alliance were, and even though they were the best slaughter machines, their number was too small after all. They were only sent to the Godly Might prison when the place was temporarily regarded as a captive camp. Most of the criminals locked in the Godly Might prison were ferocious, insane felons. Those dangerous criminals were 10 times more than the captives of the Covenant Alliance. Even though there was a slight gap in the combat and organization abilities of the two parties, it was easily made up by the gigantic gap in the demography. When the wild tides made of the beasts roared close, the destruction of the captives of the Covenant Alliance was already inevitable. As the battle approached the end, the guards of the Godly Might prison had to join the battlefield just in order to save a few captives from the crazy felons to be interrogated later. If they hadn't done it, all the captives of the Covenant Alliance would have been torn into shreds and chewed up. Of course, when the captives of the Covenant Alliance were almost entirely annihilated, the felons, with their unchangeable nature of killing, began to attack each other. Perhaps they thought that as long as they killed enough people, they could steal the victims' credits, and Lei Qinghu would bring away all the survivors. Lei Qinghu did not stop the felons from doing that. His connivance almost seemed to be an encouragement for the prisoners. He even commanded Yun Chenghua to continue sealing the exits of the first and the third districts to the outside world. When necessary, the intensity of the oxygen inside could be lowered, and he could make all the prisoners pass out due to anoxia. It was not necessary for that yet. The strength of the prisoners could be wasted more first, and their number could be further reduced. Starting from the moment the assassins of the Covenant Alliance broke his door, only half an hour had passed. In half an hour, the Godly Might prison and the Godly Might fleet had both fallen into the hands of Lei Qinghu. "Warden Yun, send your most trusted guards to the ground for 2 missions." There was no ecstasy on Lei Qinghu's face at all, as if seizing an enormous Godly Might prison and suppressing the Godly Might fleet were a trivial matter that was not worth mentioning at all and as simple as taking a toy away from a child. He said casually, "Firstly, search the snowy world in the 100 square kilometers around. I'm highly suspicious that Dongfang Lei, the spy of the Covenant Alliance, was not killed in the explosion just now. His dead body must be found. If he is still alive, kill him immediately. Secondly, ask the captains and the key persons on their bridges in the Godly Might fleet to come to the Godly Might prison. Tell them that I will praise them for making the right choice fearlessly at the most critical moment, which has saved the lives of countless soldiers. Also, tell them that I will go to the capital in person to ask for accolades for them. Furthermore, whatever the price is, repair at least one energy supply base as soon as possible and restore the preliminary defense abilities of the Godly Might prison. As for the prisoners and captives who are still fighting, there is no need to bother them. Let's just wait until they are all exhausted. Lastly, where are the political criminals? You and I can go and set them free together now. Xianxia and everybody else in the control center found it hard to believe that the entire Godly Might fleet was suppressed so easily. It was not until a long time later that the warden finally stood at attention and went to carry out the orders while holding back his excitement. Lei Qinghu moved his cold eyes to Liao and spoke in private. All right, you can go to your master and prepare for our negotiation. But until she reveals enough sincerity, I will not go to her starship. If she wants to talk, the graceful queen will come to my Godly Might prison to talk. Rest assured, you are my lifesaver after all, and I won't make things difficult for you. As long as you bring the words over, the queen will definitely come to the Godly Might prison. After all, you should be more anxious than I am right now. With the Godly Might fleet, I can return to my astounding Thunder fleet in the third battle area as long as one of the starships can perform a space jump. But Her Grace has revealed her real forces after lurking in the darkness for so many years. I'm afraid that there is no turning back for her right now. Is there? Faced with Lei Qinghu, who had everything under his control, Liao blinked quickly and said, well, there is no rush to contact Her Grace. Can I go to release all the political criminals together with General Lei? Lei Qinghu was stunned again. Staring at Liao, he was even more confused about what kind of person Liao was and why on earth Queen Li Linghai sent such a guy for such a critical mission. He asked, are you not afraid that your master will lose her patience? First of all, as I said, the queen is not my master. I am absolutely free and only loyal to the true path of immortality and the imperium of true human beings. Liao replied solemnly. Secondly, before I came, Her Grace reminded me repetitively that I must ensure General Lei's safety. It is my top mission. Also, General Lei's charisma and infinite dominance that you demonstrated just now have greatly awed me. I can't admire and worship General Lei more right now. The Godly Might prison is still in chaos. What if there are spies of the Covenant Alliance hiding among the political criminals? So, I have to stay by General Lei's side and protect General Lei with my own life if necessary. As for the Queen, it doesn't matter to keep her waiting for a while longer. After all, the Godly Might prison and the Godly Might prison are both settled right now. General Lei's safety is what matters most right now. Lei Qinghu, you are just hoping to follow me and make friends with the political criminals who will very likely rise again, aren't you? Liao, that's your words, not mine. Eventually, Lei Qinghu failed to turn Liao down. After all, with Liao's capabilities, if he glued himself to Lei Qinghu's but like a sticker, few people could tear him off. Besides, Lei Qinghu did not want to end on bad terms with Li Linghai. Despite the tough stance he had demonstrated, the two of them were truly in need of each other. Therefore, the first light of hope that the political criminals, who had once controlled the critical posts of the Imperium of true human beings and were once powerful and influential in the capital but who had fallen from the clouds to the abyss overnight because they pissed off the four Kurfürst families, saw after spending decades in the dark. Cold Dungeons was exactly made of Liao, Lei Qinghu, and Xianxia. They were naturally no stranger to Lei Qinghu and Xianxia. One of them was the legendary god of war, and the other was the warden of the Godly Might prison. Liao, however, left a particularly deep impression on them. After he reached every prison cell, Liao would unleash the overwhelming aura of the divinity transformation stage, enshrouding himself in the dazzlingly gold halo and the soul-stirring sound effects, making him look so awesome that he looked like the reincarnation of a god. Before Xianxia opened the gate, Liao would move forward and tear apart the bars, locks, and all the defense rune arrays with his hands that were filled with spiritual energy. In the name of the new Imperium, you are now reborn. I, Vulture Liao, will definitely ensure your safety with my life. Rest assured. His determined eyes, his tranquil face, his majestic body figure that seemed to be made of iron, and his brilliant and glamorous crystal suit illuminated by the flames of spiritual energy constituted the image of a perfect immortal cultivator, in the eyes of the political criminals who hadn't seen daylight for a long time. Aside from the ecstasy, many of them were communicating with each other with their confused eyes. Who is this Vulture Liao? Why have I never heard of him before? Their surprise was understandable. In the 5 categories of the trainers, battle type was always the kind with the highest danger and casualty rate. Also, it showed the distinctive feature of easy to begin but difficult to rise. In the cruel, hellish battlefields with enough luck and resources, it was not very difficult for ordinary soldiers to advance into the refinement stage and the building foundation stage. However, after one reached the core formation stage and tried to advance into the nascent soul stage or even higher, each step would be steeper than the last. As their training approached the critical checkpoints, their combat abilities might be affected because of their anxiety and impatience after they failed to make a breakthrough after a long time. Also, as the vanguards or the commanders who were of the highest level in a battlefield, they would be the targets of the enemy's barrage. All the cannons and sniper rifles' top priority was the trainers above the peak of the core formation stage. Therefore, most of the trainers halted after they reached the peak of the core formation stage or the nascent soul stage. If they wanted to make breakthroughs by force, they would either perish on the battlefield or be so heavily wounded that they could never expect any advancement in the future. Besides, compared to the other fields such as administration, research, and culture, battle-type trainers were more susceptible to their longevity. A research-type immortal cultivator could maintain a sharp and agile mind even if they were more than 300 years old, and they could make up for their drop of computational ability with their abundant experience. The battle-type immortal cultivators, in comparison, would plummet straightforwardly after they passed their prime years. The hidden injuries on their physical bodies and deep inside their souls that were accumulated in the past 200 to 300 years would all burst out. Even the best elixirs would be of little help. It was not unusual that some fell from the divinity transformation stage to the nascent soul stage or from the nascent soul stage to the core formation stage. The elders in the Council of Elders were good examples. They were all famous experts in the divinity transformation stage in name, and they once offered destructive performances 100 to 200 years ago. But they were now old and weary and hadn't blown out the maximal force of the divinity transformation stage for decades. It appeared that their souls and their flesh and blood would be burnt out as long as they carried out the strength of the divinity transformation stage for 1 second, turning them into dry corpses. Could such elders of the Imperium still be referred to as experts in the divinity transformation stage? The natural law to age and die was the cruelest and fairest restriction on all human beings. Considering all the factors, after 1,000 years of bloody battles, few battle-type divinity transformation stage experts in their prime years could be found in the Imperium of true human beings. Every such expert was an influential, strategic weapon that everybody in the entire Imperium knew. But Liao seemed so young and so unfamiliar. He also followed behind the god of war closely while preaching for the new Imperium. The big shots of the old days, who were sophisticated foxes, immediately drew a conclusion in their hearts. This Vulture Liao must be an important warrior of the new Imperium and Lei Chenghu's trusted subordinate. Little did they know that an extremely evil voice was alluring Liao in his heart. Hey, this is perhaps the last opportunity for you to kill Lei Chenghu. If he returns to his own astounding thunder fleet, he will be a tiger that returns to the mountain he belongs to. There will be few chances to kill him when he is in his army in the future. Are you sure you are not going to kill him? Naturally, it was the mental devil instigating him again. Thinking quickly, Liao said in a low voice in his head, "Honestly, how good do you think I am compared to Lei Chenghu?" About that, the mental devil said, "To be honest, god of war Lei Chenghu's personal charisma, abilities of strategic deception, and ruthlessness are all state of the art. He could abandon his own son without any hesitation, knocked down a flagship of the Imperium to which he belonged without blinking once, and even took a great gamble, pretending that he was confident of his final victory when he clearly did not have any trump card in his hands. TSK, TSK, TSK. That is really a man of the time and the out-and-out best expert of the civilization of mankind. Compared to him, both your silver tongue and your petty cleverness are just the lousiest, despicable tricks. Hey, should a mental devil be so honest? Liao paused for a moment and said, "Of course. I also admit that there is a slight gap between me and Lei Qinghu right now. Speaking of which, how good do you think I am compared with Queen Li Linghai?" Well, the mental devil thought for a moment and said, "Li Linghai seems a little bit paranoid and considers things in a too simple way. She also acts like a gambler who will wager all her chips at any moment. But they are not necessarily her real personality but just a protective camouflage that she has faked. Besides, leaving all the scheming aside, she has inherited the legacies of the Supreme Emperor, the strongest expert of all time in the history of mankind, and she boasts the terrifying abilities of slaying an expert in the divinity transformation stage in one attack. It is very likely that she has advanced into the legendary divinity branching stage. So, we are absolutely no match for her. Yes, both Li Linghai and Lei Qinghu are behemoths that we can barely compete with right now." With a cunning smile, Liao said, "That is why I cannot kill Lei Qinghu but have to achieve a subtle balance between Lei Qinghu and Li Linghai. Only if the two monsters are wary of each other will the stability at the center of the cosmos be ensured after the collapse of the four Kurfürst families. Besides, didn't you and I have a feeling that something was wrong with Li Linghai, and that she has been keeping something of paramount importance from us? We failed to figure out what it is because of the lack of help. You have seen what kind of person Lei Qinghu is with your own eyes. If Li Linghai does have a scheme and is preparing to trick him, she will certainly regret it. What we failed to find out will definitely be dug out by Lei Qinghu. How would I bear to kill him right now?" The mental devil sniffed. "That is a good plan, but be careful not to screw it up. Neither Li Linghai nor Lei Qinghu is readily manipulatable by us. Don't be burnt in the fire that you started. It won't be a big deal even if I screw it up. I've already screwed it up countless times before." Liao sniffed and said, "Judging from the Covenant Alliance's operation this time, it is not hard to tell that they are truly very vigilant of Lei Qinghu and want to eliminate him no matter what. But here comes the question. If the Covenant Alliance has really been crushed and forced to run back to their nest, why did they try so hard to kill Lei Qinghu? After all, the next great battle probably won't take place until decades later. So, there can only be one truth. We already made the correct guess when we were still in the Federation. The Covenant Alliance never failed as it appeared to be, and they are still planning fatal attacks in secret. Lei Qinghu, on the other hand, is the greatest obstacle in the eyes of the Covenant Alliance. The worst future will be that the army of the Covenant Alliance breaks the defense of the Imperium's army, rage at the center of the cosmos, and even release the Pangu clan that has been sealed for hundreds of thousands of years. I can't get a worse result than that, however I screw it up. Can I? The mental devil fell silent and sank into the deepest part of Liao's brain again. In less than an hour, all the political criminals that were trialed in public, in secret, or not tried at all were set free. Except for the few lucky survivors, all the captives of the Covenant Alliance were slaughtered by the criminals. The search on the ground had a result too. Dongfang Lei was indeed not killed. With the unbelievably tough vitality, he fell 80 kilometers east to the Godly Might prison with the help of a ragged stealth escape capsule, catching his last breath in the snowy world. Naturally, he was as dead as anyone could be right now, without even the slightest remaining soul left. As the 4 reactors in the first energy base were restored, every part of the Godly Might prison was bathed in the light again, and the defense rune arrays unleashed dazzling electric arcs, recovering the fundamental defense abilities. At this moment, Lei Qinghu had controlled every main vein and nerve in the Godly Might prison. He was able to greet Li Linghai as master of the Godly Might prison. Li Linghai, naturally, did not expect such drastic changes in the Godly Might prison in only half an hour. Although the deep-sea fleet did not need to fight the Godly Might fleet anymore, which was now under the control of Lei Qinghu, The queen of the Imperium frowned so hard that her face was like a stagnant lake. The very first question she asked after she reached out to Liao was exactly, "What has happened? What has happened?" Liao bulged his eyes and bellowed, "I would like to know what has happened too. Didn't you say that everything and every procedure was under control and nothing could possibly go wrong? Then, I would like to ask you, where exactly did so many spies of the Covenant Alliance come from? Do you have any idea how awkward and dangerous the situation was for me? Hardly had I snuck into the Godly Might prison when the alarms of the Godly Might prison were already ringing. The prisoners and the war captives all emerged like lunatics. I only managed to rescue General Lei Qinghu at the risk of my life, nearly burning my own soul up. Later, during the emergency, I had to take corresponding measures with the best of my bravery and wisdom when I dealt with the forces in and out of the Godly Might prison. In the end, I finally reversed the situation on my own and accomplished my mission perfectly. I am not saying that I am the only one to be credited, and I am certainly not asking for rewards, but the flawed, dangerous operation has truly consumed my decades of cultivation. I am now terribly exhausted. There's no telling how many elixirs from the mausoleum of the Supreme Emperor are needed to fill it back. Right now, General Lei is inside the Godly Might prison, unwilling to get out. I am also on the verge of collapse because of exhaustion too, and I cannot force him out of the place. This is about the situation right now. Li Linghai could turn a blind eye to Liao's pestering, but she could not ignore the Godly Might prison that had been armed to the teeth as well as the Godly Might fleet that was completely undamaged apart from the flagship. Eventually, she still demeaned herself and came to meet Lei Qinghu in the Godly Might prison in person. The secret meeting room in the Godly Might prison was scanned inside and outside by Liao. At this moment, Liao, Li Linghai, and Lei Qinghu were the only three present. A meeting that could possibly change the course of the Imperium of true human beings or even the civilization of mankind at the center of the cosmos began in the underground secret chamber that was somewhat gloomy. Liao blocked the door like an iron tower, but his eyes were glittering, with the left one staring at the ambitious white-haired witch and the right one focusing on the ruthless one-armed general. The competition of two top immortal cultivators was too spectacular a show to be missed out. Lei Qinghu is privileged to meet your grace. The wounds all over Lei Qinghu's body had long been recovered under the crazy proliferation of cells. Now that he had put on another military uniform that was clean and neat, he appeared even more majestic. His left sleeve, empty, waved by his side, while he smashed his chest with his right fist and bowed in respect at Li Linghai. "Marquis Liaohai, you have been heavily wounded, and such courtesy is unnecessary. Please stand straight." Naturally, the formalities couldn't be saved. Li Linghai paused for a moment and said earnestly, "In the capital, I, as the Queen of the Imperium, will soon be announced to have unfortunately been killed in an assassination by lethal poison. In the Godly Might prison, the god of war and Marquis Liaohai that His Majesty knighted in person is likely to die an uncanny death exactly like I did. The two of them share rather similar experiences. The universe is a large place, but there is no room for us to stay in. Why do we have to keep the manners of Queen or Marquis Liaohai? In the eyes of countless powerful lords and elders, the two of us are people who should not live in this world anymore. We are non-existent ghosts. In that case, why don't we drop all the burdens and vanities and just call each other fellow cultivators in order to exchange what is on our minds straightforwardly?" Lei Qinghu smiled and said, "As you wish, fellow cultivator Li." Li Linghai's eyes shone as she said, "Fellow cultivator Lei, you truly deserved to be the greatest general of the Imperium. To be honest, I've been admiring fellow cultivator Lei for your feats for a long time. If I had not been trapped inside the royal palace living a life that I could not control, I really would have fought side by side with fellow cultivator Li at the fiercest front line as a common soldier of the Imperium to defend the glory of the Imperium and accomplish what Blackstar the Great failed to accomplish 1,000 years ago. You haven't given yourself enough credit, have you, fellow cultivator Li? Just because one is in the royal palace does not mean that they cannot accomplish something great." Lei Qinghu sneered. "Take fellow cultivator Li for example. You never showed anything extraordinary. and everybody simply regarded you as a common queen of the Imperium. They thought that you did not surpass the limits of the queens in the past even if you had some ambitions. Little did they know that you established such an enormous fleet in secret and even raised such a rarely seen and unconventional genius like Vulture Liao. I wonder, what is your purpose exactly now that you have made such great achievements? The Imperium is now at doomsday. Wolves and jackals have occupied the court, and the Council of Elders is completely corrupted. All the sectors mind their own business. The common folk's life is more than miserable. The young people and the low-level immortal cultivators have nowhere to vent their complaints and wrath to. Her eyes burning, Li Linghai said solemnly. Also, His Majesty has fallen to the hands of the scoundrels too, who have secretly kidnapped and hidden him away. They even captured and tried to kill the Queen of the Imperium and the Admiral of the Imperium freely. We must not forget the undercurrents in the front line. The Covenant Alliance is not necessarily ready to admit their defeat. It is possible that they will launch a desperate attempt at the last moment. However, the rigid, corrupted elders and nobles, who are still dwelling in the fantasy that the Imperium is invincible, do not have the slightest idea about the upcoming threat. At such a moment of life and death, only the immortal cultivators with clear heads such as you and me are the last saviors of the Imperium and the civilization of mankind. Yes, we are saviors. I have spent almost 100 years and wagered everything that I have earned on the rescue of fellow cultivator Lei, at the risk of being cursed as a traitor, just in order to save the Imperium and the civilization of mankind. Lei Qinghu listened emotionlessly. There was no telling what he thought of Li Linghai's slightly hollow answer. His eyes only rolled when Li Linghai mentioned the menace of the Covenant Alliance. He slightly nodded his head and said, "The general ideas of the reformists have been elaborated on by fellow cultivator Vulture Liao in great passion and details just now. In fact, he talked for almost half an hour, giving me quite a profound understanding of what it is. However, I always regard myself as the purest soldier. Unless I absolutely do not have a choice, I would rather not be involved in the politics in the capital. But fellow cultivator Li is right about one thing. I can guarantee with my life that the Covenant Alliance must be planning certain thunderous operations in secret, which, once activated, will likely sweep across the entire sea of stars. The only reason why I volunteered to be captured was to get myself an opportunity to convince the lords in the Council of Elders in the capital. Those guys in the Council of Elders won't listen to you," Li Linghai said coldly. "The only thing they can hear, besides the sound of coins, is the roars of bullets and cannons." Lei Qinghu sighed and went on. "In order to completely shatter the Covenant Alliance's plan, the expedition army must not be diminished. Instead, it must be intensified and regularized to be regrouped into a national defense army that is stronger, with the investment of twice as many resources, for not 1 year but a decade or even a century, until the Imperium or the Covenant Alliance collapses. If the goal is too far-fetched right now, the base of the expedition army must be kept at least. Its independence and control must be improved too, partly to get the base out of the boundary of the capital so that it can react to the emergencies in the front line quickly, and partly to intensify the base's control over the fleets in the front line so that all the troops will be united like the limbs on one body. If that can be achieved, and an experienced general who is absolutely loyal to the Imperium is appointed as the commander of the base of the expedition army, I believe that there will still be a 30% chance to resist the Covenant Alliance's thunderous attack on the premise of the current resource supplies. I am a soldier who does not know politics. But from the military point of view, everything that can be done must be done if the Imperium is to be saved. I can't agree with you more, fellow cultivator Li." Li Linghai's white hair began to move although there was no wind. She declared confidently, "In the great ideas of the reformists, a powerful army of the Imperium is the key. In the entire Imperium, fellow cultivator Lei is the only one capable and qualified to lead such an army. Therefore, I second to fellow cultivator Lei's opinion that the expedition army must not be diminished but can only be strengthened. Or rather, we should build a sacred national defense army based on the current expedition army. If I were capable of making a voice in the Council of Elders, I would have spoken to the muddle-headed elders and told them that fellow cultivator Lei was the best candidate for the commander for the current expedition army and the future National Defense Army. Fellow cultivator Lei is the only person who can reverse the situation, save the Imperium, and help us defeat all the enemies. It is a shame that we barely have any chance to appear in the Council of Elders in the capital. Even if we shout at the loudest of our voices at the center of the Council of Elders, no elders will ever hear us. Li Linghai sighed gloomily and stared at Lei Chenghu with her eyes that were as pale as ice. Lei Chenghu's face was utterly peaceful, and there was not the slightest ripple in his eyes. He said nonchalantly, "As I said before, I am a soldier. Unless there is absolutely no choice, I will not be involved in politics." But does choiceless begin to describe the chaos in the Imperium today? It is a soldier's responsibility to protect the country, both from the enemies outside and the worms inside. As long as they hurt the fundamental interests of the Imperium and the civilization of mankind, they will be the sworn enemies of all soldiers. At this moment, the enemies are in the Council of Elders. Fellow cultivator Li, speak now. How are you planning to deal with the stinky zombies in the Council of Elders? Although Lei Chenghu was all by himself and even missing one arm, when he bellowed, "The enemies are in the Council of Elders," the shadows of thousands of starships appeared behind him. The auras from the invincible troop were almost simmering the entire chamber unstoppably. Liao secretly compared Iron Commander Zhou Hongdao, the model soldier of the Federation, with God of War Lei Chenghu, and he had to admit that the expert from the center of the cosmos was indeed stronger. Li Linghai's hair was dancing crazily in excitement. She shrieked, "First of all, we will escort fellow cultivator Lei back to the astounding Thunder Fleet and try to gather more main force warships. Give me 3 days, and I will be able to mobilize 80% of the forces in the astounding Thunder Fleet and a batch of elites from the brotherly troops in the front line." Lei Chenghu said solemnly, "But it will be useless if we only have troops. Without a vast logistics base, our crystals, fuels, medicines, ammunition, and heavenly materials and earthly treasures are all restricted by other people. With the current ammunition and fuel, we will run out of supplies after one assault at most. Whatever place we attack, the Council of Elders will not bend easily. Besides, the Covenant Alliance is still coveting nearby. It is impossible for me to launch a coup that is destined to fail with all the main forces. It will not be the Imperium's salvation but acceleration to its destruction. Rest assured, fellow cultivator Lei, I never intended to fight a protracted civil war. I want to fix the problem as soon as possible." Li Linghai's narrow and long fingers danced agilely, drawing a glittering 3D light beam between the two of them, which was a map of the vast territory of the Imperium. Under Li Linghai's fingers, the map of the Imperium was enlarged, and enlarged, until the only thing left at the center was a shining, glamorous planet. Li Linghai smiled. "When my deep-sea fleet, fellow cultivator Lei's astounding Thunder Fleet, and the additional Godly Might Fleet are combined into the torrents that will revolutionize the Imperium, is it possible for us to march to this place and turn it upside down? This place, the capital?" Lei Chenghu bulged his eyes and looked at Li Linghai as if she were a lunatic. "Impossible. It's absolutely impossible. First of all, due to the lack of enormous space gates, we cannot jump to the sky of the capital in an organized way. It must be noted that the space near the capital is brimming with automatic defense magical equipment. The autopiloting flying swords and the space torpedoes that can be detonated on their own almost filled all the sailing routes. Once our warships jump to the nearby of the capital in a mess, we will be blown up into a mess even before the elite fleets of the 4 Kurfürst families show up. It will be barely possible for us to be gathered. Secondly, the capital of the Imperium is itself an enormous space fortress. Ever since the collapse of the Black Wind battle line 100 years ago, possibilities that the Imperium might fight all the way to the capital have already been taken into consideration, and the capital has been strengthened again and again. After 100 years of construction, the capital today has been armed to every alley, and there are countless permanent shelters and warehouses of crystals and magical equipment below the ground. Any battle to attack the capital will become a prolonged war of attrition. But due to the shortage of supplies, we can only afford a quick battle. It is impossible to take the capital down. Thirdly, and most importantly, ever since the incident of the Blood Oath Alliance, the scared elders of the Imperium have mobilized tremendous forces to the capital under the name of protecting the Emperor. But of course, they are only trying to protect themselves. 3 times more fleets are gathered in the Imperium today than usual. How can we expect to break in? Considering the capital as the target will be suicide. The soldiers under our command will die in vain, and the last hope of the Imperium will be gone. So, if this is the plan of fellow Cultivator Lee's reformists, I don't think that I can agree with it. Please be patient, fellow Cultivator Lee. There is a slight error in your evidence. The elites of the 4 Kurfürst families that are gathered in the capital right now are not 3 times than usual but at least 5 times. Also, when they hear that Queen Li Linghai and God of War Lei Chenghu have joined their hands to march to the capital for an armed intervention under the banner of the reformists, it is very likely that not 5 times but 10 times more troops will be gathered in the capital when the elders are intimidated. Right? Li Linghai smiled. However, even 10 times more troops cannot stop us from lunging at the capital to reveal the ugly truths of the lords and the nobles and to awake the numb people with our lives and blood. Right? Lei Chenghu sniffed. Is there any point in that? It's nonsense. It is indeed meaningless. Marching to the capital recklessly for an armed intervention will not be worthwhile even if several elders are killed. Instead, the astounding Thunder Fleet, the Deep Sea Fleet, and the Godly Might Fleet will all be destroyed. The capital will be blown into a mess. A heavy wound at the heart of the Imperium will likely collapse the reign of the 4 Kurfürst families. But it will be a lose-lose for us too. Li Linghai suddenly changed her voice and said with glittering eyes, "We are all well aware that we will not do such follies as to die together with our enemies. But our enemies do not know that, do they? Both fellow Lei and I look like desperate gamblers right now. It won't be surprising at all whatever insane things we do when we just want to take our chances. Therefore, the moment they know that we are about to march to the capital for an armed intervention, the elites of the 4 Kurfürst families will certainly reinforce the capital and defend the place vehemently." Lei Chenghu was slightly dazed. The flames in his eyes immediately burned up the entire chamber. He mumbled, "Yes, the news of the fall of Godly Might Prison won't be kept a secret for long. In one day at most, the 4 Kurfürst families will learn that I have escaped and that the reformists have established such enormous forces. Marching to the capital for an armed intervention, on the other hand, seems to be our only option in our desperation. In that case..." "Exactly. Please take a look, fellow Cultivator Lei." Li Linghai reduced the map of the Imperium and pointed at a red area at the edge. Right now, 2/3 of the elites of the 4 Kurfürst families are concentrated in the newly recovered territory of the Imperium, partly to prevent the Covenant Alliance from taking the territory back and partly, and more importantly, to keep an eye on the new warlords and the smaller nobles, ensuring that they will be at an advantageous position when the cake is divided. Those fleets will never be mobilized. Then, to strengthen the defense in the capital, they will have to use the 1/3 elites left in their hometown. Once they learn that we are about to march to the capital for an armed intervention, those elites will definitely reinforce the capital without any delay. Then, wouldn't the nests of the 4 Kurfürst families be more weakly defended than ever? When the astounding Thunder Fleet, the Deep Sea Fleet, and the Godly Might Fleet are gathered, even if we cannot conquer the capital, can't we conquer the nests of the 4 Kurfürst families? Lei Chenghu thought hard for a moment and changed the size of the map of the Imperium now and then, studying the direct fief of the 4 Kurfürst families wholeheartedly. A moment later, he raised his head and looked at Li Linghai. The nests of the 4 Kurfürst families will not be much easier to conquer than the capital. There will be heavy casualties. We cannot deal with 4 enormous interest groups that have been passed on for 1,000 years at the same time. Who says that we are going to deal with 4 of them? One will be sufficient. Combing her dancing hair, Li Linghai said casually, "Or rather, we may not need to conquer any of them. Just like what happened in the Godly Might Prison today. No blood will be shed. The flames bursting out of Lei Qinghu's eyes were almost condensed into magma. He said sincerely, "Why have I never noticed such an extraordinary person as fellow cultivator Li before? If you were not in the royal palace but in the front line, you would have made great accomplishments as a pillar that supported the Imperium." "It doesn't matter." Li Linghai smiled. "Just like what fellow cultivator Lei said just now, it is possible to accomplish something great even if one is in the royal palace, right?" Lei Qinghu smiled too. He went back to the topic. "Then where will the operation end?" "I believe that the Imperium, which is too sick and also threatened by external enemies, is not suitable for a gigantic surgery. As long as we wipe out part of the enemies in the Council of Elders with high-precision attacks and make the remaining elders change their minds so that the base of the expedition army will be kept and intensified, our preliminary purpose will be reached. Yes, the 4 Kurfürst families are too deeply rooted after all. We cannot wage a war at them at the same time. Therefore, even if our slogan is to honor the majesty and settle the rebellions, it is inappropriate to decry all of them to be rebellions." Li Linghai said, "We have only 3 simple purposes. Firstly, Dongfang Wang, the current Prime Minister of the Imperium, as well as his cabinet, must resign. Secondly, fellow cultivator Lei will be appointed as the commander of the expedition army and nominated as an elder of the Imperium. You will also be allowed to regroup the expedition army according to your will. Thirdly, His Majesty must return to the royal palace, with the honor and glory that His Majesty deserves. As for the future plans, we can discuss them after we have the advantage in the Council of Elders." Lei Qinghu's eyes pierced through the glittering map of the Imperium. Under the illumination of the thousands of stars, they were already too deep to be measured. "As you wish, Your Grace. I am willing to pledge loyalty to Your Grace and die for the great cause of the reformists." Lei Qinghu rose suddenly and performed a textbook unity etiquette to Li Linghai. Because of the missing arm, his action was particularly brutal and aggressive. He said, "In half a day, I will clean everything up in the Godly Might prison and bring away the important persons. Then, I will return to the 3rd battle area in the front line to summon my fleet. Right now, I am still the commander of the 3rd battle area and the highest commander of the astounding Thunder Fleet. Even if the Council of Elders intends to dismiss me, it will still take some time, which will be enough for me. Thank you for your trouble, General." "No, Commander Lei." Li Linghai changed her mode of address too. "The Imperium will not forget your contributions. You will become the greatest soldier of the Imperium of true human beings in the past 1,000 years. The safety of me and His Majesty, as well as the future of billions of people, will lie in your hands. Right now, the situation in the 3rd battle area is treacherous. The fleets of the 4 Kurfürst families are monitoring you from nearby. Should they learn the fall of the Godly Might prison, they might do something outrageous. Do you need my fleet to escort you to go back? That will be unnecessary. The Godly Might fleet will be enough." Lei Qinghu grinned. "I can return to the 3rd battle area with 1 accurate jump. That is my territory. Nobody can do anything to me." "Fine. In that case, I will input all the battle information into the crystal processor. We will contact each other through the super remote confidential communication channels in the future." Li Linghai said, as if it were not a big deal. "To ensure the smooth communication between us, please bring a liaison officer with you, Commander Lei. Now that you are already familiar with Vulture Liao, and the 2 of you seem to get along rather well, why don't you take him with you? Should you run into an accident, he can also protect your safety, right?" Lei Qinghu frowned hard and stared at Liao for a long time. He did not turn down Li Linghai's kindness, but simply nodded his head in acknowledgement. After the commander of the Imperium and the Queen of the Imperium settled their deal, they immediately seized every second to put it into practice. Although the Godly Might prison and the Godly Might fleet had been settled, there were still tremendous things that needed to be taken care of. The identification and scrutiny of the prisoners, the appeasement and negotiations with the political criminals, the control and reorganization of the Godly Might fleet, and so on. Everything was extremely complicated. Lei Qinghu had stirred the nerves of thousands of people in the entire Godly Might prison entirely on his own. It was unquestionable that no second person could have accomplished such a wild gamble. Even he had to spend tremendous time and energy on dealing with the officers of the godly might fleet in order to completely grab them in his hands. Li Yao and Li Linghai, on the other hand, were left in the secret room by themselves to plan the operations in the next step. You want me to follow General Lei Qinghu? Why? Li Yao did not say anything a moment ago, but he frowned and complained right now. Am I not the personal bodyguard and magical equipment consultant for the Queen? Has your grace abandoned me? Not exactly. Although they had known each other for a month, Li Linghai was still quite unused to Li Yao's tone that was highly inappropriate for an expert in the divinity transformation stage. Having no idea what expression she should wear, she thought for a long time before she finally said, "Your performance in the Godly Might prison has proved your abilities and your loyalty. That is why the job of liaison officer, which is of paramount importance, has been given to you. A guy as smart as you must have guessed that for the so-called liaison officer, keeping the liaison between the two parties is only your secondary mission, and your top priority is to monitor General Lei Qinghu's every move from a close distance and ensure that he is truly contributing to the great cause of renewing the Imperium. At the critical moments, you may even have to resort to certain necessary approaches." Li Yao blinked his eyes. "You don't trust General Lei, Your Grace?" "No. I trust General Lei very much and believe that he is indeed a pure patriot and an immortal cultivator. If he is truly determined to die for the cause of the reformists, I will not go back on my promise either and will support him with all the fellow cultivators of the reformists to be the commander of the expedition army and the first person of the military of the Imperium in future. However, our cause involves too many people and too many aspects after all. It concerns the life and death of the Imperium and even the civilization of mankind and therefore cannot tolerate any error. If General Lei has any anomaly, there will be dire consequences. Billions of people at the center of the cosmos will be killed in miseries. Even you wouldn't want such a tragedy to happen, would you? Therefore, stay by General Lei's side. If he is loyal to our cause, protect him. If he has other ambitions and schemes, warn him. If his ambitions and schemes pose a threat to the interests of the Imperium and even the civilization of mankind, you know what to do, don't you? As long as we can truly influence the Council of Elders and collapse Dongfang Wang's cabinet, replacing it with the people inclined to the reformists, your mission will be accomplished successfully, and I will not forget my promise." Rolling his eyes, Li Yao asked, "Why me? I'm sure there are better candidates." "There are not." Li Linghai explained, "General Lei Qinghu's prestige in the Imperium is simply too high. If such an important mission is entrusted to somebody else, it is possible that they cannot make up their mind to take action at the critical moment. They may even be awed by General Lei's stature and dominance. But I believe that you will not betray your belief and submit to the most ruthless, hardcore immortal cultivator, will you?" "No, I probably won't. As a loyal, determined, pure cultivator, I will never bend my knees to such an evil immortal cultivator as Lei Qinghu." Li Yao rubbed his temples, as if he was having a headache. However, the mission to sneak into the Godly Might prison and rescue General Lei was too exhausting both for my body and my mind. I'm still feeling dizzy right now and have to take a rest of half a month to be fully recovered. But you are asking me to go to the astounding Thunder Fleet together with General Lei and kidnap him right around his trusted subordinates when necessary? I'm incapable of that even if I want to. Can I take a rest for a couple of days before I carry out such an onerous? What is this? While talking, Li Yao suddenly held his breath. The room was obviously impenetrable, but the wildest wind was suddenly blowing. In the middle of the wind, rampant flames were echoing, projecting the red shadows of thousands of soldiers on the walls around. The blowing wind and the flames were all from Li Linghai's hand. The Queen of the Imperium was holding a crimson pearl the size of a baby's fist, like the compression of ice and fire. Although it was just a tiny pearl, thousands of soldiers and the most violent souls seemed to have been stored inside. They were eager to break the seal, return to the human world, and dominate the universe again. Even Li Yao, who had seen countless primeval treasures in the ancient sage's sector and the Kunlun relic, couldn't help but get mesmerized by the pearl. His soul seemed to have turned into streaks of brightness crawling into the pearl. "This is This is... Li Yao mumbled to himself in fascination. In the ancient sage's sector, the Kunlun relic, or the 100 smelting clan in his uncanny dreams, he had never seen such amazing treasures. It was a shame that there was a crack the width of a hair on the crimson pearl that contained thousands of soldiers. It zigzagged and crawled all over the pearl. After Li Linghai slightly inputted some spiritual energy into it, the pearl already broke into halves in a crack, one larger and the other smaller. Li Yao's heart seemed to have broken into halves in a crack too, and he couldn't have felt more sorry. However, the crimson pearl was different from the regular magical equipment. Even though it had been dissected into two halves, the fractures were still very even and smooth, without any sign of pieces or slivers. Instead, from the fractures, even more erratic colors blossomed, as if two armies had risen and were fighting each other in the clouds. This is the Imperial Fire Pearl, one of the most precious treasures that I have earned from the mausoleum of the Supreme Emperor. It was the magical equipment that the Supreme Emperor carried with him and polished day and night in the old days. Li Linghai observed the Imperial Fire Pearl in affection for a while, before she finally opened her hand and delivered the pearl to Li Yao's nose. After I got the pearl, I looked into many files from 10,000 years ago and finally had a piece of speculation of its origins. This object used to be a core of a certain unusual beast, which trained in space and absorbed abundant radiations and magnetic pulses that led to the mutations of a certain special organ inside its body, before it finally crystallized several thousand years later. The core boasted the technique of compressing, purifying, and storing spiritual energy, and was 100 times more powerful than the marrow crystals in the natural mother lodes. In his early years of training, the Supreme Emperor executed the unusual beast, seized the core, and built it into the Imperial Fire Pearl, which became an important ancillary device in his daily training. After he established the Star Ocean Imperium and grasped the unparalleled techniques of the best expert of the civilization of mankind, he embedded the Imperial Fire Pearl as well as some other magical equipment to his crystal suit. In the Battle of Imperial Terminus, the whole world was almost blown up by the Supreme Emperor and the Mad Armageddon. Naturally, the Supreme Emperor's crystal suit also fell apart. This Imperial Fire Pearl was shattered in two halves and lost deep inside the mausoleum of the Supreme Emperor, until it was discovered by me 10,000 years later. Although it was broken into halves, the functions it entailed were not gone. I know that you climbed into the divinity transformation stage not a long time ago and cannot compete with the seasoned experts in the divinity transformation stage yet. But with the help of this Imperial Fire Pearl, it may be possible for you to consolidate your current level and even reach a higher state. A piece of magical equipment personally used by the Supreme Emperor. Li Yao swallowed hard and found it hard to believe his eyes and ears, or Li Linghai's generosity. But he certainly would not let such a treasure go. His eyes glowing, he said, "How do I use this magical equipment?" Li Linghai smiled and said, "Hold the Imperial Fire Pearl and input spiritual energy into it. You will naturally find out." Li Yao considered for a moment, only to come up with no reason why Li Linghai would trick and kill him right now. Taking a deep breath, he took over the Imperial Fire Pearl with both hands and held it in his palms, before he closed his eyes and sent a stream of spiritual energy into the pearl. Boom! A gigantic explosion echoed deep inside his brain. The secret chamber, the godly might prison, and even the entire planet seemed to have been shattered. Li Yao found himself in the middle of the space, watching a glittering, gold army raging across the universe unstoppably. There was also a gold figure whose brilliance even eclipsed thousands of stars leading the charge while waving a long sword that could stop a galaxy from spinning. The infinite dominance, which was so dense that it was almost condensed into glittering dust, filled Li Yao's mouth, nose, ears, eyes, and even every cell inside his internal organs. He almost couldn't hold back the urge of roaring. Thoughts that felt like tsunamis were flowing from the Imperial Fire Pearl to his brain too, giving him the weird feeling that he was the sovereign of the entire universe. "This is thrilling," Li Yao moaned and struggled to let go of it. The Imperial Fire Pearl floated 3 inches away from his palm, but there was a red spot at the center of his palm because of the scorching power of the Imperial Fire Pearl. He waved his hands casually, but the feeling that all the stars in the entire universe belonged to him was still haunting his fingers and did not disperse until a long time later. Liao breathed heavily. What kind of power is this? This is too strong and terrifying. The soul mark that the Supreme Emperor left behind, of course. Li Linghai did not expect that Liao would get rid of the influences of the Imperial Fire Pearl so quickly. She was slightly dazed for a moment but soon resumed calmness. She said casually, "The Imperial Fire Pearl contained a spiritual energy 100 times more powerful than the normal marrow crystals did in the first place, and it followed the Supreme Emperor for hundreds of years. Even though it was never intentionally baptized, it still absorbed the infinite dominance of the Supreme Emperor after the long company, which equaled his soul mark. As the saying goes, he who gets in contact with vermilion will become red. Use the Imperial Fire Pearl to help with your training and transfer the Supreme Emperor's soul mark to your body to stimulate the flesh, the nerves, and even the soul. Isn't it the most rapid and the most dominating method of training in the entire universe?" Liao chewed on Li Linghai's words and looked at the white-haired witch's glittering eyes, feeling that they were like two holes on the infinite ice, leading to somewhere deep and mysterious. He couldn't help but sense that something was not right. Training with the soul mark of the experts was not an unusual technique. In his younger years, Liao had received the transplantation of the spiritual seed in the Star Glory Federation, where a nascent soul stage expert would melt the soul, strength, and a lifetime of experiences into a spiritual seed before instilling it into the brain of a junior. It was a secret technique for the most rapid growth. It was exactly because of the secret technique of transplantation of spiritual seed that Liao's combat ability was strengthened instantly, and he survived the cruel battles on Boneyard. It was needless to say that training with such secret techniques was highly dangerous. One might be badly hurt with one moment of carelessness. Therefore, even in the Star Glory Federation, it had to be done under the thorough protection of the experts. The legendary soul mark of the Supreme Emperor was even more of a dominating and majestic being that no common trainers could bear easily. However, Liao had advanced into the divinity transformation stage, and he was a refiner adept at all kinds of magical equipment himself. He also had the memories from Earth deep inside his brain, as well as the weird creature that was the mental devil to share his pressure. Therefore, he was not concerned about the side effects of the Imperial Fire Pearl. He somehow felt that Li Linghai's peculiarity was not aimed at him. That made it even more strange. Thinking quickly, Liao simply held the Imperial Fire Pearl in his palm and smiled. "Your Grace, you are too generous. I almost feel that I don't deserve such a treasure. Don't be happy too soon. There is one condition." Indescribable brilliance flowed out of Li Linghai's eyes that looked like frozen springs, mixed with both ruthlessness and a hint of embarrassment. She gnashed her teeth and said, "Bring Li Jialing with you in the operation. Since this Imperial Fire Pearl has been divided into two pieces, one large and the other small, you may have the large one for your own training, which should be able to help you improve at least one minor level very soon. And you will give the small one to Li Jialing and supervise him while he absorbs the enormous strength contained inside. You should have sensed the overwhelming and aggressive spiritual energy stored inside the Imperial Fire Pearl. With Li Jialing's cultivation right now, it is very possible that he will be badly wounded if he were to train recklessly. His mind may even be affected by the power of the Imperial Fire Pearl. But if he is protected by a great expert in the divinity transformation stage like you, it will definitely be much safer." That explains a lot. Liao was greatly enlightened. Li Linghai had the feelings of a mother after all. She offered such a piece of ultimate training magical equipment because she was considering it for her own son. So, he simply said with a smile, "Why don't you give it to Li Jialing in person and even watch over him yourself so that he will know that you care for him?" Li Linghai was silent for a moment. Her lips trembled nervously, and her eyes were even deeper than before. Still, complicated brilliance beamed out of the abyss as she said coldly, "Cut the nonsense. Are you willing to do it or not?" "Yes, of course I am." Liao was more or less puzzled why Li Linghai changed her mind so quickly and was pushing himself and Li Jialing far away when she obviously planned to keep the two of them by her side in the beginning. However, on second thought, he did not see many harms in the arrangement, so he simply nodded quickly. Holding the Imperial Fire Pearl in his hand and putting the two pieces together flawlessly, Liao observed the magical equipment carefully for a moment, even more impressed by the marvelousness of the treasure. Then, Liao thought of another critical problem. Your Grace, since the mausoleum of the Supreme Emperor is hidden in the Imperial Transcendence sector, and it contains all kinds of ultimate treasures, why don't we develop it on a large scale to arm the reformists? Wouldn't it significantly increase the odds of our success? It will be developed on a large scale, but not now. Solemnly, Li Linghai said, to this moment, the secrets of the mausoleum are limited to you, me, and Li Jialing. In the past decades, I always explored the mausoleum of the Supreme Emperor in secret on my own when I was free. Even if I collected almost 100 cosmos rings through all the trouble, I could only bring part of the treasures out with me. Before, I was still too weak. If I recruited people and developed it on a large scale, should the 4 Kurfürst families discover it, all my endeavors would have been with their help. Besides, to reach the core at the deepest part of the Supreme Emperor's mausoleum and to dig out the enormous starships and massive magical equipment of the Star Ocean Imperium, I am still short of half of the most critical key. Right now, we are already strong enough. After we defeat the Dongfang family, the most powerful one of the 4 Kurfürst families, and we take our seats in the Council of Elders, we will naturally teleport the entire deep-sea fleet to the mausoleum of the Supreme Emperor to build the strongest fleet in the entire universe with the legacies and magical equipment there. Hehe. Never would the old guys in the Council of Elders have thought that we had such trump cards, would they? On the other hand, it will also be our greatest leverage to resist the alliance of the Holy Covenant. Naturally, your role in the plan is crucial because you have the other half of the sky. Just like what I said, as long as you are loyal to me, I will not forget our promise to each other, and I will share the secrets of the mausoleum of the Supreme Emperor with you. Right, speaking of which, I think you can find some classics and files regarding the mausoleum of the Supreme Emperor and study them first. For thousands of years, from the Star Ocean Republic to the Imperium of true human beings, countless historians, archaeologists, and adventurers have been trying to locate the mausoleum of the Supreme Emperor. Countless exploration squads spent their entire lives searching for it, only to find nothing in the end. They have left countless notes, journals, and adventure files, in which certain very interesting knowledge was recorded, including some ridiculous tales. Try to study them. Remember, it is very important. Do as I said, or you will regret it. Li Linghai looked at Liao thoughtfully again and took a deep breath, as if something was left unsaid. But she did not say it out in the end. Before Liao figured out the meaning between her lines, she had already patted Liao's shoulder and left the Godly Might prison for her own deep-sea fleet to further planning for the reformists. Liao was left alone in the secret chamber in astonishment. This is so weird. Liao opened his hands again and released a stream of feeble spiritual energy, allowing the Imperial Fire Pearl to float and revolve above his hand like a tiny sun. Even the most insignificant spiritual energy was enough to raise a tsunami inside the Imperial Fire Pearl with the sounds of galloping troops in Liao's ears. Liao mumbled, "Hey, do you feel that the Queen is rather weird today? There is something different about her, as if she has some sort of scheme." Blood streaks flowed out of Liao's left eye, condensing into a tiny, red Liao, which dashed to the Imperial Fire Pearl in a hurry, only to be shrieking hard as it was burned by the scorching air around the Imperial Fire Pearl. Circling it for 3 rounds and still unable to find a flaw to sneak in, it could only drool at the Imperial Fire Pearl greedily. It is not strange that the Queen has a scheme. The mental devil wiped its drool while it sniffed. What is weird is that the Queen acted like, "You'd better be wary of me because I have a scheme." That is quite uncanny. Yes, that is exactly the feeling. Her behavior today was too unusual. Liao focused his eyes on the Imperial Fire Pearl. I thought that she would just offer me some common heavenly materials and earthly treasures to appease me. But as it turned out, she gave me such an ultimate treasure of the ultimate treasures. What exactly is her purpose? Is there something wrong with the Imperial Fire Pearl? Is it possible that part of the Supreme Emperor's personalities will be absorbed if I train with the soul mark of the legendary Supreme Emperor, to the point that I will become the Supreme Emperor? Is this possession of a different form? Liao was greatly alarmed. Well, I think you are overthinking. Who is the Supreme Emperor? Only the greatest hero of mankind of all time. He is an upright, chivalrous, generous, benevolent, sympathetic, and flawless man who is worshipped by countless people. The mental devil said solemnly, just rest assured. It is absolutely impossible for you to become the Supreme Emperor however you train yourself. Is that so? Liao was more or less relieved. Then he realized that it did not sound right. What are you implying? Nothing. I am just saying that, since this Imperial Fire Pearl was just a piece of magical equipment that the Supreme Emperor carried personally, it could have only stored 1% of his strength even if it was polished by him day and night. Right? The mental devil said. Even if it is entirely swallowed, it will not be enough to recreate the Supreme Emperor's character. On the other hand, the pearl has been broken into halves, and its strength will be even weaker. Therefore, it is absolutely impossible to recreate the Supreme Emperor's character with this pearl. The real Supreme Emperor must still be sleeping on the gold throne. If he can be reborn so easily, he would have returned to the human world thousands of years ago. Liao thought for a moment and realized it did make sense. Scratching his chin, he said, I seem to be indeed overthinking. Besides, the mental devil said solemnly, from whatever perspective, the Supreme Emperor was a great hero that greatly helped the civilization of mankind. It is not necessarily a bad thing for the Supreme Emperor to return to the chaotic universe today that is dominated by the Covenant Alliance, the extraterrestrial devils, the immortal cultivators, and other crazy creatures. It is not a bad deal to trade a vulture Liao for the greatest savior of mankind. Right? It seems not. Blinking his eyes, Liao frowned quickly. Hey, this is not about if it is a good deal but about what scheme the queen has and why she let us think that she was hesitant, troubled, and embarrassed. Do you not feel that she looked at me in a very strange way just now? Not the creepy cold way in the past, but in a way that was almost some kind of cry for help? After saying that, Liao was blushing, feeling that he was flattering himself. Li Linghai, as the queen of the Imperium, boasted the mausoleum of the Supreme Emperor and the deep-sea fleet. She could slay a divinity transformation stage expert easily, like butchering a chicken. Did she need to ask for the help of a Mr. Nobody from nowhere like Liao? But thinking again, Liao still believed that his instincts were right. Li Linghai intended to tell him something but did not say it out for some reason. Now that you put it that way, there is indeed something quite weird. It is what the queen said in the end. Out of his expectation, the mental devil did not mock Liao but simply sat cross-legged on the Imperial Fire Pearl. Bathed in the intense air emanating from the Imperial Fire Pearl, it held its chin and said thoughtfully. The queen said in the end that, for the convenience of the exploration of the mausoleum of the Supreme Emperor after we seize the highest power, we'd better find and study the classics, notes, and even the ridiculous tales that the ancient adventurers left after their futile searches. But it is utterly meaningless. Ever since the Supreme Emperor was forced to escape to the Imperial Transcendence Sector and hide himself on the gold throne after he was caught in the weird status of neither alive nor dead in the battle against the Blood God, countless adventurers, grave robbers, archaeologists, and ambitious schemers have been trying to find the mysterious mausoleum, but none of them succeeded. The notes and classics left by the ancient adventurers are either the files of the other relics and treasures that they accidentally found on the way to search for the Supreme Emperor's mausoleum, or the exaggerated and fabricated tales. Some may even be the schemes that are carefully made up to allure other people to fall into the traps. All in all, less than 1% of the information is to be believed. Whoever goes to search for the Supreme Emperor's mausoleum with the notes, classics, tales, and made-up maps will definitely be doomed for sure. Here comes the question. Li Linghai has clearly found the Imperial Transcendence Sector and discovered many treasures from the Supreme Emperor's mausoleum. She has even absorbed and shipped the treasures from the Supreme Emperor's mausoleum with cosmos rings multiple times. That is how she is able to build such a strong deep-sea fleet and gather a bunch of ambitious, insubordinate reformists around her. In other words, Li Linghai is a living map herself. Nobody knows the Supreme Emperor's mausoleum better than she does. Then, why does she want us to study the groundless, ludicrous notes, tales, and legends? Exactly. She also put it in a very strange way. She said that we must do as she said, or we will regret it. Li Yao's mind seemed to have dived into a thick fog, and he was unable to drag it out at all. What the heck did she mean by that? What is there to be regretful about? She clearly has the coordinates of the Supreme Emperor's mausoleum and has traveled between the capital and the Supreme Emperor's mausoleum many times. It shouldn't be difficult at all. If she wants to take us there, why doesn't she just do it? We also have the half key that can open the central area of the Supreme Emperor's mausoleum. Even if she wants to trap us in a scheme, she should at least wait until the key plays its role and opens a certain gate, right? Perhaps she does not want to trap us but is only reminding us of something. The mental devil thought for a moment and shook its head hard. No, I still feel that she is indeed malicious. But there is some kindness in her too. All in all, it is very self-contradictory. Perhaps, even she couldn't tell what her attitude was. Li Yao and the mental devil looked at each other in confusion for a long time, unable to figure out what was going on. The Imperial Fire Pearl, on the other hand, was still emitting brilliance that projected two shivering shadows, one large and the other small, to the wall. Then, are we going to use the Imperial Fire Pearl in our training? Li Yao mumbled to himself. Before the mental devil chimed in, he already made the decision. Of course we will. We are now between the middle level and the high level of the divinity transformation stage at best. Even though we may be among the top tier of the Imperium of true human beings under the enhancement of the brand new crystal suit and the Colossus, the chaos at the center of the cosmos is still full of dangers, and we might get killed at any moment. Only by challenging difficulties can we be stronger. Of course, training can be dangerous. But if we cannot take such a risk, we should have stayed in the Star Glory Federation comfortably and simply be respected as the founding father of the new federation. Hehe. Even if Li Linghai truly has a great scheme, never would she have imagined that my soul is highly eccentric compared to that of a normal person's, and even a terrifying earth is hidden inside. Will the powers of the Supreme Emperor that is hidden in the Imperial Fire Pearl and Earth raise any amazing sparks when they collide? How I look forward to it. Li Yao did not forget that there was a weird gap deep inside his brain that sealed the secrets about Earth. To this moment, although he had entered the divinity transformation stage, he was still unable to completely unravel the seal and learn the truth of Earth. If the power of the Imperial Fire Pearl could help him dig out everything about Earth that was hidden deep inside his soul, it would really be a pleasant gift. At the very least, we have learned part of the reasons why Pop's lover in the past transformed from an innocent little girl to such a dominating white-haired witch. Li Yao said with a smile. If Li Linghai had been training herself with the magical equipment similar to the Imperial Fire Pearl in the past 100 years, absorbing abundant soul marks of the Supreme Emperor into her brain, it would be inevitable that her personality was gradually transformed to that of a dominator under the influences. In that case, everything starts to make sense now, right? On second thought, this is not a bad outcome at all. The Supreme Emperor was a great hero who considered the happiness of the people to be his responsibility. He was the ancestor of the modern cultivators. If Li Linghai is truly moved by the soul marks of the Supreme Emperor without her knowing it, it will be possible that she can truly terminate the chaos at the center of the cosmos and make the Imperium of true human beings develop in the direction that is more favorable for the ordinary people. That will be great. Looking at Li Yao, the mental devil said gloomily, "Do you believe it yourself?" Well, Li Yao scratched his head hard. I seem to be a bit wishful. So complicated. But thankfully, we have another magnificent hero that we can count on. The legendary god of war, Lei Chenghu. If Li Linghai does have a scheme, General Lei will definitely resist her to the end unwaveringly, right? All we need to do is to cheer for General Lei and give him help if needed. After all, this is the internal affair of the Imperium of true human beings. A foreigner such as myself should not take care of their problems for them, right? Let's go and appreciate how General Lei saves the Imperium from close up. In half a day, Lei Chenghu had taken care of everything in the Godly Might prison. He turned off the oxygen transmission in the 1st and the 3rd districts at first, putting the prisoners who were worn out after the fierce battles and in dire need of oxygen into sleep and depriving them of their combat ability. Then, he ordered the guards to enter the field and take away the prisoners who fought particularly gravely. The rest of the prisoners were simply left where they were. As for the political criminals, after identification, most of the civil officials were transferred to Li Linghai's deep sea fleet, but part of the talents whom he thought highly of or who were of great help to him stayed with him. The guards of the Godly Might prison and the soldiers of the Godly Might fleet were screened by the same principle that prioritized quality over quantity. In a ratio of 5%, the elites boarded on 3 starships, and the rest of the personnel and the other starships were all transferred to Li Linghai. It was not until this moment that Warden Yun Chenghua vaguely realized that Lei Qinghu was all by himself, and that none of the starships descended from the sky so far were his direct subordinates. However, with everything coming to this point, when he looked at the determination on Lei Qinghu's face, Yun Chenghua, who had no retreat anymore, certainly would not point it out. Instead, he was even more loyal to Lei Qinghu, allowing the man's control on the 3 starships to reach every tube and every cabin. The news that the Godly Might prison was conquered had probably been passed to the ears of the 4 Kurfürsten far away in space. It was time to evacuate. Hundreds of starships that were filled with crystals and ammunition soared to the sky. The scorching exhaust flames they spurted out left complicated traces on the land that was covered in snow. Among them, 3 of the largest starships were particularly eye-catching. They tore apart the sky like 3 shooting stars and swooped to the infinite cosmos. It was exactly Lei Qinghu's latest combined team. He was about to take back his fleet with the 3 starships, and then a whole country after that. On Flying Tiger, the latest temporary flagship, Lei Qinghu stared at Liao, who held his head high with a resolute face like an iron-blooded soldier, as well as Li Jialing, who was standing next to Liao, coldly. It seems that my guess was correct. No matter how you disguise yourself, you can't hide the fact that you are the Queen's most trusted subordinate. Lei Qinghu said casually. She trusts you so much that even the mission to monitor me has been entrusted to you, Vulture Liao. I'm afraid that you are wrong, General Lei. I am not here just to monitor you, Liao said solemnly. Besides monitoring you, Her Grace also instructed me that I am to give you a hand when you lose faith and waver in the great cause of the reformists. It appeared to me that the Queen wanted me to kidnap you or even threaten to kill you. But don't be nervous, General Lei, because as I said earlier, I have been admiring General Lei since childhood. I grew up listening to your tales, and I always regard you as an idol. So, when the moment that I have to take action comes, I will certainly be unable to take action. Chances are that I will even choose your side. Lei Qinghu. Excuse me? Li Jialing turned around rather rigidly and looked at Liao in astonishment. Who are you exactly? What does the Queen want by putting a guy like you to my side? Lei Qinghu narrowed his eyes, mired in a confusion that rarely happened to him again. He mumbled, Do you know? I have a natural-born ability or intuition. Even though one is in the nascent soul stage or the divinity transformation stage, I can tell the deepest desires in their heart the moment I meet them, and I know what they want exactly. The Queen is no exception. I can see clearly her ambitions that are growing like an ever-expanding beast that will swallow the universe. But what about you, Vulture Liao? I really can't see through you. I cannot tell what kind of soul is hidden underneath your skin. My intuitions tell me that you may be even more dreadful than the Queen. Are you? You are flattering me, General Lei. Without changing his face, Liao said, In fact, I have been training in Her Grace's secret base in seclusion since childhood. Same as this brother Huang Fei here. I barely got in touch with anybody from the outside world. So I am a simple and outspoken man. I have no clandestine secrets in my heart at all. So what can you possibly see in me, General Lei? Lei Qinghu's eyebrows were furrowed so hard that it looked like an unsheathed saber, which was about to slash at Liao's carotid artery brutally. He clenched his fists, and his finger bones were cracking. He seemed to be holding back his urges with his astonishing willpower. It's true, Liao said sincerely, his eyes as pure and clear as a baby's. I'm sure that General Lei has noticed that my real age is not very old. Yes. After a long silence, Lei Qinghu nodded his head. Your cells are very active. The waves that your soul spreads out are full of vigor too. You are not the strongest divinity transformation stage expert I have seen, but you are definitely the youngest one. I assume that aside from secluded training or long-term hibernation, you should be no older than 80 years old, right? An expert in the divinity transformation stage no older than 80. That is truly incredible. What kind of monster are you? And how have you been training yourself? I am not a monster but just a regular person who dedicated all his time to training, Liao said. If I had not seized every second and every minute to train myself crazily, without caring about anything happening outside, how could I possibly have broken into the divinity transformation stage in less than 100 years? You have never heard of my name before, and you cannot find any information about me, right, General Lei? That's only reasonable because this is the first time I have ever visited the outside world. So, I may be immature due to my lack of social experience. If I say or do anything wrong, please do forgive me, General Lei. Enough. Taking a deep breath, Lei Qinghu said, listen up. I don't care if your bullshit is true, and I don't care if your queen has other purposes under the fancy banner of the reformists. For me, I'm doing this for only one reason, to fulfill the responsibility of a soldier. Tell me, do you love the Imperium? Liao raised his chin high and saluted in a textbook unity etiquette. My love never ends. But I hate the Imperium. I even loathe the Imperium that reeks of stink from every pore right now, Lei Qinghu said gloomily. However, despite all the flaws of the Imperium of true human beings, and although it can be too dark and cruel sometimes and become the tools of the scoundrels to meet their selfish desires, the Imperium is always the toughest shield, the sharpest saber, and the only home for the civilization of mankind. The Imperium may have all sorts of problems and too many reasons for people to hate it, but it has concentrated the strength of most human beings in the Sea of Stars, allowing billions of people to be united against the Covenant Alliance, the extraterrestrial devils, the bizarre alien species, and even the darkness of the universe itself. The universe is too vast a place, and the ambitions of mankind are too exuberant. Without the common acceptance of Imperium of true human beings, all the human beings in different sectors will lose organization in 100 years and separate into different countries, even though there is no aggression from the Covenant Alliance, the extraterrestrial devils, or any alien species. They will raise their own colorful flags and brutalize each other under the most ridiculous excuses. By then, no devils or monsters are needed. Human beings themselves are enough to turn the entire universe into a bloody hell, just like the thousands of years after the Star Ocean Imperium's collapse and before the establishment of the Star Ocean Republic. Therefore, despite the many shortcomings of the Imperium today, despite all the spots, ulcers, and cancers growing on its bloated body, and even though I hate its guts in many occasions, I will fulfill my responsibility as a soldier of the Imperium and defend it forever with my flesh, my bones, and my soul. Please forward to your queen that if she is worried that I may waver, her concerns will be unnecessary. During the half-month when I was under the custody of the 4 Kurfürst families, I completely thought it through. In the past 100 years, I was too docile, hesitant, and restrained by the honor code of a soldier. I did not try everything I could to save the Imperium. But today, I have completely found my own path. Nobody can stop me from saving the Imperium with iron and fire, or even the approaches that are sordid, shameless, and cross all lines. If the Queen's ultimate purpose is as upright and bright as she claims, then she will forever have my loyalty. Furthermore, if her personal interests coincide with the overall interests of the Imperium, is it really unacceptable to support her to be the first female emperor in history? However, if I discover that her ambitions are so violent that the interests of the Imperium will be jeopardized, our cooperation will immediately fall apart, and I will stop and destroy her whatever the price is. Do you understand? Liao nodded his head quickly. Crystal clear. And you are the same. Lei Qinghu's eyes were suddenly sharper than ever, as if they were piercing through Liao's body and the cabin walls behind him. I don't care whether you are just glib or you are really simple, immature, and outspoken. But as long as you sincerely defend the Imperium and the civilization of mankind, I will call you fellow cultivator and fight by your side until the end. However, if I ever discover that you've been keeping other secrets which harm the interests of the Imperium, trust me, the cannonballs from 10,000 warships will hit your head at the same time, and even if you escape to the edge of the cosmos and to 1,000 years later, I will shatter my body and obliterate my soul to find you and kill you. Liao took a long breath in relief. That's great. Lei Qinghu frowned. What is great? I'm totally relieved right now. A brilliance that was even more scorching than the sun suddenly beamed out of his clear, big eyes. Because I can guarantee with my life that I am absolutely a loyal, devoted patriot. I have an infinite love for my country, and I am willing to spill my hot blood, shatter my bones, and burn my bones into ashes, mix the ashes with water, and spray them to my homeland. This is exactly how much I love my country. I firmly believe that my country stands for the best interests of mankind. So, I will never turn against my country. However formidable, brutal, and ruthless the enemies I'm faced with are, I will fight them to the end. Even though I have nothing but an appendix left in the end, I will roll a saber with the appendix and keep on fighting. So what General Lei described will never happen. Of course I am relieved. When Liao was swearing, Lei Qinghu stared at his eyes closely all the time, not disguising that he was looking into Liao's heart at all. Liao, on the other hand, also opened his mind frankly for Lei Qinghu to perceive free at will. Lei Qinghu sensed for a long time. Then, his face was less grave, but the suspicion on it did not disperse after a long time. He mumbled, "Why is everything you said true and carries no air of fabrication at all? Because it is true in the first place. I am really an unwavering, authentic patriot who has come to this place at great risks out of my infinite passion for my country and the civilization of mankind." Liao demanded, "I'm the one who should be confused here. Why is General Lei unwilling to believe me when everything I say is true? Is General Lei the only patriot in the vast universe? Forget it." Looking at Liao's big face that had no loopholes at all, Lei Qinghu, unusually, chose to give up. "In any case, thank you for your help in the Godly Might prison. If you are a real patriot, I believe we will get along very pleasantly, fellow cultivator Li. Now, let's return to the third battle area." Lei Qinghu cleaned his military hat with the newly installed artificial arm and strode to the bridge with his head held high. On the bridge were the soldiers who had just been gathered and who were 10 times more excited than they were ill at ease. A middle-aged officer whose entire body was covered in bandages and whose left hand and left foot had been replaced by artificial limbs staggered to Lei Qinghu, his face cramping all the way as if he was suffering excruciating pain. He saluted Lei Qinghu in the most standard way and said, "All the soldiers have been gathered. Please give your instructions, General." It was Lei Honghai, Lei Qinghu's eldest son, who betrayed his father because of the 4 Kurfürst family's attraction and who was taught a lesson by his father later. He had fought a path of blood out of the Godly Might prison. Lei Qinghu nodded his head emotionlessly, looking around and detonating the magma in the hearts of the soldiers with the passion in his eyes. He finally walked to the control panel, gritting his teeth to hold back the pain when the unsuitable artificial limbs rubbed his wounds. Lei Honghai turned on the public communication channels of the 3 starships. Soldiers of the first mixed team of the Godly Might fleet. Before the complicated faces on the hundreds of light beams, Lei Qinghu roared reassuringly. "The war that will decide the future of the Imperium and even the civilization of mankind has begun, and you and I are the only main characters in the war. Until today, you were a bunch of nobodies. Nobodies. You were the losers in the competitions within your families, the offcut that nobody cared about, the secondary goods who had been kicked to this snowy world to pass the rest of your lives, the nulls that did not deserve to leave your names on the family records, and even the prisoners who were destined to rot in the dungeons. But after today, your names will resound in the sky and be cheered by billions of people. Your names will be carved in the monuments in the central squares of the capital and every habitable planet. The Imperium, the history, and the civilization will not forget what you have done today. They will not forget your sacred and glorious games. Everyone on board, be prepared. Full power output to the space jump units. Target the third battle area. Move forward. The number 223 resource planet in the West Wind sector in the third battle area in the Imperium of True Human Beings had an extremely harsh environment without an atmosphere. The West Wind sector was a small world with a diameter of 30 billion kilometers. The star here was still in the adolescent phase soon after birth. As a result, the 7 planets around the star were all seriously torn by the drastic changes of gravitational forces and could not form a dense atmosphere. So, there was not a single habitable planet. The ever-changing gravitational and tectonic movements, as well as the material exchanges when the meteorites hit the planets, endowed quite a few satellites of the West Wind sector with abundant rare metals and crystals. The West Wind sector was the remotest world in the third battle area, and the number 223 resource planet was the remotest celestial body in the West Wind sector. On this planet, there was an abundant reserve of nickel-fused crystals, which, once added to the highly explosive cannonballs, could significantly increase the destructiveness of the cannonballs and even double the radius of destruction. Therefore, after the Imperium took the West Wind sector back from the Covenant Alliance, a small fleet was sent to camp on the number 223 resource planet. The mission of the fleet was not to defend the number 223 resource planet in the Covenant Alliance's possible counterattack. The base of the expedition army did not expect them to be capable of that at all. They were only responsible for cleaning and re-establishing the mining bases that had been seriously sabotaged by the Covenant Alliance in the extremely harsh, cruel world as engineering soldiers. It was exactly the mission of the 9th Fleet of the 3rd Battle Area of the Expedition Army of the Imperium, also known as the Red Nimbus Fleet. The Red Nimbus Fleet was a miscellaneous force from a local area. To quote the powerful nobles and lords in the capital, they were just a bunch of mobsters who were formerly bumpkins. It was a typical example of all the miscellaneous troops. The Red Nimbus Fleet was from the Red Nimbus sector, a world that was not conquered, or to put it nicely, did not join the Imperium until 500 years ago at the last phase of the Imperium's grand expedition. Because the rulers of the Red Nimbus sector judiciously chose to surrender when faced with the overwhelming army of the Imperium from the sky, and the Red Nimbus sector was itself a barren and resourceless world that had nothing at all other than the billions of hungry people, the Imperium generously granted the Red Nimbus sector a great deal of autonomy, as long as the Red Nimbus sector submitted taxes and soldiers regularly and attacked the enemy together with the Imperium at the request of His Majesty and the Council of Elders when needed. Despite the generosity and mercy, the life for the people and even the immortal cultivators of the Red Nimbus sector in the past 500 years was still quite difficult. The taxes of the Imperium were heavier and heavier after each day. Besides the taxes that were directly submitted to the court, the 4 Kurfürst families also exploited them by setting up fancy regulations including all kinds of fees and special taxes. In the meantime, the magical equipment and the industrial products made from the assembly lines of the highly developed industrial worlds at the center of the cosmos flowed into the Red Nimbus sector like tides, completely destroying the industrial system of the Red Nimbus sector that was rather underdeveloped but relatively independent. The Red Nimbus sector was bound to the downmost stream of the interest chain of the noble families, turning into an insignificant component on the assembly line. 500 years ago, in spite of the underdeveloped technologies, the Red Nimbus sector was still capable of manufacturing crystal suits, armed shuttles, and even starships. It was even possible to produce 1 or 2 simplest space jump units. But today, while the magical equipment that was used in the Red Nimbus sector was more delicate, glamorous, and powerful on the surface, there was no longer a single crystal suit that was the Red Nimbus sector's own brand. All the crystal suit factories of the Red Nimbus sector had been purchased by the sects under the 4 Kurfürst families. The outdated assembly lines were all shattered and replaced by the brand new ones, which were generously donated by the noble families. Naturally, the central technologies of the magical equipment assembly lines were controlled in the hands of the noble families at the center of the cosmos and never to be learned by the Red Nimbus sector. Furthermore, those magical equipment factories could not produce a whole set of crystal suit anymore but were only able to make 5% of the components. The other 95% of the components were all shipped from the center of the cosmos and assembled on the spot. As a result, the independent industrial system of the Red Nimbus sector completely collapsed and lost all the bargaining chips. Their throats were choked by the noble families from the center of the cosmos, and they became the dump of foreign magical equipment as well as the resource supplier. What was even more pathetic was that the Red Nimbus sector did not have any resources that were abundant enough to supply the entire Imperium except for manpower. The price of labor in the place, as a result, was suppressed to an appalling extent. According to the lords from the center of the cosmos, it was exactly because of the cheap labor force in the Red Nimbus sector and the dutifulness of the workers that the magical equipment factories were established here. Otherwise, the lords could have set up the factories elsewhere or replaced all human workers with spiritual puppets. They were here to feed the workers as a charity for the sake that they were all the compatriots of the Imperium. When they were shameless enough to say those words, the cocky lords had completely forgotten that it was exactly because of 100 years of goods dump and the following sordid tricks that the local sex and magical equipment factories were destroyed and billions of workers reduced to destitution. However, the lords were not saying that based on nothing but speaking in the bridge of the heavy warships. Even when they landed, they would bring a whole crystal suit legion to protect the factories. What could the workers in the Red Nimbus sector do? The healthy and strong workers of the Red Nimbus sector who worked diligently in a magical equipment factory under the banner of the four Kurfürst families, to the point of blood vomiting and even emphysema, would still be unable to feed their families. They had to ask their wives and daughters to go overseas and work in the entertainment locations at the center of the cosmos established by the noble families. Such tragedies were constantly happening in the Red Nimbus sector in the past hundreds of years. The noble families from the center of the cosmos had even extended their hands to the agriculture of the Red Nimbus sector. The spiritual rice and spiritual wheat that had been genetically refined, as well as the foreign crops, replaced the local rice and wheat of the Red Nimbus sector, because the spiritual rice and spiritual wheat had a high yield and a good taste, and they contained abundant nutrition and heat, and because the food groups controlled by the four Kurfürst families gave high subsidies so that the workers who earned little money in the factories could only afford the food that they provided, the foreign food groups expanded very fast in the Red Nimbus sector. In only 100 years, they had acquired all the food groups large and small in the Red Nimbus sector and purchased tremendous land from the farmers, exactly like what they did to the magical equipment industrial system of the Red Nimbus sector. While the Red Nimbus sector had nominal autonomy, it was part of the Imperium after all, and could not set up independent laws to prevent the conquest of the foreigners. It could only watch the foreign food groups dominate the planet. After most of the land and seeds were controlled by the foreign food groups, they finally revealed their true intentions. Waving the law as their weapon, they secretly changed the genes of the spiritual rice and the spiritual wheat so that all the seeds could only be harvested once but could not be sowed again. In other words, the Red Nimbus sector lost all their own seeds of crops. If they wanted to sow them again, they had to purchase from the foreign food groups. Even if the people of the Red Nimbus sector wanted to develop their own seeds through secret experiments, they discovered, to their surprise, that the alien cash crops, that the foreign groups offered them as gifts and purchased the fruits of such crops at a high price actually boasted the function of changing the elements of the soil. After being polluted by the foreign cash crops for 100 years, the most fertile land of the Red Nimbus sector was only suitable for the seeds of the foreign food groups. The other seeds would only wither on a large scale, if they could sprout at all. In the beginning, when the foreigners purchased the bitter and sour fruits of the cash crops, claiming that the wealthy people at the center of the cosmos liked the flavor best, the people of the Red Nimbus sector laughed hard at the queerness of the wealthy guys. At this moment, the people of the Red Nimbus sector finally realized what the bitter fruits tasted like. What the wealthy people at the center of the cosmos tasted was not the juice of the fruits but their blood. But the epiphany came too late. From industries to agriculture and to the entire training system, everything had been invaded and destroyed by the foreigners from the center of the cosmos. The whole world had fallen into their hands. Even if the sector master of the Red Nimbus sector still had the nominal autonomy, what was the point? It was even worse than direct aggression, because a government had to be founded after direct aggression to administrate and secure the local people. But right now, everything was about economics and done by civil sects. They swallowed all the benefits, and the obligations were still in the hands of the dumbfounded sector master. The life and death of the people of the Red Nimbus sector did not concern the center of the cosmos. It was all because the local sector master was too ruthless and tyrannical. When the trouble was too huge, the four Kurfürst families would throw certain leftovers as reliefs. Nothing more. The ordinary people of the Red Nimbus sector lived such an insecure, struggling life. The immortal cultivators fared no better than the ordinary people did. Before, when it still had an independent industrial and agricultural system, the Red Nimbus sector needed the support of immortal cultivators in every field. The position of the local immortal cultivators was high, and they were the unquestionable dominators. But right now, as the foreign capitals and technologies flooded over, the first to be crushed were the dignities and dreams of the local immortal cultivators. Their own sects were squeezed to bankruptcy by foreign corporations, and yet they had to swallow their anger and work for them. But even if they worked dutifully for their entire lives, they would still be the bumpkins in the foreigners' eyes. They could never enter the management of the great corporations that were almost made of the people who skydived from the center of the cosmos. It was exactly the destiny of the immortal cultivators of the Red Nimbus sector in the past 500 years. Only on one condition would the noble families from the center of the cosmos be nice to the immortal cultivators of the Red Nimbus sector, which was the time they needed the soldiers, or to put it more frankly, the cannon fodder, of the Red Nimbus sector. Not only would they satisfy the local immortal cultivators' demands, but they would also make countless empty promises. Although the expansion of the Imperium had gradually stopped, it did not mean the end of the war. The edge of the cosmos and the world fragments required exploring, and there were occasional conflicts among the noble families. The battles against the Covenant Alliance never ended either. The occasional skirmishes were even crueler than a massive war, and the honorable descendants of the four Kurfürst families were certainly not born for such meaningless fights. The low-born, bumpkin immortal cultivators from the Red Nimbus sector, as well as hundreds of other small worlds, were destined to lubricate the enormous machines with their flesh and blood now and then. Couldn't be helped. Being an immortal cultivator was a burdensome mission. When one became an immortal cultivator, the resources they consumed every day would be dozens of times more than an ordinary person would. Also, after one awakened the spiritual root and mastered spiritual energy, they would not be happy to work in a factory, listen to their bosses in the office, or sweat hard in a farmland under the scorching sun. Their massive spiritual energy had no place to be devoted to in their barren homeland. They did not even have their turn to exploit the ordinary people, because the ordinary people had long been squeezed up by those from the noble families. They had no choice but to board on the tanks of the noble families to fight for the unpredictable opportunity in a foreign land, craving to distinguish themselves. It was a pity that, although the dead bodies of countless immortal cultivators of the Red Nimbus sector were spread out in the unknown parts of the dark universe, and not even a piece of their crystal suits returned to their homeland, no more than 1% of them truly escaped their destiny and became a powerful and dominating high-level immortal cultivator. The invisible glass ceiling had blocked them from the noble families at the center of the cosmos for 500 years. They had never seen a tiny gap on it at all, much less destroying it. The Imperium's counterattack this time was probably the last roar of the Red Nimbus sector as well as 100 small worlds. They truly had enough of the oppression, humiliation, and ubiquitous prejudice. They could not take it anymore. They yearned for glory, land, infinite resources, and real power. It was exactly because of such hysterical lust that they established small fleets after gathering all the resources in their barren hometown. Like hungry wolves joining into a pack, they occupied dozens of new worlds unstoppably in one decade. Of course, they suffered all kinds of injustices in the meantime. For example, they were dispatched to the most dangerous frontline for the most arduous missions, but when the trophies were distributed, they could only wait behind the fleets of the four Kurfürst families. In short, what they were given was dog food, but what they were asked to do was the job of tigers and lions. But was any battle in the past 500 years different? They had long been used to it. As long as there was a slim chance of a comeback, they were willing to do anything. Besides, there was still General Lei, the god of war. To be able to serve under Lei Chenghu's command was perhaps the greatest luck of the immortal cultivators of the Red Nimbus sector. God of war, Lei Chenghu was the only admiral of the Imperium who was willing to fight side by side with them and launch a suicide attack together. He was also bold enough to argue with the arrogant guys in the base of the expedition army for their interests. There were even several times when General Lei stopped the assets that were to be shipped to the fleets of the four Kurfürst families and supplied them to the miscellaneous troops in priority. It was General Lei Qinghu who let them know for the first time that the miscellaneous troops, such as them, could also rage unstoppably in the Sea of Stars. It was General Lei Qinghu who let them know for the first time that Imperium was not just a synonym of exploitation and blackmail but stood for real honor and glory. It was General Lei Qinghu who let them know for the first time the mission on their shoulders and the sacred significance of the war. They were not just fighting for the survival of the Red Nimbus sector but also for the billions of people of the Imperium. Otherwise, everybody would be doomed together. It was exactly under the command of General Lei Qinghu that the Red Nimbus fleet and dozens of other local armed forces were trained from rookies into seasoned warriors and took over the vast area in the third battle area. Right now, the dawn of victory was slowly rising. The dawn that was exchanged by countless sacrifices of the hundreds of miscellaneous troops such as the Red Nimbus fleet. It was time to fulfill the promises of the four Kurfürst families before the war. The immortal cultivators of the Red Nimbus sector did not hope to occupy a certain sector in the newly recovered territory. The Red Nimbus sector, their nest, was too far away after all, and the consumption of spiritual energy on every space jump was astronomical. Economically speaking, the cost to maintain the close connection of two distant worlds was too high. Any resource development or commercial activity would have been defeated by the inestimable cost. The immortal cultivators of the Red Nimbus sector knew the situation very well. They only wanted to exchange more than 10 years of blood and sacrifices for some permanent favorable policies, or the participation in the great development of the Imperium in the newly recovered worlds, for example, part of the shares in the development company or the monopolization rights of a certain field. Nothing more. It was a very fair requirement and not greedy at all. General Lei Qinghu promised them that he would definitely make sure that they got it. The immortal cultivators of the Red Nimbus sector believed in Lei Qinghu. Therefore, even though they were cleaning up the messes left by the Covenant Alliance on the scorching resource planet that had magma everywhere, with victims falling into the craters after every step forward, they simply gritted their teeth and persisted for the beautiful life soon to come. However, broken. Their beautiful dreams were all broken. Deceptions, schemes, another betrayal, another bridge burning. The four Kurfürst families did not intend to fulfill their promise before the war at all. Why else would such an uncanny assassination of the Blood Oath Alliance have taken place? Also, soon after the demise of the Elder, many members of the Special Investigation Committee were sent to the various battle areas in the front line aggressively, entering deep into every fleet to investigate radicals in the military. They were causing quite a fuss. Their intention was elsewhere. On the surface, they were looking into the incident of the Blood Oath Alliance and capturing the radicals in the military, but in fact, they were trying everything they could to diminish their power and separate them for following procedures. With all kinds of shameless schemes and tricks, they were going to overthrow their pre-war promise and kick the local troops back to where they belonged without offering them any reward. The senses of the immortal cultivators were very keen. They detected the scheme behind the incident of the Blood Oath Alliance at the earliest time. They wanted to discuss with General Lei about what to do, but they received a piece of shocking news. General Lei went missing on the way to the capital. It was very possible that he had been arrested or even secretly trialed by the Council of Elders. Even the astounding Thunder Fleet might be dissected and swallowed by the four Kurfürst families. Could there have been a more absurd and shameless thing in the world? God of War Lei Qinghu had done the most exhausting work and made the most contributions in the Imperium's counterattack. He deserved to be called a pillar that supported the Imperium. But not only did he fail to be given the honor and status that were due, he was about to be secretly trialed by the scoundrels in the rear when the war just got into hiatus. The immortal cultivators of the Red Nimbus sector were more than angry, but there was little they could do. They had to admit that, faced with the iron walls of the four Kurfürst families, the bumpkins that had no leadership such as them were utterly insignificant. They could only be butchered like pigs. General Wei, have you read it carefully? This is the list of the members of the Blood Oath Alliance and the radicals hiding inside the Red Nimbus fleet. TSK, TSK, TSK. What happened to your fleet? Why have the radicals infiltrated it so badly? On the bridge of the flagship of the Red Nimbus fleet, the 3D light beam was condensed into a sharp-mouthed, pale-faced short man who had the skeleton badge of the Special Investigation Committee on his chest. With disdain and coldness beaming out of his eyes, he said coldly, "The third battle area is the battle area that is most seriously infiltrated by the radicals. All the fleets deployed in the third battle area must examine themselves thoroughly and hand over all the radicals and people who are involved with the Blood Oath Alliance. None of them are to be kept back whatever rank they are in. Remember, you have 20 hours to prove your loyalty to the Imperium and the Council of Elders. In 20 hours, I want each and every person on the list to arrive at my starship. If any of them is missing, I will be highly suspicious that the radicals have spread to the higher level of the Red Nimbus fleet. For example, those around you. General Lei Qinghu is already receiving the secret investigation by the Council of Elders. I believe that it won't be long before he shows up in the capital and expresses his support for all the decisions made by the Council of Elders and the Special Investigation Committee. General Wei, make a judicious decision and do not get yourself or other people around you hurt." The short man did not even salute before he disappeared on the light beam. Boom! Hardly had he vanished when a deafening explosion echoed from the control panel. It was because Wei Guanghui, the commander of the Red Nimbus fleet, gnashed his teeth and smashed the control panel so hard that smoke was popping up from his finger gaps. Damn it! A scoundrel in the core formation stage who has come to my fleet on one starship is bold enough to talk to me in such a way. Blushing in fury, Wei Guanghui felt that the veins jumping on his temples were about to explode. "If you push me too far, I'll just cut you apart, mince you into pieces, and..." At this moment, the leader of the Red Nimbus sector, in his humiliation, truly had the idea of slaying the envoy from the Special Investigation Committee and leading the brothers to join the Covenant Alliance. Of course, it was not a feasible choice, but just an outburst of anger. However harsh the Imperium treated the miscellaneous troops from the remote worlds, they would never betray them to the Covenant Alliance, because the price of joining the Covenant Alliance was to give up all their feelings and the dominance of their self-will, which would be more miserable than killing them. Besides, there were only different roles within the Covenant Alliance that did not have a hierarchy. They called each other brothers and sisters, and regarded themselves as lambs, tools, and missionaries of the gods. Even the super experts who were capable of turning the world upside down would be equal to the weaklings who could not catch a chicken. Wei Guanghui was a seasoned expert in the nascent soul stage after all. As the dominator of the Red Nimbus sector and the highest commander of the Red Nimbus fleet, he was an ambitious, immortal cultivator full of intense desires. How could he abandon everything he had for the monotonous life in the Covenant Alliance? It was impossible for Wei Guanghui to defect, so was it for the heads of other miscellaneous troops and local forces too. The four Kurfürst families were well aware of that. That was why they were exploited and taken advantage of blatantly, manipulated like dogs and pigs. They really had enough of it. Wei Guanghui breathed heavily and bulged his bloodshot eyes. Staring at the name list that was still floating in midair, he almost couldn't wait to snatch it and tear it into pieces. The name list, however, was only a virtual object painted by mystic rays. It naturally could not be torn into pieces, just like how he knew the schemes of the four Kurfürst families clearly but could do nothing except to watch the noose on his neck getting tighter and tighter. What else could he do except for holding the fury back? "Father, are we really going to hand them over? Look at the list. They are all the critical roles in the Red Nimbus fleet. Many of them are our loyal old brothers who have supported the Wei family for 100 years. Some of the officers made remarkable contributions in the bloody battles in the past 10 years, and even rescued the Red Nimbus fleet multiple times. Not everyone could swallow the fury like Wei Guanghui did. The first to jump out was Wei Xianxia, his deputy as well as his second son whom he thought most highly of. Wei Xianxia was a middle-aged, sophisticated man who never showed his feelings on his face. He also paid attention to his behavior closely and only addressed his father by the military rank. But right now, he was directly calling him father, which was obvious of his untamable anger. Shuddering in fury, Wei Yuanjia pointed at a name on the last line of the list. Please take a look, father. Even Zhao's name is on it. On the last line of the list, there was Wei Tianxiao, who was Wei Yuanjia's eldest son and Wei Guanghui's biological grandson. If we are truly going to capture everybody on the list and deliver them to the Special Investigation Committee, all the immortal cultivators of the Red Nimbus sector will be scared, and the Wei family will lose all our support. Wei Yuanjia roared. How are we going to lead the army in the future? How can we explain to the immortal cultivators that have supported our family for 100 years? How can we face our compatriots when we return to our hometown? Who will support such a spineless family to inherit the place of sector master? Please think carefully, father. You must... Enough! Wei Guanghui glared at his second son. His eyes as vicious as a viper whose fangs were just cut off. He gnashed his teeth. Do you think I like to be humiliated? Do you think I did not think carefully? I am an experienced expert in the nascent soul stage, the sector master of the Red Nimbus sector, and the highest commander of the Red Nimbus fleet. Even God of War Lei Chenghu has to show me some respect and call me fellow cultivator when he meets me. But today, a little bastard in the core formation stage who is still wet behind the ears, because of the support of the 4 Kurfürst families, is bold enough to barge into my fleet on my carrier, throw this bullshit list to my face, and demand I hand over the brothers who have fought through life and death with me for decades, as well as their descendants, the future of the Red Nimbus sector. It is needless to say that even my own biological grandson is on the list. This is a brutal slap in the face that is blowing off all my teeth. I can't think of a greater humiliation. Do you think I like to hold back my fury? Do you think I enjoy swallowing my teeth with blood? Do you think I am unaware of the consequences of delivering those people? But what choice do I have? As my deputy, you know the situation of the Red Nimbus fleet best. We are now stranded on a barren, highly unsteady planet that does not even have an atmosphere. Our food, ammunition, and crystals are highly dependent on the supplies from the rear. If the rear is dissatisfied, we wouldn't have shit to eat. It is needless to say that all the mining bases here had been completely destroyed by the Covenant Alliance before they left. Even if the mining bases are intact and we could excavate abundant minerals, so what? Are they edible? Can we stuff them into our reactors as fuel? We will be dead for sure if we do not hand over the people on the list. Before the elites of the 4 Kurfürst families come at us, we will already be starved. It is because the little bastard in the core formation stage knew it that he was bold enough to show off before me. But handing over the people on the list will also mean death. A death that is slower and more miserable. Wei Yuanjia said solemnly. Father, as you are fully aware, the so-called Incident of the Blood Oath Alliance and the name list of the radicals are just the first step of the 4 Kurfürst families. If we do hand over the people on the list, they will certainly have their ways to interrogate the victims and frame us up with random crimes. What if they accuse us of being sympathetic toward the radicals and even involved in the Incident of the Blood Oath Alliance? Hehe. The ambitions of the 4 Kurfürst families can't be more obvious now. They are simply using the Incident of the Blood Oath Alliance as a leverage to offset our achievements so far, so that they can kick us back to our hometown when they divide the cake. But it is impossible for us to return empty-handedly. Father, not that I'm making a reckless proposal, but the situation in the Red Nimbus sector is already on the verge of collapse now. You know that the local finance of the Red Nimbus government already collapsed last year. It is needless to say that so many disabled veterans in the Red Nimbus fleet need compensation after more than 10 years of war. The hominoid soldiers among them are easier to deal with, but most of the immortal cultivator officers are supported by sects and groups who are our fundamentals. How can we default on them? The Council of Elders promised nicely that the compensations of all the disabled soldiers would be taken care of by the base of the expedition army, but the subsistence has been delayed every single time. The disabled veterans in the rear are all expecting the money to buy food and crystals. As a result, we have to fill in the deficit with the local finance of the Red Nimbus sector first, and even by applying for loans from the major banks at the center of the cosmos, which, of course, are the properties of the noble families too. Even so, the deficit, as well as the interest of the loans, is growing larger after every day. We can never expect to pay them off now. From the fleet to the rear, from the immortal cultivators to the hominoids, everybody is complaining like a crystal bomb that will explode at any moment. Right now, the only reason why the soldiers are still listening to the command of the Wei family, and why the sects and groups in the rear are still shipping supplies to us incessantly is because they believe our promise and trust that we will earn enough benefits for the Red Nimbus sector. And themselves after the war is over. The shares in the development group of the recovered territory, and the big mining and transportation corporations will be enough to make up for the blood and sacrifices they have made in the past decade. But right now, it is obvious that the sons of bitches from the center of the cosmos are about to swallow the fruits on their own. If our people realize that the only thing they get after a decade of war is an empty promise and a collapsed economy, there will be a mutiny in the next second, in which both of us, as well as all the members of the Wei family, will be torn into shreds and devoured without any remains by the infuriated veterans, disappointed immortal cultivators, and even billions of crazy hominoids. Do you believe me? Wei Guanghui was silent, his beard shaking non-stop. Perhaps that is the real purpose of the four Kurfürst families. With a strange look on his face, Wei Yuanjia pointed at the list and said in a low voice, "Do you not feel that a notable number of people on the list are loyal to the Wei family, but those loyal to the Huang family are few?" Wei Guanghui was shocked. As he scrutinized, his eyes bulged wider and wider. It was true. On the so-called list of radicals, most people were the Wei family's loyal subordinates or their descendants. But when it came to the Huang family, another important family of immortal cultivators in the Red Nimbus sector, while there were some names on the list, they were all the peripheral members that did not matter. Wei Guanghui felt that his heart was grabbed. The Wei family did not start to rule over the Red Nimbus sector 500 years ago. In the beginning, the Wei family was just an inconspicuous family in the Red Nimbus sector. However, the previous dominator of the Red Nimbus sector was not respectful enough of the big shots from the center of the cosmos and was always wary of the goods and investment from the center of the cosmos. Eventually, it was replaced by the Wei family, which miraculously rose. In other words, the Wei family only became the ruler of the Red Nimbus sector because it was a dog of the four Kurfürst families. However, humans and dogs were different. The closer you were to a dog, the more loyal it would be. The closer you were to a man, however, the more ungrateful they tended to be. After 200 years, Wei Guanghui had forgotten the past where his ancestors worked as the dutiful dogs of the four Kurfürst families, and he was thinking to resist. But he did not forget that the big shots from the center of the cosmos could raise another dog to replace them at any moment, just like how they replaced the earlier sector master of the Red Nimbus sector. The same things had happened in the remote worlds too many times. In the far-flung and invaluable worlds, raising several different dogs and making them bite each other was exactly a strategy of governance for the four Kurfürst families. The Huang family was exactly another dog of the Red Nimbus sector. There was no telling if they had contributed to such a detailed list of radicals. "Father," Wei Yuanjia observed his father, who was filled with both fear and fury, and said, "We cannot wait to die such a worthless death. Let's fight them." Fight? Fight with what? Crashing into the enormous warships of the four Kurfürst families with the few canoes of the Red Nimbus fleet, or kill an elder of the Imperium in public like the idiots of the Blood Oath Alliance, at the cost of our entire organization. It is purely nonsense. Wei Guanghui almost couldn't wait to slap his son in the face to wake him up. After a pause, every wrinkle on his face was suddenly filled with wariness. "Wait, tell me honestly, you are not a member of this so-called Blood Oath Alliance, are you?" "Absolutely not. I am not as stupid as that." Wei Yuanjia hurried to prove his innocence before his father. "Even Xianxia, your biological grandson, has nothing to do with the Blood Oath Alliance at all, as far as I know. He only joined the Thousand Cherries Union, another association of young officers. The young people today are joining this and that organization every day in their fever instead of working for their family and the Imperium dutifully. They are either stealthy doing their own thing or have no courage at all. They won't accomplish anything." Wei Guanghui shook his beard and said in despise, "In my opinion, it is not a bad idea to let the Special Investigation Committee bring Xianxia away and let him examine what he has been doing. After all, they are just taking him as a leverage, and they certainly do not really dare to hurt him. If he suffers this time, he will learn to contain himself in the future. Father, I'm afraid you're wrong. Wei Yuanjia, in an unusual manner, confronted his father determinedly. The noble families from the center of the cosmos treat the immortal cultivators of the local areas so harshly that even the most peaceful people in the world would burst into fury. We've been fighting in blood through life and death for more than 10 years, but what we get is a basket of cold water and even a sentence to prison. Those guys tell us what to do in the rear all the time, regarding us as cannon fodder and chess pieces, and come to steal all the fruits of victory now that we have won. Xianxia is not the only person dissatisfied with them. Even I, as well as the fellow cultivators from dozens of small worlds, cannot hold it back anymore either. Although the noble families at the center of the cosmos are powerful, the fellow cultivators at all the peripheral worlds are qualified to compete with them if we join hands with each other. At the very least, we can take back what belongs to us. Of course, everybody knows that the hundreds of smaller worlds would be able to check the dozens of powerful worlds at the center of the cosmos. But the hundreds of smaller worlds are scattered in every part of the Imperium, with a distance of tens of thousands of light years from each other. Many of the smaller worlds have been in conflict for hundreds of years. They are also intentionally controlled by the four Kurfürst families with the strategy of divide and conquer. They are just a tray of disorganized loose sand. How can they join each other's hands? Wei Guanghui sneered. When God of War Lei Chenghu was still here, it was perhaps possible to unite the forces of a dozen smaller worlds with his prestige and the powerful combat ability of the astounding Thunder Fleet. But did you not hear what the little bastard of the Special Investigation Committee said? General Lei has been arrested by them. There is no telling what kind of interrogations he is going through. I imagine that it won't take long before he completely surrenders. The third battle area at this moment is in panic and lack of leadership. Even the astounding Thunder Fleet can barely protect itself, and you want the Red Nimbus Fleet with the few canoes, ragged guns, and the 2 assembled colossi to lead the resistance? Who will be idiotic enough to die with us? Wei Yuanjia was silent, but determination and weirdness beamed out of his eyes. Nobody knew a person better than their father did. Wei Guanghui was slightly dazed. Knowing that his son must have very important intelligence that he had not spoken yet, he hurried to drag his son into the command room, locked the door, and blocked it with a soundproof rune array before he finally asked solemnly, "What is going on?" Wei Yuanjia cleared his throat, trying to pretend that everything was fine, but his shivering voice exposed the eagerness and excitement in his heart. "Father, what if I tell you that General Lei Chenghu is likely to have escaped from the prison and returned to the third battle area, and that he is summoning the astounding Thunder Fleet under the slogan of Honor the Majesty and Settle the Rebellions?" "What? Honor the Majesty and Settle the Rebellions?" Wei Guanghui was so shocked that a thunder seemed to have rumbled in his head. Despite the magnificent strength in the nascent soul stage, he lost his control over his pores for a moment, and he had sweat all over his body. He grabbed his son's shoulders, his fingers piercing deeply into his son's skin like pincers as he demanded, "Speak! Where did you get the news?" He had every reason to ask the question. The Red Nimbus Fleet was stationed at the edge of the third battle area where the environment was harshest. The star here was like a temperamental child that was spitting out the most violent radiations and magnetic waves every second. There was also cosmic dust as thick as the fog that covered the area of more than 1 billion kilometers. Like a wall of fog, it significantly disrupted the signals of the spiritual nexus sent in from the outside world. The number 223 resource planet was like a lonely island. Even though the superspace communication base of the highest power had been deployed, the contact with the outside world was still intermittent. It was not unusual that no messages of the outside world were heard in 2 to 3 days. Sometimes, when they did receive messages, the information was nothing but meaningless, corrupted data. The situation was even worse in the recent half-month when the number 223 resource planet had entered a period of frequent tectonic activities. All kinds of volcano eruptions and super-earthquakes were happening, greatly hindering the communication between the Red Nimbus Fleet and the astounding Thunder Fleet, which was also the command center of the third battle area. At the very least, on the official channel controlled by Wei Guanghui, the command center of the third battle area kept silent. But right now, before the information came over through the official channel, his son had brought him such a piece of shocking, unofficial news. How could Wei Guanghui not be suspicious? There is no doubt about that, father. My intelligence should be 80% trustworthy. Wei Yuanjia said mysteriously. It was sent over through the secret channel of the Business Alliance of the 10,000 Sectors. The Business Alliance of the 10,000 Sectors? Wei Guanghui frowned hard. You mean the organization of merchants that is quite active in recent years, and offered us a low-interest loan half a year ago? Exactly. The fraternities of young officers such as the Blood Oath Alliance and Thousand Cherries Union are just the child's play of the fervent young men. But the Business Alliance of the 10,000 Sectors is different. Even you might not know how powerful they are. They are an organization that stands for the power of the local capitals in the more than 100 sectors at the edge of the Imperium. Wei Yuanjia completely threw away his disguise and said determinedly, the most powerful force in the universe is the spiritual energy, but it is not as powerful as capitals. The war between the peripheral capitals of the Imperium and the central capitals has already begun. With the connection of the Business Alliance of the 10,000 Sectors, we will not be loose sand that can be bullied by anyone but a real alliance that condenses the strength of hundreds of smaller sectors. Then, under the leadership of trustworthy experts such as General Lei Qinghu and big shots of higher levels, we will definitely succeed. Different from his son, who was slightly anxious, Wei Guanghui calmed down as he listened on. He stared at his son and said, "Good boy. It seems that you have done a lot of things behind my back, and I was too old and blind to see any of it." Wei Yuanjia was choked for a moment, but he simply held his head high and looked back at his father. Everything I've been doing is for the Red Nimbus sector and the Wei family instead of my selfish interests. The reason I did not tell father was for your own safety and to separate me from the family. Should what I did be exposed, I would have taken all the blame and punishment. No matter what, the Wei family is an honorable family of immortal cultivators. We are all supposed to be high and mighty, dominating immortal cultivators. We are born to rage in the sea of stars and accomplish something great, not to hold ourselves back and be dogs. Not to mention that we cannot even be dogs now even if we want to. They are about to butcher us and eat our flesh. Father, you are at the high level of the nascent soul stage. Are you willing to live your entire life whining and die miserably like a hairless dog? Now that the 4 Kurfürst families are not giving us a chance to live, let's just go and fight with General Lei. The worst we can expect is just death. Having fought hundreds of battles against the Covenant Alliance for 10 years, are we scared of death? Wei Guanghui, unexpectedly, did not scold his son for comparing him to a hairless dog. He simply considered the situation with a gloomy face. After a long consideration like a wooden statue, he seemed to have grown older by 10 years. He asked hoarsely, "Are you certain that General Lei has returned to the astounding Thunder Fleet?" "It should be true." Wei Yuanjia hesitated for a moment and said, "Tell you the truth, father, the Red Nimbus fleet is not the only one seething in impatience. All the local fleets in the third battle area are rioting. Even the brother troops in the neighboring battle areas who used to fight with General Lei are ready to move. It is now or never. I don't want probability. I want certainty." Wei Guanghui said gravely, "Investigate more. You must figure out if General Lei has returned to the astounding Thunder Fleet and what helped him get out of the control of the 4 Kurfürst families exactly." Understood. Realizing that his father was not as determined as before, Wei Yuanjia was overjoyed. "I am doing my best to establish the secret communication channel between the number 233 resource planet and the command center of the third battle area. The fellow cultivators of the Business Alliance of the 10,000 Sectors have shipped a super device of communication, and it is now being set up. The latest news will soon be over. As for right now and the people on the name list, well..." Pondering for a moment, Wei Guanghui said, "Summon everybody on the list first, including Xianxia, and show him the list. Tell them that they are in serious trouble. If General Lei Qinghu has not returned, don't blame me for being too cruel. We can only tie those people up and deliver them in exchange for a brief period of peace for us. But if General Lei has indeed returned, those people will be the best and most daring team. I will let the little bastard of the Special Investigation Committee know the consequences of pissing off an immortal cultivator in the nascent soul stage. Starting from that moment, the Red Nimbus fleet began to take action busily. On the surface, it was peaceful and quiet, but undercurrents were in fact flowing everywhere. Countless invisible tusks were extended at the carrier sent by the Special Investigation Committee, blocking all of the intruders' retreats. As the latest communication device was set up, the center of the third battle area and the fleets that were stationed in various space zones delivered the latest intelligence. By cross-checking the information from the sources, the same theory had been proven. General Lei Qinghu was really back. Not just that, the process of General Lei Qinghu's return was 100 times more soul-stirring than the father and the son of the Wei family. During the half-month when Lei Qinghu was away from the Astounding Thunder Fleet, the situation in the Astounding Thunder Fleet worsened after each day. It was already in the peril to be dissected into pieces. The four Kurfürst families were highly vigilant of the fleet that had made remarkable achievements and boasted a high combat ability. They were not so careless as to send just a carrier to bend the fleet like they did to the Red Nimbus fleet. The Council of Elders authorized the Special Investigation Committee to summon part of the elite forces from the few best fleets deployed in the regions nearby and surround the Astounding Thunder Fleet. In name, they were merely exchanging the defense area with the Astounding Thunder Fleet, but in fact, they were forcing the key persons of the Astounding Thunder Fleet to get out and receive the separate investigation of the Special Investigation Committee. The Astounding Thunder Fleet itself, on the other hand, would be dismembered into 10 or so branch fleets and deployed to different worlds thousands of light-years away from each other. If the scheme did work out, the Astounding Thunder Fleet would fall apart and the key persons would be held in custody. There would be no hope for them at all. The proud and battle-tested soldiers of the Astounding Thunder Fleet were naturally unwilling to wait to die. In terms of combat ability, they were not necessarily worse than the elite forces of the four Kurfürst families that had been temporarily gathered, and they could have turned the third battle area upside down. But they were faced with three critical problems. First of all, Lei Qinghu, their leader, had gone missing, and the whole fleet was in a panic. Secondly, the Council of Elders, which was controlled by the four Kurfürst families, had a legitimate excuse that they were investigating the incident of the Blood Oath Alliance. Going against the Special Investigation Committee would mean going against the Council of Elders, which meant going against the Imperium and His Majesty. They would forever be traitors. Most of the soldiers could not make up their minds for that. Thirdly, and most importantly, the logistics. When the Covenant Alliance fell back, they burned everything to the ground. The entire newly recovered area was made of seriously wrecked ruins and polluted areas. They were not enough to meet the daily demand of the top fleets such as the Astounding Thunder Fleet. 80% of the supplies were dependent on the rear. Aside from everything else, the crystals, the high-energy nutrition, and the heavenly materials and earthly treasures that the immortal cultivators of the Astounding Thunder Fleet consumed every day were already an astronomical burden. In order to keep the current level, they had to train themselves hard every day. A couple of days without training would make their senses sluggish and their spiritual root wither. They would slowly retrograde and fall to lower levels. It was like even the strongest warrior must have food every day. Also, the stronger they were, the better appetite they would have. How could a brawny man weighing 150 kilograms carry out all his strength without having half a roasted pig first? If the rear cut off their supplies in less than half a month, the Astounding Thunder Fleet would have been stranded in the vast space like a lake that lost all the water. Therefore, the many generals of the Astounding Thunder Fleet, after struggling in pain for a few days, could only bend to the Council of Elders like the Red Nimbus Fleet did, agreeing to all the terms of the Special Investigation Committee helplessly. It was exactly at such a perilous moment that General Lei Qinghu returned to the third battle area. It was said that he only brought 3 starships back with him, but he seemed to boast immeasurable charisma, and he revived the lifeless fleet with a powerful excitant immediately. He regained control over the fleet immediately, imprisoned the people who gave in, and ordered the officers who were stubborn to the last moment to secretly dispatch the most mobile and stealthy warships to form a special team. At this moment, The Starships of the Special Investigation Committee were unaware that he had secretly returned to the astounding Thunder Fleet. They were still dispersed in various parts of the Third Battle Area, arresting the radicals and warning the commanders of the local fleets, exactly like what they did to the Red Nimbus Fleet. Taking advantage of the precious opportunity that the enemy's troops were unfocused, Lei Qinghu led the special team to assault the area where the enemy's flagship was at and captured it without any trouble. The fleet temporarily summoned by the Special Investigation Committee was only bluffing under the banner of the Council of Elders and not prepared to fight a hard battle with the astounding Thunder Fleet at all. When Lei Qinghu came aggressively and showed his determination that he would die together with the enemy, those cowardly guys soon collapsed and surrendered to the astounding Thunder Fleet instead. As a result, not only did the four Kurfürst families' plan to dissect the astounding Thunder Fleet step by step fail to work out, the astounding Thunder Fleet was also able to capture a large batch of new warships with abundant crystals, fuel, magical equipment, and ammunition. It was exactly what happened at the center of the Third Battle Area in the past 2 days. Because the number 233 resource planet was too remote, the astounding news did not come over until this moment. The news was so appalling that the father and the son of the Wei family were too shocked to know what was happening for a long time. But aside from their astonishment, they couldn't help but grow suspicious. Was the news true at all? General Lei Qinghu's victory seemed too smooth and unbelievable. Were there more to it? After waiting in uneasiness for another 3 hours, the truth was finally out. Quite a few battle videos captured from multiple perspectives with high-resolution cameras were sent over from the center of the Third Battle Area. All of them could prove that the flagship and the core warships of the Investigators' fleet had been disarmed and captured by the astounding Thunder Fleet. Father, please take a look at the video files that were just sent over. We have probably gained access to the crucial evidence earlier than the investigator does. In excitement, Wei Yuanjia activated the light beam with shivering hands. It's true. General Lei has truly made it. Also, Wei Guanghui waved his hands to stop his chattering son. Narrowing his eyes, he observed the war in space taken from 100 different perspectives. Although it was a war, the two parties in fact did not have any fierce engagement of fire. The investigators' fleet seemed to be taken aback by General Lei Qinghu's special team when it suddenly leaped out of the void. But they did not have the courage to attack Marquis Liaohai of the Imperium. The lightning trident emblem of the Imperium of true human beings was carved on the starships of both parties. They were at loggerheads and had even released the crystal suit groups, but they still maintained the last bit of their rationality and did not attack each other. They simply confronted each other in cold, desperate silence. The soundless confrontation in the vacuum of space seemed even more suffocating than the bombardments and barrages. Wei Guanghui could totally imagine that the communication channels of the two parties were filled with desperate roars despite the ostensible silence, demanding each other to lay down the weapons and surrender or there would be dire consequences. It was a competition of willpower. All that mattered was which of them collapsed earlier. Right then, a gold brilliance that was even more dazzling than the supernova outbreak suddenly flashed on the flagship of the investigators' fleet. This is... Wei Guanghui shuddered hard and almost couldn't believe his eyes. A glamorous, gold colossus appeared on the picture. It must have reached the flagship of the investigators' fleet without alarming anyone while the two parties were confronting coldly before it was summoned at an amazing speed. What a colossus it was! Even though the picture on the light beam had been reduced to 100th proportionally, the gold colossus was still releasing the dominance as if it were the king of the universe. The moment it showed up, the crazy spurting exhaust flames of the hundreds of starships were immediately eclipsed. Even the light of all the stars in the universe was swallowed, turning the Colossus into the only player on the battlefield. Wei Guanghui had never seen such a delicate, glamorous, and perfect Colossus before. Compared with the gold Colossus, the two jumbled products in his own fleet were as annoying as garbage. The gold Colossus was holding a narrow, long starship-slashing saber. The body of the saber seemed to be made of infinite gold feathers, while the handle was 16 overlapping wings. The gold Colossus saber, drawing a flawless curve, ignored the spiritual shield and the 7 layers of plate armor on the flagship of the fleet and pierced into a protrusion at the front part of the flagship more than easily. Wei Guanghui knew the structure of such a model of warships, and he knew that it was the bridge behind the protrusion. The gold colossus that arrived out of nowhere pierced into the heart of the flagship in one attack. Perhaps everybody on the bridge was observing the edge of the saber in shock and cold sweat. With the combat ability of the gold colossus, as long as it boosted the slightest spiritual energy, the aura from the blade would have been enough to burn everybody on the bridge into ashes. The competition that followed no longer had any suspense. The investigators' fleet, threatened by the gold colossus, collapsed immediately, and Lei Chenghu's special team secured a triumph with no bloodshed. This, pointing at the gold colossus, Wei Guanghui asked in disbelief, "What exactly is this colossus? Who is using it?" According to the intelligence, the colossus's name is Gold Vulture. It is used by Vulture Liao. After watching the Gold Colossus' unbelievable performance that deterred the entire investigators' fleet in one attack, Wei Yuanjia was apparently intimidated too. He said respectfully, "Vulture Liao is the greatest contributor to the war. It is said that even General Lei Chenghu was saved by him alone from dangers.